Chaos Gacha in MHA, Chapter 5, a few more stories from the life of a vigilante 2. Chapter 1, Entering Subspace. I slowly pried my eyes open. The first thing that slammed into my consciousness was a boundless abyss of starry sky. Myriads of silver sparks trembled in the velvety blackness, shimmering with a cold, dead light. They stretched into an unimaginable distance, devoid of any beginning or end, so deep that the mere sight of it made my head spin. No ground beneath my feet, no horizon, just me, suspended in this icy void, and a grandiose cosmic dome thrown wide in every direction. While the fog of how, where, swirled sluggishly in my mind, the air before me rippled gently. Out of nowhere, a luminous blue panel wove itself into existence, hovering in the emptiness and radiating a soft neon glow. The pulsating symbols on its surface formed a message that shocked me no less than my arrival here. Congratulations! You have become a user of Chaos Gacha and can receive a second chance at life in another world. To choose a world, spin the wheel. Still feeling as though my sanity had cracked and was about to crumble to pieces, I desperately clung to reality. I had to figure out where I was and what was happening. As if rewinding damaged film, I dragged my last memories from the depths of my mind. The store, the shopping list, the sound of footsteps on asphalt, and then a deafening roar, blinding headlights. Ah, of course. I died. And it couldn't be a normal car, no, it had to be a damn truck. Flashed through my thoughts. So I'm the very protagonist of an ice guy now? Honestly, it all felt like a bad dream. A guy who devoured fanfics about reincarnated heroes becomes one himself. Sounded awesome, but with my luck completely unrealistic. Fine, whatever happens, happens. First, let's figure out what they want from me. I reread the message and absorbed every word. My eyes caught the key term, Gacha. And they wanted me to spin a wheel. But, which wheel? A wheel? I barely uttered aloud before the space beside me emerged with golden waves. Out of the brilliance, an enormous wheel floated silently and majestically, exactly like in casino movies, except instead of numbers, its sparkling segments bore blazing names: JoJo, SCP, Dead Rising, Konosuba, One Piece, and many others. Quite a variety. Some worlds seemed livable, while others were outright death traps, like Berserk. The wheel's edges shimmered like molten gold, and its center pulled my gaze into a hypnotic whirlpool. Let's go! Let's go gambling, ha ha ha, I breathed out, and the wheel spun into motion. Clink! The sectors blurred into a solid rainbow. The world shrank to nothing but that rotating mechanism, while a jingle of invisible coins rang in my ears. The wheel slowed, the pointer glided smoothly to a stop on one of the names, and it flared crimson. You have landed on the world My Hero Academia. You receive a starter gift, 3 random gold tickets. Not bad, actually, I muttered, watching as 3 radiant golden rectangles materialized beside the panel, shimmering with warm amber light. A shonen anime setting was quite decent, no indestructible monsters, no legions of gods. Admittedly, I'd stopped watching that anime at the sports festival around the end of season 2. But I had nothing to complain about. A sci-fi world with a fairly reasonable hero society was far better than something like The Boys with its insane Homelander. Okay, so I've got 3 little tickets. Heh. Right then, the first one's up. Clink! The first ticket obediently burst into a shower of sparks, and a new notification floated before my eyes. Cockroach Physique Elite Ability. Allows you to turn into a humanoid cockroach or a hybrid at will, granting you extreme resilience and increased physical abilities along with all of the traits a mundane cockroach would otherwise possess. Transform into a cockroach. What the hell? No, theoretically it was cool, my defense would be top-notch, I'd have loads of resistances, and my speed and combat power would be solid. But I still had to become a hero. And a half-cockroach hero sounded undeniably bad. Although, with 80% of the population there possessing quirks, their beauty standards were probably different. Next. Clink. Sharpshooter rare ability. You are able to conjure a bow and arrow made of energy in your hands to shoot down enemies and targets. While aiming with the bow, your shooting mastery is increased and your senses are sharpened. The more energy you put into the arrow, the stronger it is. You can also change the shape and size of your arrow. Is that the bound bow straight out of Skyrim? I chuckled. The ability was pretty good, but it didn't mesh well with the first one. A cockroach is more of an off-tank warrior, while this was a pure archer. Fine, moving on. Clink. Asachi uncommon item. Bleach. Asachi is a Zanpakuto, a spiritual armament in the form of a weapon that benefits its user. The strength of this armament scales with the power of its user. Asachi is a dormant, unnamed Zanpakuto that grows along with the user. If the user is able to unlock the Shikai of the blade, it will attain its own unique ability according to the nature of its user, equal to or weaker in power than a rare rank ability. And if they are able to unlock their Bankai, that ability will be upgraded to equal an epic rank ability. Awesome! I raised an eyebrow skeptically. An item with growth potential up to epic level at uncommon rank was superb. But how the hell was I supposed to unlock this Shikai and Bankai? Meditate? Fight? Train myself half to death? Would there be any explanations? Nothing easy ever comes in this world. I hope it figures itself out somehow. No sooner had I thought that the interface threw a new prompt my way. You have used your starter tickets. Do you wish to receive a curse, but gain an equivalent quality ticket in return? Oh ho, a curse in exchange for a ticket. The curse wheel still shimmered around me, ready to launch. Come on, show me the choices here, I muttered, but alas, the system offered no list. Just bloody randomness, couldn't I pick, like in some zomboid? No, we absolutely must spin this damn wheel. Hey, you know, an extra bit of power would really come in handy. Besides cockroach physique, nothing's really that great. Fine. Let's go. Clink. This time the wheel spun faster, scattering crimson sparks, and stopped abruptly. Lil minor curse, 6. You are a lil thing. Which means you are pretty short and look way younger than you should look. People might mistake you for being way younger than you are. Good luck getting people to take you seriously in a professional setting or trying to buy alcohol. The curse does not affect your physical strength. Resolve. Get your body altered by a biokinetic effect that is rare rank or above. In that instant, the world rushed and rapidly swelled in size. My body compressed unnervingly, my clothes became loose, but my strength truly did not diminish. Honestly, this isn't half bad in places, I smirked, examining my now smaller hands. Girls like cute guys, and so do the public. Seems my usually rotten luck is serving up some style today. A new system message lit up before my eyes. You have received a random gold ticket. For accepting a curse, you may choose the ticket type ability item trait skill family random. Very handy, if I got unlucky with a curse, I could at least pick something I needed. My answer was obvious. Trait, I said firmly. Clink. Water resistance rare trait. You are naturally resistant to water and water-based effects and attacks, such as being struck by water cannons, being placed under depth pressure, your lungs being filled with water or getting water spat in your eye. This resistance scales with your basic stats. A cool sensation washed over my body, as if I'd briefly plunged into a crisp mountain spring and instantly dried off. Honestly, pretty useless. I was almost certain that in cockroach form I'd have something similar, but without it, this would probably help a good deal. It seemed I'd have to spin once more and genuinely hope for the mercy of the RNG gods. My heart thumped faster as the curse wheel drifted back out of the golden mist, its rim pulsing with ominous crimson veins. All right, here goes, I whispered, and the wheel spun with a low, guttural hum. Clink. 1/2 medium curse 8. This is gonna be very confusing. When exposed to cold water, your gender reverses, your gender-swapped form looks exactly like how you would have looked if you were born the other gender. And if exposed to hot water, you turn back to your original gender. Resolve, acquire a gender-bending ability/trait or apply an elite rank or higher curse-breaking effect on yourself. I stared at the text, a treacherous shudder spreading through my body. Just wonderful. Now I'd have to wash only in warm or hot water, no more cool showers or plunges into the sea. Though, of course, I nursed a faint hope that my rare water resistance might somehow soften this ridiculous predicament. Dreams, dreams. Right, moving on. Okay, another trait, I exhaled resolutely, selecting the category. Better to fortify my foundation than gamble on more random nonsense. Clink. At first, nothing happened. Then a blinding, almost painful flash seared through me, not from outside, but deep within my eye sockets. I instinctively squeezed my eyes shut, and when I opened them again, the world was no longer the same. Everything around me had sharpened to a degree I couldn't have imagined. I could see every quivering speck of light in the darkness, every microscopic tremor of the void. Hyuga epic trait. Naruto, you are a member of the Hyuga clan, granting you increased dexterity, energy reserves, and fine control over your body and energy. In addition, you possess a natural Byakugan that does not take up an ability slot. You also may or may not have dormant alien good genes, does not give chakra. I froze, absorbing the text. Holy shit! An epic trait from Naruto with the current Byakugan. The veins around my eyes still throbbed faintly, and now I could feel not only an incredible, almost unnatural clarity of vision, but also a new, resilient strength spreading through me as if every tendon and muscle had been tuned to perfection. This trait paired with the cockroach physique would turn me into an absolute combat monster. I'd probably be stronger than many pro heroes the moment I set foot in that world. Simply superb. A wild, near euphoric joy emerged in my chest, and I barely suppressed the urge to laugh out loud right there in the cosmic emptiness. All right, that's enough curses for me. I'll end up collecting so much junk I'll never crawl out of it. The panel flickered back to life, brightly flashing its final question. Do you wish to begin? Yes. Chapter 2, Second Time, 14. Opening his eyes had never been this difficult before. Their lids felt like they'd been cast from lead, as if someone had filled them with concrete overnight, and every tiny movement demanded an immense, almost impossible amount of strength. Sheer madness, how much effort went into such a simple act. His lashes quivered, a dull morning light sliced across them, and a room slowly materialized before his gaze, an ordinary male dormitory bedroom, seemingly torn straight out of a student residence, only looking about 10 times better. No chipped paint on the walls, no suspicious yellow stains, and the beds were far nicer than anything one would expect in such conditions. But one thing was crystal clear, this was not his apartment. His memory churned sluggishly, like thickened molasses, but the picture gradually assembled itself. Ah, right. Reincarnation, damn it, Daiki whispered, his fingers gripping the edge of the blanket. How could I forget? In my defense, even back then I thought it was just an incredibly vivid dream. I've had those a couple of times. He closed his eyes and reached for that strange sensation deep inside, the one he remembered from the starry void. So, is the Gacha still with me? Recalling the standard procedure that every self-respecting protagonist should perform, he drew a deep breath and said firmly. Status. The air before him vibrated softly, and the familiar blue panel wove itself into existence. Lines of text scrolled downwards, forming a neat table. Name, Daiki Kaneko. Age, 14 years. Abilities, 1/1 cockroach physique, sharpshooter. Traits, Hyuga, water resistance. Skills, empty. Familiars, empty. Items, Asachi. Daiki scanned the text all the way to the bottom and then his head exploded with pain. Not just a headache, no, it felt as though a fully loaded freight train of 300 cars was rolling right across his cranium. Hellish pain, to put it in 2 words. His vision swam, his temples throbbed until his teeth creaked, but he clenched his jaw, dug his fingers into the bed sheet, and hardened. He weathered the wave, and then the memories came flooding in. Someone else's, but now his own. The previous owner of this body was named exactly as the status stated, Daiki Kaneko. His quirk had not manifested at the tender age of 4. The doctors who examined him noted the absence of one joint in his pinky toe, a definitive sign that the quirk gene was there. It was simply dormant. The boy lived until the age of 10, clinging to hope, and then the classic cheap high sky backstory kicked in, his parents perished during a massive villain emerges. Why did that arise happen? Simple. Eliminating the big bad with all might wasn't enough, they also needed to sweep up all the small-time henchmen who flocked to him for power. After the Potato Head's death, the organization crumbled, and hundreds of low and mid-tier villains flooded the streets of dozens of cities. As luck would have it, All Might needed several weeks to recover after that fight, which, as one might guess, led to rather tragic consequences. That was how the boy lost his parents. And then the orphanage. At that age, with an unmanifest quirk, the odds of adoption plummeted to absolute 0. Even with a pretty face. According to his memories, Daiki had always looked younger than his peers, and even now at 14 he passed for 12 at best. Which, judging by those same memories, infuriated him to no end. Daiki chuckled inwardly. On the bright side, I'm popular with older women. My school friend's mom absolutely adores me, and the teachers treat me far more gently than the others. Hell, this guy survived off this curse for 4 whole years. Massaging his throbbing temples with his fingertips, he tried to fish out the final circumstances of the original owner's death. And when they surfaced, he couldn't hold back a bitter snort. Ha, this guy was an idiot. Stealing antidepressants from the orphanage manager and then downing them all at once? Peak stupidity. He didn't even check the prescription, just decided that more is always better. Did his quirk replace his brain? Heaving a heavy sigh, Daiki threw off the blanket and stood up. His muscles hummed pleasantly, and he began a basic warm-up routine to assess all the changes in his body after reincarnation. The first thing I noticed, its flexibility had increased to indecent levels. He'd probably be able to touch his chin to his toes if he tried. And the way his body moved so fluidly, so obediently was beyond praise. Every movement responded with a silky springiness, as if his joints had been oiled with oil. But the best part, the real Daiki, even while hoping for a quirk to manifest, hadn't just sat around. He'd attended a boxing club, dreaming of becoming a hero. Just an hour and a half every couple of days, but after his parents' deaths, his training ramped up to 2 hours daily. From the previous tenant, he'd inherited a surprisingly muscular body, toned, with defined shoulders and a solid core. Thinking of Midoriya, who dreamed of being a hero but never even trained until All Might showed up. The difference is night and day. Now that is true resolve. Discipline, Daiki muttered, shaking his head. Still grumbling about Izuku and his uselessness, he stepped up to the mirror and studied his reflection. Short black hair, slightly tousled from sleep, golden eyes with white fringes, a pleasant symmetrical face with a soft jawline. It made him a good-looking guy above the average, not an idol, not a heartthrob, not a magazine cover model, but in Class 1A he'd easily be the most attractive. The only guy who could compete with him in looks was that kid from Class 1B who temporarily copied quirks. What was his name again? Newton? Not something? Oh, right, Nyato. Nyato Monoma. Daiki grimaced. Honestly, if not for his idiotic show-off behavior, I'd have never remembered him at all. Once ready, I walked out of the orphanage. Warm sunlight struck his face, a gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh leaves, and somewhere nearby, children's laughter ranged out. Kids were enjoying their March holidays, chasing each other across the green yard. Daiki paused on the steps, breathing in deeply that air steeped in spring and new life. This life was his now. The bright midday sun warmed his skin, and it suddenly hit him, he had regained his youth. True youth, with a blank slate. He could enroll in a high school, become a hero, train until he dropped, fight, protect. He could become something greater than the grey, faceless mass from his old world. No longer just a freelancer living paycheck to paycheck and fading away in the grind. But a person whose mere presence could dispel the fear ordinary people felt in the face of danger. He vividly recalled the words All Might always said when landing before those he had saved. Do not fear. For I am here. Daki clenched his fists, feeling his heart beat faster. I want to be a hero too. Immediately, the familiar blue panel unfurled before his eyes, flashing a golden notification. Congratulations! You have chosen the direction for your future life in this world. You receive a silver random gacha ticket. Daki blinked. They give a ticket even for that? Or is this a reward for overcoming an existential crisis? Clink, a silver rectangle manifested in the air, scattering cool sparks. Novice medicine common skill. You are about as skilled as a doctor in training, you know how to perform first aid, how to apply medicine, what most medicines do, and in a pinch improvise medical tools to perform basic surgery. His head buzzed immediately with an influx of new knowledge: how to apply a tourniquet, how to distinguish venous bleeding from arterial, how to sterilize a needle with improvised means. Oh, a pretty useful skill. Sure, a regeneration ability or trait would be better, but this is leagues above any garbage that could have popped up. Some time later. After riding the metro to the right stop and walking another kilometer on foot, he finally arrived. Hero Public Safety Commission. The monumental building of steel and glass towered above the sidewalk, its mirrored panels flashing in the sunlight. The question why he'd come here was dumbly simple: to register his quirk. Essentially, in this world there were only two statuses, quirk holder and quirkless. And if the commission found out that after his quirk awakened he hadn't shown up to register it, they'd toss him straight out of UA. Not just toss him, they'd also stamp him with an indelible mark barring him from ever obtaining a provisional hero license. Izuku had a sugar daddy figure backing him in the form of All Might, and behind that sugar daddy stood Nizu himself, the principal of UA. Midoriya wasn't even at risk of expulsion, he probably could have gotten in through a special admissions program. Daki, however, was a mere mortal, and the best he could do was downplay the real strength of his so-called quirk. After waiting through an electronic queue in the spacious lobby, filled with the smells of paper and office coffee, he stepped up to the reception window. Behind it sat an extremely exhausted guy with steel-colored hair, his crew cut sticking out in all directions. But what drew the eye the most were the bags under his eyes, dark, deep, lending him an uncanny resemblance to a giant panda. Name? I grunted without looking up. Daki Kaneko. Age? 14. Reason for visit? Late quirk awakening. Here to register. The clerk finally turned and fixed him with a look so profoundly tired that Daki momentarily felt guilty just for existing. Then he let out a loud sigh that didn't bode well. Your personal documents, please. Daki silently handed over his ID card and passport. I'll book you in with the duty quirk assessment specialist. You'll go through some tests with him, then record the name and description of your quirk. No need to come back to me. Understood? He clearly wanted to be rid of this visitor. Understood. Then go. Office 316, Specialist Yamada. 2 hours later. Honestly, after Daki had broadly outlined how his quirk operated, more than half the tests ran made no sense whatsoever. What were they even measuring when he'd told them outright, my quirk works like a gacha machine? But no, I've never seen a similar quirk, let's run a few more tests. Bastards. This Yamada and his assistant sly bureaucratic rats with clipboards. Daki stepped out of the building, gulping down fresh air laced with exhaust fumes and city dust, but even that air tasted sweet after 2 hours in stifling offices. Ha! At least they printed my new ID card quickly. Thanks for that. Holding the plastic card in his hand, he could clearly see the printed line. Quirk, Game Machine. Congratulations! You have registered your quirk. You receive a bronze random gacha ticket. Well, thanks for the support, at least, he snorted, eyeing the shimmering bronze rectangle. Clink. Stone Skin Common Ability. Allows you to cover your skin in a stone-like texture that enhances your durability and increases your mass. A brief, rough wave ran down his arms. Daiki tested the ability. The skin on his forearm hardened instantly, darkening, taking on the texture of roughly hewn granite. A defensive ability. I'm leaning more and more into the tank warrior path. Now I only need regeneration, and I've already got the sword. He shook his hand, returning it to normal, and was about to figure out where to head next when the blue panel flared before his eyes once again. Quest Ode to a Vigilante. Description: 1 month remains until the UA entrance exam, and the best preparation is real experience. Become a vigilante and hunt down criminals over the course of the month. Reward: for apprehending criminals, you will be guaranteed to receive gacha tickets. Yes/no. Daiki froze, rereading the lines. Now that is an interesting development. Chapter 3, First Steps in a New World. The system message floated before Daiki's eyes, intrusive, quivering faintly like a candle flame caught in a draft. Quest Ode to a Vigilante. Description: 1 month remains until the UA entrance exam, and the best preparation is real experience. Become a vigilante and hunt down criminals over the course of the month. Reward: for apprehending criminals, you will be guaranteed to receive gacha tickets. Yes/no. Daiki slowly ran his tongue across his dry lips, rereading the lines. There was essentially no choice. The only possible answer in this situation was the one already spinning through his thoughts. Yes, he said, and the word came out flat but firm, echoing softly in the empty alley. Would it come back to bite him? Definitely. Was it necessary? Definitely. As much as he wanted to stay off the Hero Commission's radar, without completing system quests his odds against All for One were practically zero. It wasn't just that the monster had been hoarding quirks for over a century, becoming practically a second muse and an ancient demon collecting powers, multiplied by a ruthless puppeteer. The very method he used to obtain his strength was terrifyingly simple: steal, seize, subjugate. Daiki, on the other hand, had to perform specific actions, claw for tickets with his teeth, and then pray to the RNG gods to grant him something worthwhile. And that was without even mentioning that his tickets had ranks bronze, silver, gold etc., and the chance of rolling a high-level ticket was frankly abysmal. Even elite-ranked abilities were weaker than the strongest quirks of this world. On top of that, Daiki was limited in how many abilities he could equip at once. Sure, every 5 abilities granted him 1 extra slot, but it was still woefully insufficient. So either he grew stronger right now, or he left the fate of the world to someone like Izuku Midoriya. And that, to put it mildly, wasn't the most reliable option. From the rumors he'd heard among fans about the ending of My Hero Academia, things were even worse. That's why he now stood inside a cramped ATM booth, reeking of plastic and stale cigarette smoke, exchanging cash for small, untraceable bills. The notes rustled as he stuffed them into his pocket. The machine's screen flickered, as if urging him to hurry. The first thing needed for a vigilante's activity: a couple of hoodies with deep cowls. The best choice for maintaining anonymity. Combined with a mask, no camera would capture anything beyond an approximate height and build. The second thing: a mask, naturally. The third: gloves. Any kind would do, even cheap work gloves, as long as they didn't leave prints. And remember, kids, if you're planning illegal activities, always buy your kit from different stores, mixed in with everyday goods and groceries. It makes tracking you significantly harder. Some time later, On the edge of an abandoned scrapyard, among rusted car husks and piles of shattered brick, sat a guy in a baggy grey hoodie and a bright all-might mask, Mr. Inconspicuous himself. A warm spring breeze sent old newspaper scraps and bits of debris skittering across the ground, and crows cried occasionally in the distance. Daki jabbed at his phone screen with irritation, hissing through clenched teeth. It's all a lie, a complete lie. How do other protagonists find opponents so easily? I've combed every dark alley and checked every spot heroes don't patrol. Where the hell are all the villains? Are they on vacation? Yes, young Daki clearly failed to grasp the obvious. Villains don't stroll through dark alleys during the day. Was he an idiot? Possibly. In his defense, he'd never undergone any specialized training, and the memories of a 14-year-old mixed with the experience of a 24-year-old freelancer provided absolutely no bonus to tracking criminals. Ugh. Maybe I should just come back tomorrow, he muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose through the mask, and out of habit activated the command, status. Name, Daki Kaneko. Age, 14 years. Abilities, 1/1 cockroach physique. Sharpshooter, stone skin. Traits, Hyga, water resistance. Skills, novice medicine. Familiars, empty. Items, Asachi. His eyes scanned the lines, then froze. His gaze locked onto the word Hyga, and realization crept down his spine like an icy droplet. I'm an idiot. Yes, our protagonist is an idiot. I'm a damn Hyga with a Byakugan. Yes, our protagonist is an idiot. I have activated the Byakugan at once. Veins bulged around his eyes, flooding with heat, and the space around him unfurled into a spherical panorama. He could see in a full 360 degrees every crack in the asphalt, every mouse scurrying through the weeds. His vision partially pierced through walls as if they were made of frosted glass, and his range stretched to 250 meters, maybe a bit more. It was hard to tell precisely with so little experience. The Byakugan had many other useful features: accelerated perception, the ability to peer into thoughts, the power to break through most mental distortions like genjutsu, but right now, the ability to locate and track mattered most. Standing still and scanning the abandoned, dust and mildew-stinking buildings, he spotted 5 blurry heat signatures to the southeast, almost at the edge of his perception. They pulsed orange and yellow, hazy due to their inexperience and few energy reserves. Daki moved towards them, stepping as quietly as possible. Pebbles crunched under his soles, but the wind kindly carried the sounds away. Drawing closer, he concealed himself behind a leaning concrete slab. Inside the windowless building, 2 figures faced 3, and the very arrangement of bodies instantly betrayed the balance of power. A thick, coiling tension hung in the air, 3 on the seller's side, 2 on the buyer's. From their lit movements the Byakugan allowed him to read them with startling clarity. Daki could tell they were arguing furiously, the dispute tipping dangerously close to outright threats. Each group had a briefcase in front of them. Adjusting his focus, he examined the contents. One case held tightly packed stacks of cash, bound with bank bands, the other contained rows of gleaming injectors filled with a cloudy, oily shimmering liquid, some kind of stimulant. It looked like he'd hooked a big fish. Edging even closer, he employed the Hyga clan technique, precise bodily energy control, to suppress his presence as much as possible. Right now, he was a shadow among the ruins, silent and nearly incorporeal. The seller himself, standing face-on to Daki, resembled a human cheetah hybrid, spotted hide, elongated muzzle, lean body clad in an expensive but currently rumpled suit. His face was flushed crimson, clawed fingers curling into fists, clearly unhappy with how the deal was progressing and on the verge of snapping. Behind him stood 2 bodyguards in typical gangster attire, straight out of a cheap movie, black slacks, white shirts, black blazers, and scorpion tattoos on their left shoulders. Daki quickly scanned them with his heat-penetrating vision under their clothes for hidden weapons. The first had abnormally large, reddish fists, resembling boxing gloves made of flesh. The second looked like an ordinary man, but with bright yellow, almost glowing eyes. Fortunately, they weren't wearing those cliched sunglasses, otherwise they would have looked completely ridiculous. Opposite the cheetah, his back to Daki's hiding spot, loomed the buyer, a massive figure resembling a walking oak, with rough, cracked bark for skin and thick branches pushing through his shoulders. A heavy scent of tree resin and damp earth clung to him. His sole bodyguard had a wolf's head covered in matted grey fur and wore a pentagram patch sewn onto his sleeve. Unlike the seller's black-suited gangsters, he was dressed in a grey suit, as if to emphasize his special status among those present. Both the oak and the wolf stood motionless, but their postures radiated a threat ready to uncoil at any moment. Daki strained his hearing, and through the wind's noise he finally caught fragments of the argument. "Oh, so I'm the one who broke the deal. Who brought less than required? I told you 500 million yen. Why do you only have 400? You yourself described the danger of this drug and how uncontrollable its effects are. 22s for 400 million is already a good price. Because of this stuff, I could lose valuable people. This price is already more than fair. You don't get to decide that. Besides, you already agreed at the preliminary meeting. Why rock the boat right now? I changed my mind about the price." Listening to all this, Daki couldn't help but ask the system. "Gacha, will the reward be reduced if they rough each other up first and I step in only afterwards? The quality of the ticket received will be reduced." "Understood," he breathed out, deciding to act immediately. Pulling off his hoodie, mask, and gloves, he activated cockroach physique. In that instant, a hot wave emerged through his body. His shirt tore apart with a loud rip, muscles swelled, filled with steely power, and the entire body ached as if after an hours-long training session pushed to the limit. His height increased, and his skin darkened all over, covering itself in a sturdy chitinous exoskeleton with a matte sheen. His legs lengthened, encasing themselves in armor along with his arms. Behind him, 2 pairs of semi-transparent elytra unfurled with a damp rustle. His head remained unchanged on the outside, but now it felt as if a smooth, tight-fitting helmet had been pulled over it. Once the exoskeleton fully formed, his muscles brimmed with strength. Just how lucky he was. The strength, physique, survivability, and speed of a cockroach in a human body, multiplied by the flexibility, reaction time, and observational powers of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, turned him into a superhuman warrior. Nearly without weaknesses. His chitinous armor shimmered in the rays of the setting sun, and the bulging veins around his eyes gave his face a fearsome, demonic cast. Having fully savored his combat form, he pulled the mask back on, crouched, and focused. His leg muscles compressed to their limit and he leaped. The window shattered into a rain of shards that didn't even graze him, and Daki rocketed inside. First, he took out the half-wolf. One precise strike to the jaw sent the body flying into the far wall, slamming into it with a dull crack and leaving a small crater in the brickwork. Wasting no time, Daki spun around and, jumping slightly, smashed the wooden giant into the concrete floor with both hands. Using inhuman speed, the tree-like man collapsed, his branch fingers cracking pitifully. Only then did the seller's bodyguards react. One's fists swelled even larger, turning into crimson hammers. He settled into a classic boxing stance, shielding his boss. The other raised 2 fingers, shaping them like a gun, and a small lightning bolt shot from the tips bright, searing the air. The charge flew a little slower than a bullet, but Daki didn't even bother dodging. The plated chitin on his chest absorbed the impact, its force roughly 200,000 volts, and merely hummed faintly. "Tickles," he said, not even winded. Closing the distance at hurricane speed, I planted a simple jab into the lightning guy's solar plexus. The man folded in half and went flying across the room, crashing into some rusty barrels. The boxer tried a counterattack, stepping in with a wide hook, but Daki pivoted with inhuman agility and his own hook landed squarely on the man's temple. The boxer tumbled across the floor like a sack of potatoes and went still. Daki turned to the cheetah, who had already grabbed the drug case and bolted it for the back exit, his spotted pelt streaking. A couple of seconds later, Daki caught him like an arrow loosed from a bow, and with a simple but immensely powerful blow knocked the hybrid out cold. Breathing heavily more from exhilaration than fatigue, Daki surveyed the battlefield, 5 unconscious bodies, a shattered window, concrete dust hanging in the air. A hot satisfaction bloomed in his chest. Ah, it feels good to beat up bad guys. Congratulations! You have interrupted an illegal stimulant deal. You receive a silver random gacha ticket. Congratulations! You have defeated dangerous gangsters while on a quest. You receive a silver random gacha ticket. 2 silver rectangles flared before his eyes, shimmering with cool light. Not even a gold? Escaped Daki's lips. Though what did I expect? With these abilities, they weren't even opponents. He quickly scanned the area with the Byakugan no witnesses, just rats and ubiquitous crows. Then he might as well roll right here. Buzzing with the thrill, I commanded. Give me both at once. Clink. First, a long, viciously curved blade with a matte edge materialized in the air. Heavy blade uncommon item. An extremely durable longsword whose weight can be controlled, from 5 kg at its lightest to 50,000 kg at its heaviest. Next, an elegant dark glass vial manifested, its contents tiny pills rolling faintly inside. Witch's Rejuvenation Pill uncommon item. Hunter x Hunter a vial containing 100 pills, each of which, when consumed, rejuvenates you for 1 year. Restocking timer, 168 hours. Daki tested the sword in his hand, he responded with a pleasant heft, and he mentally reduced the weight to the minimum 5 kg. A powerful blade, certainly, but with no growth potential. It'd probably gather dust in his arsenal, although as a universal multi-tool it might come in handy. But the pills, they were a genuine jackpot. If he could present them as the result of his quirk, the black market would pay an insane sum for them. He could secure himself financially for life. That's all well and good, but if those had been 2 abilities, I'd already have unlocked another slot, Daki grumbled as he stuffed the vial and sword into the system's inventory. Alright, time to move on. He cancelled the transformation, the chitin retracted with a soft rustle, his body reverted to its normal shape, only his shirt had turned to shredded rags. Pulling on the hoodie and gloves, Daki picked up the cheetah's fallen phone from the floor and dialed 110. Hello, what is your emergency? Came a calm female voice. In a slightly distorted voice, dispatch to this phone's location. I interrupted a handover of clearly illegal stimulants. 5 individuals, 1 cheetah, 1 wooden, 3 gangsters. Hanging up. Sir? Please, don't hang. Daki tossed the phone onto the floor beside the case of injectors and quickly strode away, intentionally moving at a normal person's jog so as not to waste energy. Where was he running? Toward fresh prey. Tickets weren't going to farm themselves. Author's note, after examining all the Byakugan's abilities, I must say while it cannot compare to the Mangeki Sharingan, it is still genuinely powerful. Until the protagonist seriously increases his energy reserves through training or other means, I envision it as something akin to chakra, physical strength times spiritual, magical, strength. The Byakugan will be slightly weakened, but in return will not expend energy for use. That's the trade-off. PSST. Download the app for extra rewards. More events, more perks. Earning more free benefits. Download it now. Tuxi_3495. Point of view. Crime scene. The evening sky had deepened to a thick indigo, and the first stars were already piercing through the veil of urban smog. Blue and red lights from police cruisers slithered lazily across the peeling facades of the abandoned district. Car doors slammed, radios cracked with static, and the heavy scent of cooling concrete mingled with the acrid chemical stench still clinging to the site of the interrupted deal. Detective Kujisawa, we've secured the full crime scene, your presence is required, said a young officer's voice. On my way, Kujisawa replied curtly, following the officer who kept glancing back to make sure the tall detective wasn't lagging behind. Kojisawa stood out among the other cops at once, both for his height unusually tall for a Japanese man and for his vivid ginger hair, which glammed copper in the strobing lights. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, hungrily scanned every meter of the approaching crime scene. The smell here was denser: dust, blood. On the ground where the cheetah man had been lying, there was a case containing confiscated goods. Dark traces of the struggle remained still, along with the forlorn shreds of a torn t-shirt. The call was made from here. The officer pointed to a chalk-outlined spot on the floor. The phone was taken from the presumed perpetrator. Tracking the caller's personal number is impossible. It was either switched off or he didn't have it on him. Good. I'll try to find clues using my quirk. Please step back. The officer hastily retired several pieces, giving the detective space. Kojisawa closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and when his eyelids lifted again, the world was no longer the same. His vision dissolved into black and white, as if someone had drained all the saturation from reality. Then they appeared, the clues. Every crack, every stain, every particle of abandoned DNA flared bright crimson, as though filled with lava. The detective slowly swept his gaze, reconstructing the battle flash by flash. Recording, he spoke into the dictaphone, his voice turning dry and emotionless, like a coroner's. The presumed vigilante knocked out a fleeing subject carrying illegal stimulants with a single blow. Prior to this, judging by trace evidence, he had rushed out of the abandoned warehouse. Inside, he inflicted severe damage on one of the presumed seller's bodyguards. The second bodyguard was struck and sent flying into a stack of barrels. Based on the force of impact, a minor strength-enhancing quirk can be assumed. Before that, the same individual drove the presumed buyer into the concrete floor, indicating a higher-tier strength quirk. Movement speed was also high. A precise determination is impossible due to insufficient data. The vigilante entered through a window without sustaining visible injuries, and no blood belonging to the suspect was found at the scene. A minor defensive factor may also be present. Outside the building, at the launch point, unusual expanding footprints and fragments of a torn t-shirt can be seen. A transformation took place here. Suspect's quirk type confirmed: transformation. For further details, witness reports are required. End of recording. Kojisawa clicked off the dictaphone and deactivated his quirk. The color world crashed back in, and his eyes immediately stung from the strain. He rubbed his lids, trying to suppress the ache. The officer approached timidly, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Sir? Any new information?" "A little," the detective spat onto the dusty asphalt. "You didn't miss the vigilante's blood. There simply wasn't any. Most likely, his quirk also provides a defensive factor. And the evidence for a transformation-type quirk is now even stronger. We'll learn more only after those bastards regain consciousness." "Sir, but they are only suspects at this point," the officer bleated. The detective turned his head sharply, his hawk-like eyes flashing. "Humph, suspects, you say?" His voice dripped venom. "Even without a quirk, it's obvious they're scumbags. They've got plenty of blood on their hands. I've already seen this drug. It hit the streets about a month ago. A week ago, I watched as tactical officers tried to apprehend a thug hopped up on this stimulant. Most of them nearly lost their heads. And when the filth finished its work, all we found was a corpse with liquefied organs. Picture it, 10 minutes, and the garbage turns a man into a bag of rot. And you stand there mumbling about suspects." The officer collected, face pale. My apologies, I didn't know." Kojisawa let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. The anger still boiled in his chest, but he forced himself to calm down. "I'm not angry at you," he muttered. "I'm angry at the bastards producing this filth. And I hope the only thing I ever find of them is their corpses." Point of view. Daiki Kaneko. A pity I didn't find anyone else yesterday, but at least I managed to put my brain to use and remember my epic trait. Otherwise, I'd have wandered around like an idiot for another week. Fortunately, today, or is it already evening? You have been fruitful. I managed to stop a rape and even got a ticket for it. A blue panel shimmered pleasantly before my eyes. Congratulations! You prevented 2 thugs from assaulting a prostitute. You receive a silver random gacha ticket. I stared at the line, and a long nagging question stirred in my head. Stopping on the roof of some dilapidated shop and feeling the cool wind wash over my chitin armor, I asked the void. But why silver? Does the quest boost ticket quality that much? The system responded immediately. Per the quest, tickets are meant to be awarded for each criminal, but the gacha system chose to add the tickets for a single crime into one higher level ticket. I hummed, rubbing my chin. Oh, so that's how it is. But then why did I only get silver the first time? Those were pretty serious guys. 5 major gangsters. Surely the sum should have been a gold ticket? A gold ticket is a high-tier reward, and the chance to receive it for common thugs is low. Understood, I acknowledged, feeling the familiar thrill ignite inside me. Then let's stop wallowing in gloomy thoughts. Roll the gacha. Clink. Deception rare ability. Your words are imbued with the power of lies, making them sound more convincing or believable. The stronger a target is, the more energy will be consumed and the less efficient the ability will be. The more unbelievable your lie is, the less effective the ability is and the more energy it will consume. I froze, digesting the text. A grin involuntarily spread across my lips beneath the mask. Does intelligence count as a form of strength? If not, this is an incredibly effective ability against Nizu. Although against someone like All Might, it's absolutely useless. Not that I should complain. One more ability, and I'll unlock an additional slot. I can't wait to try combining Stone Skin with Cockroach Physique. I'd probably be able to comfortably tank a hit from any non-nuclear missile. That would give me a massive edge against non-top tier villains. Speaking of new abilities, it seems today really is a lucky day. I activated the Byakugan again and scanned the surroundings. 3 warm figures appeared in my thermal vision in a back alley. One was fussy, with something in his pockets, the other 2 were swaying and twitchy. The scraps of conversation and gestures left no doubt: drugs. A dealer and a couple of junkies. Looks like I've found myself a ticket to the black market. Cockroach Physique activated with a familiar hot wave. Chitin rustled softly as it covered my body, the exoskeleton gleaming dully under the street lamp. A few seconds, and I stood in full armored form. My leg muscles compressed and I jumped. Wind whistled past my ears, the world compressed into a single point for a heartbeat, and then I was landing right in front of the trio. The deal was in full swing. Shaking hands, crumpled bills, tiny baggies of white powder. Yet. Here's the money. Where is it? One junkie muttered, twitching his head like a bird. Yes, everything's right, here's your product. The dealer was busily counting out change. I allowed myself a step closer, the chitin creaked softly, and 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously locked onto me. Hey, how about serving me? The junkies froze. Their eyes, already glassy, widened to the size of saucers, whether from the drugs or sheer terror. Without even grabbing the powder, they stumbled backward, tripping over their own feet, and vanished into the darkness of the alley. The dealer remained. He stood, afraid to move, but his eyes betrayed him. He wasn't stupid. He understood I wanted something and that running wasn't an option. Yet. What do you want? He squeezed out in a trembling voice. A system message flared before my eyes. Congratulations! You have interrupted a drug purchase deal. You receive a bronze random gacha ticket. Humph! How stingy! The thought flashed by, but I didn't let myself get distracted. I took another step, looming over the dealer with all my chitinous mass. "I need you to help me get onto the black market," I said, deliberately adding steel to my voice. "I'm sorry. But I'm just a low-level dealer, I don't," he waved his hands, stepping backward. "Don't play dumb," I interrupted, tilting my head so the street lamp's light glammed ominously off my chitin helmet. "You must have someone who supervises you, right? How useful it is to apply knowledge from books. And in this form, I must look terrifyingly menacing. He's practically about to wet himself from fear." I was most likely right. After transformation, I grow to about 180 centimeters, whereas normally I'm stuck at a pathetic 150, basically the height of a 12-year-old. The contrast was striking. "Well, there is, but," the dealer faltered. "Then take me to him. Or give me his contact. I can't just." I leaned in closer, my voice dropping to a low growl. "I have a very lucrative deal for him. Very. If he can sell what I give him, he'll have enough money for a lifetime. And you'll get a cut. Is that motivation enough? Or would my fist work better?" The dealer went absolutely pale, nearly as white as the powder he'd just been selling. "And no. I'll contact him right now. Right now." He frantically fished a cheap-looking phone from his pocket, a typical disposable burner straight out of a gangster movie, and with trembling fingers dialed a number, pressing the receiver to his ear. "Boss, sir. It's, his voice cracked into a wheeze. "Spit it out already, what do you want?" Scraped the speaker. "There's a client here. Wants to get in touch with you. Says it's a very profitable deal." "Very. How profitable? And what's the chance it's an undercover cop?" "Boss, he says there'll be enough money from this deal to last a lifetime. And he doesn't look like a cop." A pause hung on the line. I could almost hear the gears turning in the boss's head on the other end. "Enough for a lifetime, hey? All right, bring him to the reserve base. I'll be there with the guys in about 30 minutes. Short beeps. The dealer let out a shuddering breath, stuffing the phone back into his pocket. I agreed with satisfaction, feeling warm anticipation spread through my chest. Well, there it was. I'd found myself a buyer. Clink. Lion common familiar. A majestic lion companion. As a familiar they are a lion who has excellent genetics and near-human intellect, and they are also large enough to ride. By default they are female. Chapter 5, a few more stories from the life of a vigilante 2. "A lion?" I muttered aloud. "What? Why do I need a damn lion? In a world with functioning cars and subways. And she won't even help me on the entrance exam. You can't chew through robots with fangs. Although, maybe I could show her to someone if I ever need to explain just how random my quirk is." Finally, I managed to squeeze out a trembling voice. "So, where do we go?" He swallowed hard, wiping sweat from his forehead. "About 2 kilometers southeast. There's an empty office building. That's where we're headed." "Fine," I said curtly. Wasting no time, I scooped the idiot up under my arm. He squeaked like a mouse but didn't dare resist and sprinted in the indicated direction. The world around us dissolved into a blurred ribbon, grey building facades, yellow street lamp blotches, flickering signs, everything melted into one continuous stream. The wind whistled around us, although I wasn't even pushing to my limit. The dealer didn't scream, maybe he simply had no strength left for it, but he was whiter than the powder he'd been peddling. After barely a minute, and that was holding me back, I arrived at the approximate location and carefully set him on his feet. The moment the guy touched solid ground, his body betrayed him. He swayed as if he'd spent a week on a boat in a storm, his legs buckling like a newborn fawn's. "Well? Which way now?" I pressed. 200 meters that way," he pointed a shaking finger at the grim silhouette of an abandoned office building, blackening at the end of the street. "Let's run." "And no. Wait. He threw up his hands, stumbling backward. Let's walk, please. It's not far. We're waiting 30 minutes anyway. He looked genuinely terrible, his face still the color of chalk, cold sweat glistening on his temples, his breathing ragged. I sighed and gave a reluctant nod. Fine. We walk. We moved across a vacant lot overgrown with dry weeds and littered with broken bricks. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, the occasional car rushed past. The only sound between us was the crunch of gravel underfoot. Finally, the dealer gathered enough courage to speak. If it's not a secret. What do you want to sell? I glanced down at him in my armored form, it came off especially menacing. A friend of mine uses his quirk to make special pills. I look more impressive, so they sent me to sell them. What do they do? They rejuvenate you for 1 year. The dealer tripped over absolutely nothing. His eyes already round widened to their absolute limit, his mouth falling open in mute shock. Hey! You're joking, right? How could something like that even exist? I stopped and slowly turned my head toward him, allowing the street lamp's light to gleam ominously off my chitin helmet. Do I look like a joker? I said with deliberate weight. How could something like that exist? We live in a world where people can grow taller than buildings. Where a rat can be the principal of a hero academy. Why do you think there's no quirk capable of rejuvenating others? True, he breathed out, dropping his gaze and visibly digesting what he'd heard. And so we stood there in silence for the rest of the wait. A cool wind chased scraps of old newspapers across the asphalt. Roughly 20 minutes passed before the sharp squeal of car tires sounded from outside, several vehicles pulling up to the abandoned office at once. This boss, it seemed, had no patience whatsoever. 5 men entered first, the same black blazers and slacks with white shirts, a uniform I'd already seen on the guards from that earlier deal. Now it was clear who'd supplied the extra muscle. Behind these gangsters strode a tall, solidly built man. He stood out immediately, designer clothes fitted him perfectly, an expensive branded watch glinted faintly on his wrist, and tight security surrounded him on all sides. I understood at once, this was the boss. Following him, 10 more foot soldiers filed into the room, bringing the total guard count to 15. If I took them all down, I'd probably score a gold ticket. But for now, his connections were far more valuable to me. The boss walked forward, stopping a few meters away, and sized me up with an appraising gaze, sharp, heavy, clearly accustomed to weighing people in seconds. What exactly are you trying to hawk to me? His voice was low, slightly raspy, but confident. I crossed my arms over my chest, holding his stare. Hawk? Is that how you talk to important clients? Don't play the clown, he said flatly. I've already given you more trust than most. 1 billion yen, I said evenly, letting the figure hang in the air. The boss froze. The pause stretched. Somewhere behind him, one of the gangsters shifted his weight nervously. What? 1 billion yen, roughly $10 million, I clarified, as if it were self-evident. That's how much I want for what I'm offering. The boss's face didn't change, but something sharp flickered in his eyes for an instant. You're insane, he said without anger, more as a statement of fact. I don't even have that kind of money on me. And you haven't even shown me the product yet, and you're already making demands. I smirked beneath my mask and reached under the folds of my chitin armor to retrieve the previously hidden vial of pills. The matte glass glinted dully in the sparse light. Every pill in this vial can rejuvenate a person by 1 year. There are 100 of them inside. Now do you understand why I'm asking that much? I paused meaningfully. Honestly, it's a fairly low price. The only reason I'm selling it so cheaply is because I want the money right now. The boss narrowed his eyes and slowly shook his head. You're delusional. How am I even supposed to verify if it's real or not? And I don't have that much cash on me, anyway. I tilted my head, allowing a hint of amusement into my voice. So you do have the money, then? And checking is simple. Have one of your men come over, take a pill, and swallow it right here in front of everyone. That way we'll all know if it's real. I spread my hands. So? Willing to pass up the potential deal of a lifetime? The boss was silent for several long seconds. The silence inside the building grew thick, almost tangible. The only sounds were the drip of water somewhere beyond the walls and the whistle of wind through broken windows. Fine, he said at last. Let's do this. But know this, if it's a trick, you are completely and utterly fucked. Clear? Begin. The boss jerked his chin toward one of the gangsters at the back. The man flinched, clearly not expecting the honor, and approached with visible reluctance. Stopping a meter away from me, he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. I gave him the bottle, and he slowly took out a pill. The gangster eyed the tiny tablet in his palm with deep suspicion, then glanced back at the boss. The boss gave a curt nod. Taking a deep breath, the man showed the pill to everyone behind him, as if offering one last chance to stop, then placed it in his mouth and swallowed. For about 5 seconds, nothing happened. The silence stretched like a bowstring. Then old skin began to drip from his face. Right onto the floor in gray, dry flakes, like shedding plaster. Beneath it, younger, fresher skin emerged, fewer wrinkles, the small scars that had been visible before now gone. One of the gangsters in the back swore through clenched teeth. The process lasted no more than a minute, but it felt like an eternity. Once the flaking stopped and everyone present had confirmed the truth with their own eyes, I stepped forward and took the vial back. Well? Did the intended effect land? The boss, who hadn't taken his eyes off the rejuvenated subordinate the entire time, slowly shifted his gaze to me. Can we skip the excessive drama? He grumbled, but the earlier skepticism was gone from his voice. Yes, the effect is real. I'll make a call, the money will be brought. Wait 10 minutes. He pulled out his phone and issued a brief order. I used the pause. Aren't you tempted to take this for free? You know, grab it, or something along those lines. The boss looked at me as if I were an idiot. There was almost offense in his eyes. I'm a gangster, not a fool, he said, each word deliberate. Why strangle the golden goose? If you got your hands on this once, you can do it again. Human greed is limitless, that money won't be enough, you'll want more. And I'll be right here. Even with a better offer. Mentally, I gave a low whistle. He really was sharp. No wonder he was the boss. Doing business with someone like this was almost pleasant. He'd not only cemented his reputation as a tolerably honest dealer, but he'd also left a hook suggesting he'd offer more next time. Not just smart, but cunning. Well then. We wait. The wait wasn't long. Exactly 10 minutes later, the sound of yet another engine came from outside. A car pulled up to the building, and 3 men entered carrying an enormous suitcase. They handed the case to the boss, who opened it, visually checked the contents, and turned it toward me. Inside were tightly packed stacks of 10,000 yen bills. Even at a glance, they looked genuine, the distinctive watermark, the texture of the paper. We approached each other and silently exchanged items. I took the money, he took the precious little bottle. I didn't even bother counting the bills, simply snapping the case shut. He was right, if I got cheated here, he stood to lose far more. 1 billion, as requested. Clean. Do you always keep this much cash ready for deals? I couldn't resist asking. Let's just say I keep an emergency reserve fund, he replied, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. I suppose these are now those extreme times. Pleasure doing business, partner. Likewise. The boss, noticing my distant expression, he probably figured I was just thinking about business, nodded to his men, and they began dispersing. Before leaving, he turned back and handed me the same model of cheap burner phone the dealer had used. "Alright, now that we're done. Here you go, partner. If you get more product, call." I flipped the phone in my fingers. Where did he get so many of these disposables? Did they buy them wholesale? Then again, no surprise in this kind of business, secrecy was paramount. Perfect. Taking the phone, I spun around and bolted, weaving through the narrow alleyways of the cramped nighttime city. A couple of kilometers later, at a predetermined spot, a quiet nook between two abandoned warehouses, I cancelled my transformation. The chitin retracted with its usual soft rustle, my body shrank back down, and I hurriedly pulled on the clothes I'd stashed earlier. Honestly, I feel like Peter Parker. He also scrambled through back alleys and changed in them. Except he got to kiss pretty girls there too, and with my height, that's still a long way off for me. Or maybe not so long, but definitely not in the way I'd prefer. Congratulations! You have conducted a deal of such a large sum for the first time. You receive a gold random gacha ticket. Gold. Warm anticipation spread through my chest. Roll. Clink. Dojo key, rare item. An elegant key that, when turned in a sufficiently large space, creates a portal to a pocket dimension measuring 1 km x 1 km x 1 km, inside which sits a large dojo building with a small garden. The dojo contains all necessary amenities, training dummies, sparring weapons, plumbing, training uniforms, towels, etc. Everything originally belonging to the dojo will be restocked within 24 hours, broken parts will be disposed of, any destruction within the dojo will be simultaneously repaired. Nothing belonging to the dojo can be carried outside. The gate leading out of the dimension is always open and leads to the location where the entrance was last opened. After reading the description all the way to the end, I could only muster a single word. Holy shit! This was one of the best, if not the best, rare items that probably existed in this entire gacha. If it also had food inside, it was the perfect personal dimension. A place to train with Asachi where no one could find or disturb me. Where I could live peacefully, fearing neither the commission nor villains. Hell, it was also an absolutely safe sanctuary. Jackpot. A genuine jackpot. If the gacha had started handing out serious items, maybe it would answer an important question too. Gacha, how do I develop Asachi? Honestly, I never watched Bleach. The system seemed to pause for a moment, or was that my imagination? Then delivered. In order to obtain the development method for the item Asachi, you must sacrifice a sword of equal rank. I reread the message. Twice. Then 3 times. Something sour twisted in my gut. That's a goddamn scam, I muttered aloud. I only had one sword of that rank, the heavy blade. Which I hadn't even really gotten to use. But, it could at least help a lot during the entrance exam. I gritted my teeth. Then remembered that the heavy blade was just a tool with no growth potential. Meanwhile, Asachi could become epic. Are you doing this on purpose just to take it? I asked the void, already knowing the answer. Right. Of course. As if it would answer me. I sighed deeply, feeling a part of me resist. But logic was merciless. Fine, take it. I don't need a second sword, and this will at least make me far stronger in the long run. Congratulations! You have lost the heavy blade. You have obtained the development method for the item Asachi. A whole scroll of text unfurled before my eyes. The system, it seemed, had decided to give me the full crash course. Shikai, initial release, is the second, or first upgraded, form available to a Zanpakuto. To activate it, a Shinigami must know the name of their Zanpakuto and be able to effectively communicate and harmonize with it, which requires the ability to speak with the spirit within its inner world. Gaining access to one's Shikai and releasing it FAV learn to use their Bankai. Bankai, final release, is the second and ultimate upgraded form of the spiritual sword. To achieve Bankai, one must be able to materialize and subdue their Zanpakuto spirit. Materialization, Gacha, specifically, exteriorization, is the opposite of being drawn into the Zanpakuto's inner world. The wielder must summon the Zanpakuto spirit into the physical world. This typically requires 10 or more years of training, plus the experience needed to master it. Although the Zanpakuto spirit submits so that its Shinigami can learn Bankai, the Zanpakuto itself also grows stronger and learns Bankai at the very moment its Shinigami learns it. Even though Bankai is the final stage of a Zanpakuto, this does not mean the Shinigami's growth ends there. Bankai, especially newly obtained, can continue to evolve as the Shinigami grows stronger. Furthermore, obtaining Bankai allows a Shinigami to release their Shikai without speaking its name. I blinked, processing the flood of information. The lines still flickered in my vision. Then I sighed and rubbed the bridge of my nose. That's a lot of information. In simple terms, though, I need to meditate a lot and train with the sword until I'm basically sleeping next to it. Got it. Reaching the subway and riding several stops, I exited near the orphanage. On the first floor, as always, a light glowed in the manager's office. I paused at the door, gathering my thoughts. Before entering, I swapped my ability to deception and mentally counted down 5 minutes, the ability cooldown timer ticking away in my mind. I didn't want it dropping mid-conversation. Finally, I pushed the door open. Kyoko Mori's office was simple, almost ascetic, no excess, no expensive wood, just shelves of documents, framed certificates of past residence, and photographs of graduates who had gone on to succeed. A new computer hummed quietly in the corner, stacks of paper sat neatly on the desk. At the far end of the room, behind a good but modest desk, sat the manager herself. Kyoko Mori was an older woman with dignified grey hair pinned into a neat bun, but she still looked sprightly. The small wrinkles around her eyes suggested she smiled often and willingly. Honestly, I felt guilty deceiving her. She was a good woman, occasionally strict, but unfailingly kind. But I truly needed to become stronger. Recalling what All Might was capable of, and how the Nomo had beaten him within an inch of his life, I understood, if I stayed here in this orphanage, I'd never manage it. I needed space. I needed time. I needed freedom. Good evening, Kyoko-san, I said with a small bow. Ah, Daiki-kun. She looked up from her papers and smiled. Hello, hello. Have a seat. I walked closer and lowered myself into the guest chair, stiff but tidy. What's the matter, Daiki? What did you want to ask? I activated deception. A familiar tingle ran across my tongue, and the words seemed to arrange themselves in my throat in just the right order, taking on an invisible weight of persuasiveness. Kyoko-san, my quirk recently awakened, I began evenly, and because of that, I need your help with something. The woman's eyes lit up with genuine joy. But that's wonderful, Daiki. Have you already gone to register it? And if so, what kind of help do you need? Yes, I've already registered my quirk, I nodded. It's just that my quirk turned out to be rather unique. And a retired hero agreed to help me train it. But for that, I need to move to buy an apartment near him. Kyoko frowned, a small crease deepening between her brows. But, Daiki, you don't have that kind of money. How would you even manage that? I leaned slightly forward, layering sincerity into my voice reinforced by deception. Don't worry. This hero decided to believe in me and invest. He provided enough money to buy an apartment. I just need your help with the approval and the paperwork. A minor can't pull that off alone. She stared at me in silence for several long moments, and something very warm, almost maternal, flickered in her gaze. Then she smiled gently, and a little sadly. Oh, my. If that's the case, I'm very happy for you. Of course, I'll help. She placed her hand over mine, warm, dry, slightly rough with age. And, Daiki. I hope everything works out for you. And that you become a wonderful hero. A lump rose in my throat entirely without warning. I swallowed hard. Deception was still active, but right now, I didn't need it. Thank you, Kyoko-san. I definitely will. Next chapter. Chaos Gacha in MHA, Chapter 10 Chapter 10, The First Day at Hero School 1. Chapter 6, A few more stories from the life of a vigilante 3. A little over a week had passed since that major deal, and today is the 10th of March. I turned 15. They say birthdays are a childhood thing, but when you're 24 inside and barely 15 on the outside, the feeling is strange. Nevertheless, the Gacha decided to congratulate me first. Getting up in the afternoon, a blue panel unfurled before my eyes. Congratulations! You have grown a year older. You receive a gold random Gacha ticket. I smirked, stretching luxuriously in bed, feeling the mattress springs give pleasantly under my back. This was a nice gift from the system. For the occasion, I'd even bought a small but appetizing cake with chocolate chips and custard, all for my beloved self. I had to eat breakfast alone, true, but the lioness lounging on the grass in the dojo dimension appreciated the piece of sponge cake I sent her way. But now it's worth recounting what happened over the past week. First, acquiring the apartment took only 2 days. I seriously underestimated the deception ability. It smoothed every step, gently and almost imperceptibly. The manager signed all the papers without a shadow of doubt, the realtor accepted the cash like it was the most routine deal in his career, and the documents were processed so fast it felt like the bureaucracy itself had taken the day off. A 3-room apartment, 60 square meters, with a narrow balcony overlooking a quiet courtyard, was registered in Kaiko-san's name, with an inheritance clause specifically naming me just in case something happened to her. Yes, it sounds ruthless, but losing my first ever personally owned apartment, even in a new world, was not something I wanted. In my previous life, I'd only ever rented. The apartment was in the same Yamanashi prefecture, not far from the orphanage, so as not to sever ties entirely. Soon after, I tested the dojo key. I'd bought a cheap door frame, installed it in an empty room, and turned the elegant key in the air. The warm metal vibrated softly, and a portal wove itself into existence within the frame, a shimmering veil smelling of fresh grass and wood. Stepping through, I found myself in a pocket dimension. Green fields stretching to the horizon, a perfect blue sky with faint wisps of cloud, a quiet garden around a large traditional-style building, and all of it was mine. Inside the dojo, training dummies, weapon racks, showers, towels, fresh uniforms. Food, alas, was not included, and I had to bring electronics from outside, but it was worth it. Crucially, the portal worked flawlessly. If closed from the outside, only the mundane doorframe remained in the real world, and no one could enter. The only way in was to know the dimension's coordinates or possess powerful space manipulation abilities, a near impossibility in this world. The flip side, the inability to escape through the portal during combat required a door frame to function, and it opened for about 5 seconds, making it impossible to use it in the heat of the moment. But as a sanctuary and training ground, it was perfect. The lioness, whom I finally released from my inventory into this space, blissfully raced across the field and then sprawled at the dojo entrance, her whole demeanor saying she was never leaving. Oh, and about Asachi. Now I spend 3, sometimes 4 hours a day with it, if not more. Basic swings, stances, drawing cuts, movement drills. All from internet videos. I did look for a real teacher, but honestly, unless you plan to dedicate several years solely under a mentor, the net is more than enough. Besides, I already have a real teacher, Soritachi itself. I'm not joking. During practice, the sword seems to guide my hand, slightly adjusting the edge, whispering the rhythm. The more I use it, the more naturally it sits in my palm. I finally learned its name, Soritachi, meaning heavenly cleaver, and though Shikai is still a long way off, I've at least started moving toward it. They say sleeping next to the sword helps. False? I don't know, but I honestly lay it beside my futon in the dojo, and my dreams have grown more vivid. The only thing darkening this week was that I'd earned only 2 tickets, 1 bronze, 1 silver. A couple of street punks in a dark alley and a minor drug den, that was the entire haul. It seems heroes occasionally do raid places outside their usual patrols, so competition increased. I'd hoped for more, but alas. All my hopes rested on the accumulated trophies, and today, on my birthday, I finally decided to crack open the whole catch. First, the bronze ticket. With a distinctive clink, a weightless card dropped into my inventory, where it dissolved into lines of text. Clink. Hacker uncommon trait. You have developed an intuition for interacting with technology, bypassing technological and software S&D. Immediately some prickly new knowledge began wriggling in my head: how protocols work, how passwords are cracked, how to bypass firewalls. Nothing concrete, but the general framework was now clear. This isn't bad. For a bronze ticket, it's actually great. But damn it, where's my second ability slot? I need one more ability to unlock it. I exhaled irritably and reached for the silver ticket. Clink. Chidori rare ability. Naruto allows the user to envelop their hands in a powerful, sharp electrical discharge, enhancing piercing and cutting ability, essentially turning their hands into lightning blades. I activated it immediately. A wave of tingling ran from my fingertips to my elbows, and then it felt as though a swarm of angry bees had taken residence in my palms, ready to burst forth at any moment. And right away, a system notification came. Congratulations! The user has acquired 5 abilities. You gain +1 ability slot. Finally! I clenched my fist, and tiny blue sparks jumped between my fingers. An excellent ability. I could swap it with Stone Skin whenever I wanted, piercing offense instead of greater defense. The gacha is delivering well so far, nothing useless. Let's hope it continues. The gold ticket remained the main course. I mentally activated it, feeling a pleasant anticipation. Clink. Shrink uncommon ability. Allows you to shrink by a factor of 20, your strength decreases proportionally to your size, but you can revert to your original state at any time. This limit can be increased through training. If anyone had seen my face at that moment, they'd have sworn I'd just bitten into a whole lemon. The worst pull of the day, and from a gold ticket, no less. Sheer madness. I stared into space, digesting. A shrinking ability. By 20 times. Yes, fun, potentially useful for stealth, but I'd been hoping for a powerful combat upgrade, not for turning into a pocket cockroach I essentially already had. Fine, at least it's a new ability. Onward to the 3rd slot, I philosophized aloud. Even in the bad, one must find the good. Maybe this is karma for that broken key. Done with the tickets, I had a hurried breakfast, let the lioness into the dojo. She immediately started tearing around in circles, happily flicking her tail, and, having changed into training gear, approached the steel dummy. My hand habitually went to my waist, where Soritachi slept in its scabbard. The moment I drew the blade, a familiar weight flowed into my hand. Now it felt almost like an extension of my body. I launched into basic drills, simple swings, stances, drawing cuts, strikes with footwork. No frills, just the fundamentals I'd fished out of the internet for beginners. Finishing the afternoon workout, I slid the blade into its scabbard with a soft click, stored it in my inventory. It obediently vanished, leaving only warmth in my palm, changed back into street clothes, and stepped out of the portal. The door frame behind me faded, leaving only the quiet, empty apartment. I checked the clock. 5 o'clock in the evening. Prime hunting time. Some time later. Several hours of wandering had passed. I'd long since activated the Byakugan and scanned my surroundings out to 300+ meters. The range had increased thanks to constant practice, but the streets seemed deserted. No fights, no suspicious characters, just the occasional pedestrian hurrying about their business. Even my Byakugan, piercing through walls, found nothing criminal. I was starting to get annoyed when, right at the edge of my vision, blurry heat signatures flickered, several figures moving sharply, in tandem, like a brawl. I had to investigate. I slipped hastily into a dark alley behind some dumpsters, shed my clothes, and activated cockroach physique. The familiar heat surged through my body, chitin rustled, the exoskeleton sealed. I immediately layered stone skin on top. Grey plates formed over the chitin, fusing with it and turning me into a walking tank. My mass increased pleasantly, the ground shuddered slightly underfoot. Good. Now, into battle. I dashed toward the fight. In a cramped stone dead end between buildings, a brawl was in full swing. A guy in tight black clothing, concealed from head to toe, was pressing 4 others. He moved sharply, skillfully, clearly experienced, but his opponents were no amateurs. One, standing slightly apart, clutched a huge bag in which money and jewelry could be seen. Thanks to the Byakugan, they'd just robbed a jewelry store, apparently. Without hesitation, I leaped and, using all the weight of my petrified body, smashed the bag-holding thug into the wall. He wheezed briefly and went limp, the bag flying aside and jingling with its contents. Thanks to the narrow alley, he didn't fly far. Economical. 2 other thugs, noticing their friend was down, turned toward me, recognizing a greater threat. I didn't wait, I closed the distance and with 2 simplest strikes almost without aiming sent both into a deep knockout. Such cannon fodder they weren't even worth describing. Meanwhile, the third thug, a massive, grey-furred werewolf, continued pressing the guy in black. And it showed, the guy in black was losing. His fists were coated in a faint, almost translucent lightning, and each precise hit left smoldering singes on the werewolf's fur. But the werewolf was strong, his blows whistled through the air, and one caught the black-clad fighter squarely in the left side. The guy doubled over, nearly collapsed, and now only retreated, defending. I decided not to wait for his injuries to worsen. I launched myself, and mid-air, with a short jab to the face, I toppled the werewolf. He crashed onto his back, raising a cloud of dust, and went still. The guy in black, swaying, raised a residual guard and warily stared at me. I lifted my open palms. Hey, it's okay, I said, trying to make my voice less frightening, difficult, given my appearance. If they were robbers, I'm on your side. I'm a local vigilante. Can I check your wound? He drilled me with his gaze for a couple of seconds. His eyes were dark and, I thought, very tired. Finally, with obvious reluctance, he lowered his hands. Fine. His voice was hoarse, distinctly male. And the way he clutched his left side said more than words about a fracture. I stepped closer and carefully lifted his upper clothing. Just as I thought, a huge dark purple bruise spread over his ribs, and beneath my fingers I felt an unnatural give. Almost certain at least 2 ribs broken. I mentally activated the novice medicine skill immediately. Schematics for splinting and chest fixation for rib fractures flashed through my mind. I looked around, the down thugs had shirts. I quickly tore several strips of fabric from them, picked up a nearby metal pipe, leftover construction debris, probably, and wrapped the strips around it. An improvised splint. Well, hero, I said, applying the splint and securing it tightly with the bandage, you've definitely got a fracture. I'll stabilize it, then you head to the doctor's. Got it? Yes, doc, he replied with faint irony. If you've got the strength to be sarcastic, I should have rescued you later, I grumbled, tying the knot. By the way, if it's not a secret, what happened? He paused, but still decided to share. Nothing special. I saw them robbing a jewelry store and decided to help get the money back. But they were stronger, that's all. No complicated story. Great. I'm done here. Having finished the splint, I straightened up, walked over to one of the knocked-out thugs, picked up a fallen phone from the asphalt, and dialed 110. "Hello, how can I?" the dispatcher began. "Dispatch to this phone's location. 4 robbers and 1 injured. The money's here too." "Ha, you again," sighed the voice on the other end. I hung up, tossed the phone next to the bag, gave the guy in black one last glance, and bolted back to my hidden clothes. When I, now in civilian garb, sat on a nearby rooftop catching my breath, a notification panel danced before my eyes. "Congratulations! You have prevented a robbery and saved a person. You receive a silver random gacha ticket." I smiled, watching a new silver rectangle fall into my inventory. Turns out, it was a happy birthday after all. Name, Daiki. Abilities, 2 have stone skin, cockroach physique. Deception, sharpshooter, Chidori, shrink. Traits, Hyaga, water resistance, hacker. Skills, novice medicine. Familiars, lion. Items, witch's rejuvenation potion, Asachi, dojo key. Curses, Lil, 1/2. Chapter 7, The UA Entrance Exam 1. Nearly a month. 29 days I spent in the skin of a vigilante, where dark alleys became hunting trails and the night streets my second home. I saved old women, prostitutes, people simply walking home from work, anyone unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was waiting for something big. Hoping to battle a supervillain, rescue a heroine from the original manga, or at least come face to face with a pro-hero. Nothing. The most interesting event remained that meeting with the mafia boss to sell the pills. Everything else blurred into a string of identical brawls, street punks, thugs, drug dealers, junkies. Oh, and the police started hunting me. Sometime after helping that guy at the jewelry store, they seriously got on my trail. But they never had a chance. Even when I only used the cockroach transformation, I spotted unwanted guests far too quickly. With the Byakugan, hope was non-existent. To catch me, they'd need a hero at least from the top 10, and the local police obviously lacked those resources. Well, that's not my problem. I sat on the edge of my futon in the dojo, absently scratching the lioness behind her ear. She squinted blissfully and rumbled, filling the silence with a low, vibrating hum. "Ah, too bad I won't be able to use the cockroach transformation for a long time," I muttered aloud. The reasons are obvious. If I activate it even once on the street, I'll be tossed straight into jail for vigilantism and unauthorized quirk use. At least stone skin isn't visibly noticeable, otherwise I'd be left completely without defense. Well, time to get to the good stuff. Over the course of my justice, I managed to obtain a total of 8 silver and 4 bronze tickets. 4 silver and 2 bronze had already been used previously, netting me a few useful items. That left exactly 6 tickets in my inventory, 4 silver and 2 bronze. One of those silver tickets had appeared in the previous chapter, for saving the guy in black. Time to reap the fruits of my hard labor. Time to roll. I mentally reached into my inventory and activated the first ticket. Clink. A dull bronze card materialized in the air before me, then dissolved instantly, absorbing into the inventory. The description appeared. Rust Inducement Common Ability. Allows you to induce metal corrosion through physical contact. What? A severely weakened version of Shigeriki's ability. No way. But seriously, complete garbage. Destroying metal by touch might be amusing, but its practical use is near zero. Then again, what else can you expect from a bronze ticket? Moving on. Clink. Clergy robes. Common item. White and black clerical vestments, a symbol of faith and piety. When worn, grant minor protection against darkness, curses, and negative energy. The fabric itself is also very durable. Another bronze trinket. I pulled the set out of the inventory to examine it. Sturdy fabric, even pleasant to the touch, but still useless. Unless I ever need to disguise myself as a priest. Next. On to the silver tickets. Clink. Project Image Common Ability. Allows you to create two-dimensional planes that display images or play videos you can accurately recall or imagine. The created planes are immobile and have the durability of 1 centimeter of untempered glass. Why am I pulling such garbage? Is this really a silver ticket? Am I being scammed? I stared at the description with an expression as if it had personally insulted me. Ha! How awful! I exhaled into the dojo's emptiness. The lioness snorted sympathetically. Next. Clink. Enhanced Stamina Uncommon Trait. You possess incredibly high endurance, always relative to your current state, thus, if you were a human with incredible endurance and became a dragon, you would become a dragon with incredible endurance. I immediately activated the trait. A wave of vigor swept through my body, not sharp, but deep, as if a second wind had opened inside me. My muscles filled with calm, confident power. This wouldn't just boost my energy and extend my cockroach transformation time, it would also enhance my Byakugan's range and overall survivability. A very, very useful trait. Finally, something worthwhile. Clink. Thalazine Uncommon Item. A package of the prescription drug thalazine. One package contains 8 pills of each type, which chemically induce the corresponding emotions regardless of the biological characteristics of the person taking them. Commonly induced emotions include anger, sorrow, happiness, fear, relief, hope, disappointment, pride, lust, and others. Restock timer, 24 hours. I checked my inventory, a neat package of pills now set the re-drugs. Just what I needed in my inventory, more narcotics. Excellent. Marvelous. Moving on before I start laughing out loud. Clink. Ice Creation Rare Ability. Allows you to create ice, but not control it. You can still form ice walls, shoot spikes, create ice weapons, etc., but you have no telekinetic control over the created ice. Am I a budget Todoroki? Actually, no, in ice creation, I might be stronger than him. He generates ice from within his own body, whereas I create it directly from the air using energy. I won't have his hypothermia problem. Best ability of the day, simply magnificent. My fingers instinctively chilled as I imagined ice spikes launching from my palms. If every day brings rewards like this, I'm in. On this encouraging note, the system decided to remind me of itself rather solemnly. A large blue panel unfurled before my eyes. Quest complete. Quest Ode to a Vigilante. Description: 1 month remained until the UA entrance exam, and the best preparation is real experience. Become a vigilante and hunt criminals for a month. Reward: for apprehending criminals, you have been guaranteed to receive Gacha tickets. Unlocking new quest. And immediately after. Congratulations! You have unlocked a new quest. Quest Be the First. Description: during the UA entrance exam, achieve the best results in the practical test. Show the power of the Gacha. Reward: first place in the practical test platinum ticket, second place gold ticket, third place silver ticket. Yes/no. Honestly, this was expected. How could the system miss such an event without showing off? But what a reward! A platinum ticket. My mouth went dry just looking at the word. If I can get it, I'll be able to obliterate most villains. Licking my lips, I quickly pressed yes. It's good I wasn't idle this month. Thanks to the hacker trait, I'd downloaded a program that suppressed my phone's location tracking, and during downtime between hunting criminals, I studied diligently. The quest doesn't require the theoretical exam, but to be safe, refreshing my knowledge was wise. I can almost feel the powerful ability that will drop after my victory. I need to prepare well. Fortunately, I submitted my application for the test long ago. The next day. I finished my so-called patrols yesterday and returned much earlier than usual. I still need to travel to another prefecture. A wild thought flashed, should I just run there in cockroach form? But no, I still have my wits about me, I'm not a complete idiot yet. So I'll just take the subway. Luckily, it's good and convenient here. Arriving in Shizuoka, I found a small but tidy hotel and booked a room for an extended stay. The room is tiny, but with the dojo key, I don't need anything bigger. God, it feels good to have a portable private sanctuary. After locating the UA entrance exam date and time 9 a.m., April 1st, I fully prepared. I opened the portal to the dojo, fed the lioness, she contentedly sniffed her bowl of meat, and ate dinner myself. Then I slotted ice creation and stone skin into my ability slots, retrieved Soritachi and laid it beside my futon. It warmed in my fingers as usual, as if also anticipating tomorrow. I am completely ready. Exam morning. Woke at 8. Ate quickly, fed the lioness, got dressed, and left the hotel at 8:30. I wore simple clothes, sweatpants, a light shirt, sneakers. Soritachi hung at my belt in its scabbard. Good thing I'd looked it up beforehand, you can carry bladed weapons if they're tied to your quirk. How convenient that I have such a multifunctional quirk. A wicked grin spread across my face. Deciding to warm up, I jogged lightly toward UA. And there it is, right before me. UA's main building is something else entirely. A massive technological structure, 4 skyscrapers linked by sky bridges, glass and steel gleaming in the morning light. Even among fantasy academies from anime, UA looks impressive. If I want to study here and be the strongest, I'll have to seriously work for it. After all, almost all my combat power was built on the cockroach physique. The other abilities played only a supporting role. I hope that after this exam, I'll find a new primary ability. I hope so, I murmured to myself, glancing around. Seems I arrived a bit late. None of the main characters are visible nearby. Funny, I've been out of the plot for so long I've almost forgotten what it's like being inside events. Well, no matter. Pulling out my phone, I quickly found my assigned classroom, Class 3D, Seat 12. Alright, off to the theoretical exam. 2.5 hours later. Quite a few time skips in this chapter. Hope that doesn't become a habit. Oh, right, ahem. Honestly, apart from the most advanced questions for nerds, everything else was simple. This is, after all, an exam for 15-year-olds, not for fossils like me on the inside. The era changed, but quirks didn't cause education to leap forward drastically. Having reviewed everything beforehand, I probably did pretty well, not on the level of Momo with her elite education or Todoroki, who trained for this his entire life, but still decent. Now everyone is being gathered into the main auditorium. This is where my first truly iconic scene will happen. The hall was enormous, with rows of seats rising in an amphitheater. The hum of hundreds of voices hung beneath the ceiling. I took an empty seat and scanned the crowd, picking out familiar faces. There was Izuku, nervously twisting a lock of hair. Next to him, Bakugo radiated irritation. A little farther away, Ida, tense as a bowstring. This is going to be fun to witness in reality. A few minutes later, Present Mike appeared on stage. His voice slammed into our ears without any microphone. Welcome one and all to my live performance. Come on, everybody say hey. The hall responded with dead silence. I barely held back a laugh. Good thing my sense of humor has a high threshold. I've got shivers down my spine, listeners. Mike was unfazed. All right, examinees. I'm about to tell you everything that's going to happen in the exam. Are you ready? Silence. Yeah. He yelled for himself. My God, this is better than any stand-up comedy. They should pay him just for this. Now pay attention, listeners. We'll test your courage with a 10-minute run through a precisely recreated urban environment. Villains will be scattered across the field like in a game, and each one is worth a set number of points. There are 3 types, 1 to 3 points, where 1 is the weakest and 3 is the strongest. Is that clear? Then Ida Yue's chief bureaucratic robot stood up. Excuse me. His voice echoed across the hall. The handout mentions 4 types of opponents. Such an oversight from the prestigious UA Academy looks very bad. We're all trying to enter here because we believe you'll help us become true model heroes. Such a blunder seriously damages that impression. Suddenly, he turned to the green-haired boy behind him. And on top of that, what's wrong with you, Curly? Could you keep it down? You're not the only one here. UA is not just for fun, and if you don't understand that, you don't belong here. Sorry, came a tiny squeak from the mocked Izuku. Do I feel like intervening? Not particularly. To me, this looks like expensive entertainment, only free. Why didn't I start interacting with the plot earlier? Oh, right. The quest. It genuinely was more important. All right. Mike waved his hands. Thanks for the segue, examinee number 711. The 4th type of villain you'll face is worth 0 points. He's like an obstacle from Super Mario Bros. A so-called arena trap. His job is to clear the field at the end. Thank you very much. I apologize for my rudeness. Ida declared with a deep bow. All right, I'm done here. And you're probably tired of waiting too. Time to move on to the test. Plus Ultra. We were led to waiting rooms, then distributed among city replicas. I drew City E. Passing through the gate, I found myself at the edge of a miniature metropolis. Concrete, glass, street lamps, everything looked like a real city block, just deserted. I whistled softly. Honestly, it's insane how much money is poured into this exam. Though, when you have free cement in the form of Cementos, I guess you can afford such sets. Examinees clustered near the starting line. Some were breathing nervously, others chattering. Wow, UA is so huge. I wonder how much this all cost? No kidding, it's unbelievable. I can win, my quirk is strong. Phew, calm down, just a little more. I, on the other hand, stood silently, drew the scabbard with Soritachi from my belt, and concentrated. The blade warmed habitually in my palm. I closed my eyes for a moment, steadied my breathing. And start. The siren wailed. I opened my eyes, activating the Byakugan. The veins around my eyes flooded with heat, and the world unfolded into a spherical panorama. Thanks to training and the new endurance trait, my vision now covered most of the city, all the dark corners, lurking robots, scrambling applicants. I immediately pinpointed the nearest target, a 2-pointer robot, bulky, angular, with burning red sensors rolling heavily toward me, its metal joints clanking. Target acquired. Terminate, it rasped in a mechanical voice. I smiled. It's time. My palm gripped Soritachi's hilt, the blade left its scabbard with a whisper. Excitement surged in my chest. I fell into a stance, feeling energy flood my muscles. Dissect it, Soritachi. Author's note, ha ha ha, here's your first cliffhanger. I hope you enjoyed the first chapter of interaction with the original plot. And yes, Shikai. Ooh, you're gonna love it. And finally, the platinum ticket drop has been decided. Yes, I tweaked this a little, but even so, I didn't fully choose it myself. I took 5 good options and spun the wheel of fortune. After all, the very first platinum ticket has to be good. Write reviews. 1. Frozen Heart. 2. Ferrokinesis. 3. Portal. 4. Dropped Out. 5. Pocket Dimension. Chapter 8, The UA Entrance Exam 2. Write reviews. Dissect it, Soritachi. The words spilled from my lips, and in that same instant, the blade in my hand came alive. From a modest katana, it began to change at once, flooding my palm with a hot pulse. The blade lengthened by 10 centimeters, yet grew noticeably narrower, like a predatory ray of moonlight sharpened to an impossible edge. The metal steeped into a coal black that drank the light, while a hair-thin silver thread ran along its edge. The guard bloomed gold, soft but vivid, like an ancient ornament lifted from the depths of time. The hilt wrapped itself in crimson silk, the color of fresh blood. Soritachi was no longer merely a katana, it now looked like a weapon out of legend. But it wasn't only the sword that transformed. Lines suddenly appeared on the robot before me, 5 thin, faintly glowing crimson cracks running across its metal body in seemingly random places. One crossed the knee joint, another ringed the base of its head, a third slanted across its chest plate. These were the vulnerabilities, the unique power of my Shikai. Soritaka's strength is not like the arsenal of a typical Zanpakuto. I have no collection of techniques, no destructive waves or illusions. Even Shikai grants the blade only heightened sharpness and durability, but with it comes its true essence awakening. After release, everyone I consider an enemy gains vulnerabilities. Their placement is never random, they perfectly align with my blade's attack trajectories, revealing the shortest path to destruction. The closer my strike lands to those lines, the more devastating the blow, turning any armor into a useless shell. Why most defenses and not all? Honestly, I don't know how this ability would react to something like Gojo's infinity or magical barriers. I have no way to test it yet. The only downside is the energy consumption. With stone skin alone, Shikai lasts about an hour, paired with the cockroach transformation, maybe half an hour at best. But right now, against these soulless machines, for a mere 10 minutes of the exam, I am a goddamn butcher. I lunged at the first robot, closing the distance with hurricane speed. One swing and the blade passed through its legs like butter. The metal limb slid apart, the robot slumped with a grinding screech. Structural integrity compromise, it started, but never finished. A flick. The head, sensors still glowing, spun away and clattered across the asphalt. That's how effective my sword is against these tin cans. +2. I redirected energy to my legs, muscles coiling to their limit, and my body launched forward as if fired from a catapult. 2 seconds later, I was already beside the second target, another 2-pointer, this one on a tracked base, armed with auto turrets. The blade rose and fell, severing its lower half from the chassis. The turrets twitched helplessly and died. I didn't pause. +2. The 3-pointer looked different, a genuine humanoid tank with massive shield-like shoulders and a tiny head perched atop its bulky frame. The head was its weakness, the vulnerability line ran precisely along the base of its neck. 2 bounds and I stood on its shoulders, balancing on cold metal. One clean slice and the head tumbled down in a shower of sparks. The tank shuddered, coasted a couple more meters by inertia, and stilled. +3. Pushing off the falling carcass, I leaped onward, careful not to get caught in the crossfire of other applicants' quirks. Explosions thundered to my left while energy discharges crackled to my right. I paid them no mind. The nearest target, a humble 1-point robot, resembling a hybrid between a motorcycle and a dumpster, 1 large wheel and 2 clumsy arms with blunted chainsaws. With its size and power, it hardly needed them. I accelerated and slipped right under its sweeping strike, slicing the machine in half lengthwise. Its innards sprayed sparks and grease. +1. Spinning sharply, I threw up my free hand. My fingers chilled as a wall of ice erupted from the air before me, thick, veined with frosted white. Just in time, a steel net fired by a distant 3-pointer clashed against it with a deafening clang and snared uselessly. I raised Soritachi, channeling energy into both the blade and the ice, forging them into an improvised skill. Ice severance. A swing. From the blade, a crescent of ice tore free sharp, dazzling, and screamed through the air. It struck the robot like a knife through paper, passed clean through, and bit into the building facade behind it, leaving a deep, melted furrow in the concrete. Both robot and wall were split in two. Powerful. And incredibly convenient. +3. I used the wreckage of fallen machines as stepping stones and scaled the roof of the nearest 3-story building. From here, I commanded an excellent view of my sector. A flash of the blade and another robot lost a manipulator. +1. Ice severance. 2 robots that had drifted too close together were bisected with a single attack. +2, +2. Standing at this height, I decided to try something new. Raising both hands toward the sky, I focused and imagined the shape of an unawakened Asachi, a simple, unadorned blade. In the air above me, dozens of ice replicas began to materialize, long, tapered, coldly glinting. I gave the mental command. Ice blades. They plummeted. Each sword found its mark, punching through robot chassis, piercing sensors and motors alike. Machines across my sector were simply swept away. The roar echoed across the entire testing ground. I hope I looked damn cool on the observation room's screens. +3, +1, +3, +2, +2, +1, +2, +1, +3, +3. Simply swept away. Satisfied, I stomped and launched myself into the neighboring district to stage another massacre. +31 points. Even as I fought, I practiced raising ice walls on the fly, not for myself, but to aid others. Each wall erupted either to stall a robot winding up on a fleeing applicant or to shield someone who couldn't evade in time. I tried not to poach anyone's targets, but sometimes my intervention kept someone from getting hurt. Then the ground beneath my feet gave a faint, deep tremor. I halted, listening with my whole body. The vibration swelled, a low, subterranean rumble rising from beneath the asphalt. And then I saw it. The 0-pointer. Point of view. Observation room. Ha ha. Looks like our examinees are doing pretty well. What do you think, Aizawa? Present Mike slapped the table and turned to the man beside him, who looked like he hadn't slept properly since birth. Shota Aizawa, wrapped in his shapeless grey scarf, slid his gaze lazily across the screens. His eyes were heavy with chronic exhaustion, but his attention latched onto every detail. Some of them have potential, he replied in a monotone. For example, that ice guy with the sword. Or the redhead with the hardening quirk. Then there are those who belong not in a hero school but in juvenile corrections, who even screams die before an attack. And what about you, Director? Anyone catch your eye? Mike persisted. He. The creature that was neither mouse nor bear, seated in its chair, raised a tiny paw to hover directly over a large red button. It seems we'll find out soon enough. The giant beside them, All Might in his heroic form, was conspicuously avoiding looking at one particular screen, his enormous hands clenched into fists. Come on, Izuku. I believe in you. You can do this. On the screen, a green-haired boy was frantically searching for an opponent. Boom. Nizu pressed the button. A wave of static rippled across every monitor, and then they emerged, smashing through hidden partitions and onto the testing grounds. Enormous robots, each rivaling a 5-story building. Their red eyes flared to life, promising nothing good for the candidates. Metal arms swept into motion, crushing adjacent structures like cardboard boxes. The noise must have been deafening. Watching this, Nizu burst into maniacal laughter. Yes, yes. Show these children their place. Show them they can do nothing in the face of such danger. Let them cry and call for their mommy. Muahaha. Director, Midnight, who had been silent until now, turned to him with a scolding sigh. Please calm yourself. You're having one of your episodes again. Ahem, my apologies for the outburst, thank you, Nemuri. Nizu instantly reverted to his genial tone, as though he hadn't just delivered a villain's monologue seconds ago. Shall we continue watching? Yes, came the weary chorus from everyone else. Look. Midnight suddenly pointed at one screen, her voice slicing through the quiet. The monitor showed a girl trapped in debris, struggling helplessly, while the zero-pointer, enormous and unstoppable, trundled directly toward her, grinding asphalt beneath its treads. "Looks like we need to adjust its trajectory," Nizu muttered, reaching for his keyboard. "No, look!" Midnight shouted. On the screen, a boy, the very green-haired one All Might had been secretly watching, was sprinting toward the robot with everything his body could give. Most of the teachers held their breath. Nizu's paw froze over the shutdown button. And then the boy leaped. Detroit! Smash! His fist met the robot's head, and it simply burst apart, scattering shrapnel across the artificial street. The boy began plummeting toward the ground. "Ha ha ha! Now that is true heroic resolve!" All Might roared. "Oh my god! What romantic drama!" Midnight squealed, pressing her hands to her cheeks. "Another contender," came Aizawa's calm voice. Everyone turned. He was staring, unblinking, at a screen from an adjacent site. There, a different boy stood frozen before an enormous robot, his sword raised. Ice was building rapidly on the blade, layer upon layer, forming a colossal edge, a gleaming blue blade almost the size of the robot itself. The boy crouched, his leg muscles taut to the breaking point. "Cleave!" He stomped, launching his body forward, and the blade arced down. The ice colossus detached from the sword and slammed into the robot, horizontally bisecting it. The upper half crashed to the ground in a deafening roar. "Ha, looks like we've found our second top contender for Class 1A, someone among the teachers concluded. Point of view. Daiki. Looking at the fruits of my labor, I can only marvel at how well ice creation suits me. I'd thought that, if necessary, I'd break the robots apart piece by piece, but it seems the Gacha is smiling on me today, though I've conveniently forgotten that everything besides ice creation and enhanced endurance today was junk. I hope the platinum ticket will make me just as happy. For now, better snag a few more robots before time runs out. +3. +1. +2. Time's up, examinees." A prolonged wail of sirens echoed over the testing grounds. I straightened and sheathed Soritachi. The sword obediently returned to its base form, the black blade dulled, the golden guard dimmed, the crimson silk settled. So it's over. A pity. I enjoyed fighting robots. The next big battle won't happen until the USJ, and there I won't get to swing my blade around as freely. Well, maybe the Nomo will make a good punching bag, I murmured to myself and smiled at the thought. A week later. Right now, I'm turning an envelope over in my hands, the one delivered to my hotel this morning. The concierge handed it to me with a polite bow, and for several minutes I just stood there, hesitating to break the thick paper seal. Well, I hope there's good news inside. I tear it open, a small recording device falls out, and above it, a hologram flickers to life. A large white mouse, or is it a bear? A dog? Who can even tell, regards me with beady, intelligent eyes and begins to speak. "Greetings, Daiki-kun. I am pleased to congratulate you, you performed excellently on the theoretical exam and superbly on the practical. We are delighted to welcome you to UA Plus Ultra. Oh, yes, your practical exam results will now be displayed. You may look them over." A table appears in the hologram. Exam results, villain points/rescue points. Daiki Kaneko 74/15. Katsuki Bakugo 77/0. Eijiro Kirishima 39/35. Okako Uraraka 28/45. Ibara Shiozaka 36/32. Itsuka Kendo 25/45. Tinya Ida 52/9. Izuku Midoriya 0/60. Tetsu 49/10. Fumi Kage Tokoyami 47/10. First place. Nice, I murmured to myself, feeling the corners of my lips curl upward. And in that same second, a system panel blazed before my eyes. Quest complete. Quest be the first. Description: during the UA entrance exam, achieve the best results in the practical test. Show the power of the Gacha. Reward: first place in the practical test platinum ticket, second place gold ticket, third place silver ticket. You have received a platinum ticket. A card dropped into my inventory and it was magnificent. The platinum sheen shimmered in the imagined space like liquid light. I swallowed, my heart pounding faster. Open it, I commanded, mentally activating the ticket. Clink. The description materialized in the air, and I stared at it, momentarily unable to process what I was reading. Hybrid Ghoul Physiology Epic Ability. Tokyo Ghoul allows the user to transform themselves into a hybrid ghoul. They are much stronger than the average ghoul with none of the weaknesses. As a hybrid ghoul, your physical attributes are massively amplified, including a very powerful regeneration factor alongside a random Kagun. You also do not need to consume human flesh to survive but get the benefits you would otherwise get for consuming it. What the fuck? Author's note: oh yes, ghoul. Swapped one thing for another. Now I'll have to dig up exact physical characteristics for a ghoul and figure out their abilities, but hey, it's going to be fun. Chapter 9: A Fun Time Existing as a Ghoul, a rewritten version of the chapter. The rewritten chapter. Hybrid Ghoul Physiology Epic Ability. Tokyo Ghoul allows the user to transform themselves into a hybrid ghoul. They are much stronger than the average ghoul with none of the weaknesses. As a hybrid ghoul, your physical attributes are massively amplified, including a very powerful regeneration factor alongside a random Kagun. You also do not need to consume human flesh to survive but get the benefits you would otherwise get for consuming it. And then, appended. Congratulations! The user has acquired 10 abilities. You gain +1 ability slot. I stared blankly at the text. 1 second. Another. My brain refused to assemble the letters into coherent meaning. Fuck. 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 My voice tore through the dojo's silence, echoing off the wooden walls. What the hell is human flesh? What's a hybrid ghoul and a Kagun? Is this from that anime with the Asha Hideo opening? God fucking damn it, I asked the Gacha for a strong ability, not to turn me into a goddamn cannibal. I paced the room, measuring the space from my futon to the portal threshold. What a mess, I hissed through clenched teeth, stopping and running my fingers through my hair. All right. Let's calm down a bit. They're not forcing me to eat people. It says right there, I don't need to. Right. And then a little further down, I still get the benefits as if I did. What kind of temptation for the mentally deficient is that? Who in their right mind would devour human flesh? Right, Soritachi? I asked, the sword resting on its stand. The blade heated up for a moment, sending a soft pulse of warmth into my palm as if replying. Looks like I've already lost my mind, talking to my sword and having it talk back. But I will not eat human flesh. Period. Gotcha. How am I even supposed to realize this ability's potential if I'm definitely not eating people? The system didn't answer immediately, but when it did, I nearly groaned aloud. You may use your Kagun, gained during transformation, to absorb human blood and flesh. You may also obtain a Kakuja upon consuming an adequate number of humans. What the fuck? Why are you pushing me to become a cannibal? Can I exchange this ability? The ability cannot be exchanged, but you may request a recalibration to reassess the ability's power. I halted, breathing hard. Recalibration? Reassessment? It sounded like mockery, but the system offered no other options. Then do it. I don't want to be a cannibal. Seconds dragged by. A progress indicator appeared in the corner of my vision. Recalibrating ability 1%, 50, 100%. The power of the ability Hybrid Ghoul Physiology has been altered. Ability type changed to trait. The user also gains 2 Kagun types to be chosen, thanks to the recalibration, and the benefits from blood consumption have been enhanced and adjusted. Author's note: as much as I'd love to leave the ability in its original form and not tweak it with a file, in my personal world building a cockroach's physique wins out. Sure, ghouls have powerful regeneration, but in everything else? They're literally weaker. Did you even know that a cockroach has excellent dynamic vision? It's a master at spotting anything moving, which is one of the things that lets it slip away from people so easily. And did you know that in cockroach form it can run at around 300 km per hour or more, and even at that speed it can maneuver better than a person walking, which is just insane. They have a crap ton of resistances, and it can lift weight greater than its own body, roughly on par with your average ant. And why the hell would a cockroach even need regeneration like that when it can withstand a load 900 times its own body weight? Can a ghoul pull off feats like that? The cockroach's speed alone is enough to make anyone jealous. I froze, rereading the message once, twice, 3 times. Trait? Instead of an ability? 2 Kagun to choose? And the benefits enhanced? And what the hell does adjusted mean? Yeah, 2 Kagun types, thanks a lot. What the fuck? Why the fuck were the benefits enhanced? Are you insane? And what does adjusted mean? My voice cracked into a hoarse rasp. The lioness behind me snorted quietly, as if she too appreciated the irony. The system didn't need to be asked twice. This time it delivered a detailed explanation, and with every word my insides twisted tighter. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, ordinary humans' blood did not contain many RC cells, which allowed ghouls to grow stronger. In the absence of such a method of strengthening, you will instead absorb the quirk factor from a person's body. The stronger the quirk and the person whose blood and flesh you absorb, the more power you will gain from consuming them, as well as minor resistance to their quirk type. I stood rooted to the spot, digesting this. Absorbing quirk factors. Resistance. Power proportional to the victim's strength. This isn't just eating. This is stealing through blood and flesh. Slowly, with effort, I swallowed and whispered. So if I use my Kagun to absorb the blood and flesh of a Nomu, I'll get a serious boost, is that right? And what kind of boost? Temporary, permanent? Wait, what about my third slot? Instead of answering, the system bombarded me with a hail of notifications that made my head spin. Congratulations! Due to your actions, the ability has been changed to a trait. You have received a silver ability ticket. Congratulations! You have lost your 10th ability. 1 ability slot. Just like that, -1 slot. My eye genuinely twitched. Is this some kind of joke? You're patching yourself on the fly? And what's the point of taking away a slot if I'm about to get it right back? The panel flickered and delivered only. I exhaled loudly, feeling the exhaustion from this emotional roller coaster settle on my shoulders like a lead weight. Fine. All right. You goddamn bucket of bolts, I'll play by your rules, but someday I'll make you pay for this. Fine, let's play by your rules. Mentally activating the silver ticket, I squeezed my eyes shut and immediately heard the familiar clink. A new card dropped into my inventory. Clink. Phantom Claw rare ability. Extraordinary allows you to create an enormous, demonic-looking clawed hand above your own. This hand possesses superhuman strength and grip, sufficient to crush steel and lift a car with ordinary force. It can also slightly extend and increase in size. Damage taken by this hand is reflected on your real hand. Congratulations! The user has acquired 10 abilities. You gain +1 ability slot. Interesting. What would happen if I combined this with ice creation and ghoul physiology? Probably a pretty strong combo. Looks like I've already resigned myself to existing as a ghoul. Though humans are adaptable, you can get used to anything. I gave a bitter chuckle at myself. Before I could catch my breath, the system spoke up again. Would you like to receive information about ghouls from the original world of Tokyo Ghoul? Give it to me already. And in that same instant, a torrent of data poured into my consciousness. The world of Tokyo Ghoul turned out even darker than I could have imagined: endless hunger, madness, a hierarchy of predators, underground massacres. I was almost glad I hadn't ended up there, but in the far more developed world of MHA instead. Sure, there are plenty of disasters here too, but I didn't spot any human eating across the first couple of seasons. The information sorted itself into neat categories. 4 Kagun types. Yokaku emerges from the shoulder. Suited for short-term long-range skirmishes, rather fragile. Kaukaku released from the shoulder blade area. Pure close combat, the most durable armor, no range whatsoever. Rinkaku appears from the lower back. Attacks at close to mid-range, provides additional regeneration, but is very fragile. Baikaku emerges near the tailbone. The most balanced type, decent at everything with no obvious flaws or advantages. I rubbed my chin, mentally running through the options. The original protagonist had a Rinkaku and, as I understood it, became the strongest with it. That's my first pick. The second either Kaukaku or Baikaku, both for defense. But Kaukaku is armor capable of blocking almost any blow at close range. The choice was obvious. I choose Rinkaku and Kaukaku Kagun, I said aloud, and the trait in my inventory flared crimson. In that very moment, my body began to change. First, a light tingling ran across my skin, painless, even pleasant, like 1,000 tiny bubbles. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. After about 10 seconds, the tingling grew into something else, not the kind of agony a Chinese protagonist endures during cultivation. No, it felt like being pricked by needles from all sides simultaneously. I gritted my teeth but didn't scream. 20 seconds and it was over. When I opened my eyes, the world had shifted slightly. I stepped up to an ice mirror created on the spot for just this check and examined myself. My body had stretched. I'd grown taller by about 10 centimeters, going from a pathetic 150 to a more or less decent 160. My black hair had thickened, as if soaked in ink, its shade deeper and more saturated. And my gold and white eyes, the ones inherited from the Hyuga bloodline, now shone brighter, as if an internal light had been lit inside them. The iris color, however, remained UNC. Hanged, still gold with white flecks. But the main thing was inside. I could feel the Kagun not as foreign appendages, but as 2 extra arms peacefully dozing beneath my skin. I didn't need to consciously control them, they simply were, a part of me. Yet the moment I thought of them, they responded. I decided to step into the combat form. Something softly unfurled near my lower back and slid outward. 4 long tails of dark crimson, glistening flesh, with sharp segments, materialized behind my back and swayed gently, obeying my thoughts. Rinkaku. Simultaneously, a viscous, molten metal-like substance spilled from my shoulder blades, coiled around my arms, and hardened into dense, matte gauntlets the color of dried blood. Kaukaku. I slowly rotated my hands, clenching and unclenching my fists. The armor was snug, not restricting my movements. The tails behind me moved as naturally as my fingers. Not bad. Yet I caught myself comparing again. I liked my cockroach armor better. At least that made me a normal height, I grumbled, glancing into the mirror. In the cockroach form, I shot up to about 180 and looked like a genuine chitinous tank. Here small again, albeit with tails. I peered at my reflection once more. My eyes hadn't changed color, hadn't turned red like a classic ghoul's. Was that because of the Hyuga blood and the Byakugan, or because I genuinely lacked the weaknesses of an ordinary ghoul? An interesting question. Well, I'll find out later. For now, I'd better schedule some tests tomorrow. Find out what a ghoul with a phantom claw, ice, and a sword is really capable of. Looks like the fun is just beginning. Trait, Hybrid Ghoul Physiology, 5.7. Tokyo Ghoul turns into a hybrid ghoul that is much stronger than an ordinary ghoul and devoid of its weaknesses. As a hybrid ghoul, their physical characteristics are significantly enhanced, including a very powerful regeneration factor, as well as 2 random Kagun. In addition, they do not need to consume human flesh to survive, but they receive the benefits they would get from consuming it. Author's note: well, here is the rewritten chapter, and I ultimately made the executive decision to turn the trait into an ability after all. And by the way, if anyone was confused why the trait mentioned random Kagun but he got to choose them, that's a bonus for the recalibration. And honestly, I could always just write that this was what I rolled, proving otherwise would be far harder than Gacha. I'll also drop a link to the original version of the chapter in the comments, if I can, for anyone interested. The first rays of sunlight slipped through a gap in the curtains and brushed my face with a warm stripe. I opened my eyes, feeling a light, almost unnatural alertness. I'd only slept 5 hours, but thanks to my new strength, fatigue had receded somewhere to the back of my mind. Good thing I don't have a ghoul's weaknesses, and I can even eat normal food without trouble, flashed the thought as I rose from the futon. According to the knowledge the Gacha had dumped into me, an ordinary ghoul can only feed on human flesh and coffee. Why coffee specifically was never explained, but all other food is either tasteless or outright revolting to them. That kind of existence would be nothing short of torture. I, on the other hand, was used to normal street food and the kind of hot meals I used to cook back in my bachelor life in the previous world. Losing the ability to enjoy flavors? No, thank you. I quickly threw together a breakfast: scrambled eggs with chopped vegetables and meat, a crispy piece of toast, a glass of water. The lioness sprawled near the entrance watched me with a lazy stare and promptly went back to sleep. Bolting down the meal, I checked the clock and headed to the dojo's training hall. An hour-long warm-up with Zoritachi had already become a ritual. I still have some misgivings about consuming blood, even through the Kagun, I mused aloud while performing smooth practice swings. The blade whistled habitually through the air, leaving a faint silver trail behind it. Given how squeaky clean this hero society is, people with dark quirks like this probably have a tough time. Though, when you think about it, the gap between manipulating blood to empower yourself and generating high-yield explosives or acid isn't really that wide. Blood, in that sense, is even less dangerous. Probably. I'm sure it'll be fine. His training lasted until 8 o'clock, and after putting on his school uniform, he jogged to his first class at 9. Last time, it took him 30 minutes to reach UA, but this time it took no more than 10 minutes, and his acceleration was incredible. He went from being a trained individual to a super soldier. Next time I'll just extend my training time, I thought, slowing to a walk at the academy gates. Otherwise it's pointless to arrive this early. The more I train, the sooner I'll unlock Bankai. Every minute counts. I had arrived a good 25 minutes early and, upon entering the building, immediately felt its sheer scale. UA's hallways were wide, bright, with high ceilings and enormous windows through which the soft morning sunlight poured. It smelled of fresh paint and some kind of cleaning agents. The school seemed to have been groomed to welcome its new students. Finding the door marked 1A, I slipped in silently. The classroom was already half full, and I spotted familiar faces at once. Bakugo, naturally, had already begun asserting his dominance. He sat with his feet propped on the desk, lazily nibbling on some stick, his entire demeanor screaming that the local rules meant nothing to him. Ida, UA's chief bureaucratic robot, had already swooped in and was scolding him for his behavior. Hey, why exactly are your legs on the desk? You are in a prestigious high school. This is unacceptable conduct for a future hero. Ida rattled off, gesturing animatedly. His voice was soaked in righteous indignation. Ha! And who the hell are you? Bakugo didn't even turn his head, but the threat in his tone was unmistakable. Ahem, my name is Tinya Ida, I attended some private academy. And you are? Oh, so you're one of those rich brats who can't even wipe their own ass without help, huh? What? How can you even say something like that? We are future heroes, role models for the people. Ito was practically choking on such rudeness, his glasses nearly fogged up. At that moment, the main protagonist himself, Izuku Midoriya, walked into the classroom. He froze at the threshold, nervously fiddling with his backpack strap, and Ida instantly switched targets. Hello. I'm Tenya Ida from Sume. Oh, yes, heard. My name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, Izuku stammered with a slight bow. Midoriya, Ida paused, then bent into a deep bow. I apologize to you. I was genuinely foolish. You were the one who truly grasped the real essence of that exam. And though I hate to admit it, you were better. I watched this scene, leaning lazily against the wall. It seemed I had interacted with canon so insignificantly that even the dialogue remained unchanged. The only difference was that Bakugo looked even more enraged than in the original. Could it be that not placing first in the exam still had him seething? I turned my head and caught his stare. Bakugo wasn't glaring at Izuku, as he was supposed to. He was glaring at me. Fury mixed with wounded pride burned in his eyes. His ego couldn't handle that someone had outscored him. Our gazes locked, and I clearly heard the grinding of his teeth. 10 seconds of tense silence. Then I tilted my head quizzically and pointedly looked away, continuing to scan the classroom with my Byakugan. Ida was already saying something to Izuku again, but I missed the exchange. Then the door slid open with a soft hiss, and something resembling a yellow caterpillar crawled into the room. Conversations died instantly. The caterpillar squirmed up to the teacher's spot, stirred, and a zipper ran down its length. From inside emerged a horribly tired face, like that of an office worker who had clocked 7 shifts without a day off. Shota Izawa swept the class with a bleary gaze and delivered his iconic line. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Life is short, kids. You could all use a little more common sense. And this is our homeroom teacher. Flashed through most minds. But not Todoroki's. He couldn't care less, and not mine, because I knew Izawa was an exceptionally competent instructor, far better than some Kakashi who taught his team nothing. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Izawa. Nice to meet you, he stated in a tone that clearly said, I'd rather be literally anywhere but here. Now, grab your gym uniforms, change in the locker rooms, and head out to the field. We received our uniform sets. Measurements had been taken when we applied, and now each of us held a neat bundle. Everyone shuffled toward the stairs leading down to the locker rooms. The locker room turned out to be spacious, bright, and impeccably clean. Rows of metal lockers, each with a nameplate, 40 in total. A quick count told me this locker room was solely for the hero course, 1A and 1B, while other years and departments were elsewhere. Yet, UA more than earned its reputation as the most prestigious hero academy in Japan, maybe even the world. As we changed, the guys sneakily sized one another up, assessing physiques. The most muscular were Sato, Kota, and Shoji, their quirks practically built for brute force. Todoroki, Ida, Shiro, Bakugo, and Midoriya were all lean athletes. Ojiro had the body of a true martial artist, befitting someone whose hero costume was a combat GI. Before getting the ghoul trait, I'd been around that level too, but the transformation had reshaped me, my muscles had gained sharper definition, and my overall proportions now resembled Batman at the peak of human potential. Not an ounce of excess, every muscle chiseled from stone. Aoyama, Kaminari, and Tokoyami had some conditioning, but clearly relied more on their quirks. As for Mineta, well, as the author, I decided. It just worked out that way. He simply didn't fit this class from the start, so he isn't here. Apologies to his fans. Once we were changed and had waited for the girls, what on earth takes them so long in there? The whole class spilled out onto the sports field, where Izawa was already waiting. All right, we're going to conduct a quirk apprehension test, he announced, lazily rolling his neck. Quirk apprehension test. Came a chorus of surprised exclamations. What about the opening ceremony, or introductions, or the campus tour? Eureka asked, bewildered. If you want to be heroes, you have to be ready for surprises at all times. UA has always allowed its teachers a very flexible curriculum. Aizawa began listing off: ball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength test, repeated side steps, sit UPS, seated toe touches. All of this is done in regular schools too, but for some reason our education system still forbids using quirks during these exercises. It's irrational. So now we'll test your maximums with your quirks, so that in the future you can surpass them. Kaneko. Yes? I straightened up. You placed first in the practical exam, correct? How far could you throw a ball in junior high? I quickly rifled through the memories. The original Daki's record had been 51 meters. 51 meters, I answered clearly. Your task now is to throw this ball with everything you've got, using your quirk. He handed me a standard white throwing ball and gestured to a marked circle, holding a measurement device. As long as you're inside the circle, you can do whatever you want. Don't hold back. Wasn't planning to, I replied, though that was a lie. I couldn't go all out. The cockroach form was too conspicuous to use here. I'd have to improvise and rely on abilities that usually gathered dust. I placed the ball in the circle and walked over to my backpack. The class froze in confusion, and Aizawa raised an eyebrow. You do understand you're not supposed to leave the circle? A subtle threat crept into his voice. My apologies. To give it my all, I brought something along, and right now it's going to come in handy, I replied, striving to sound calm. I could literally feel his assessing gaze on the back of my head, but no prohibition followed. Fine, but next time, give advance warning. I returned to the circle, clutching a package containing a specially purchased item. A tendril of my rinkaku smoothly emerged from my lower back, and I carefully tore the package open. Inside was a medical blood pack. Yes, I had prepared in advance. Last evening, using deception, I'd acquired several such packs, 3 of human blood, 3 of animal. After some late-night experimenting, I'd learned that human blood gives a small but permanent boost, while animal blood provided a stronger but temporary one. Whether that was true to the original work? No idea. The Gacha's info dump said nothing about it, and after the recalibration the ability had turned into a trait, so who knew what else had changed? The moment my Kagun pierced the pack and noisily absorbed every last drop, a wave of shocked gasps rippled through the class. Someone, Eureka, I think, let out a tiny squeak. Aizawa stared at me with raised eyebrows, his expression hovering somewhere between professional curiosity and mild bewilderment. I didn't hesitate. Raising my hand, I activated Ice Creation and Marksman, shaping an elegant ice bow in my grip. A string of pure energy glowed softly blue. I activated the Byakugan, and the world unfolded into a panoramic field. I saw every pair of eyes widened in surprise, noticed Todoroki leaning forward, his gaze locked onto my ice. I decided against activating Stone Skin. Extra mass and energy drain weren't needed here. A frozen arrow coalesced between my fingers, and I mentally pumped it full of energy to the limit. Using my Kagun, I flash froze the ball to the arrowhead. My muscles tensed, the bowstring drew back to a high-pitched hum and I released. Phoom! The sound was as if a naval cannon had gone off. The shockwave rolled across the field, kicking up dust and making the nearest students stagger back. The ball vanished into the sky in a split second, leaving behind a thin icy arc that slowly dissolved in the wind. I lowered the bow and looked at Aizawa. He was silent for a moment, staring at his measuring device, and then turned the screen toward the class. 2,435.7 meters, he announced, and for the first time something resembling genuine interest flickered in his voice. Whoa, that's amazing. We can really use our quirks at full power. That's so cool! Kaminari yelled. This is gonna be fun! Kirishima joined in. After the result was announced, most seemed to have forgotten exactly what I'd done with that blood pack, swept up by the prospect of showing off themselves. But a few still eyed me with a mixture of caution and curiosity. Ojiro, the tailed guy, was looking at me with outright admiration. And Todoroki? Todoroki kept boring holes into me with his stare, and I could practically feel the questions spinning in his head. Dude, I'm not gay, stop staring at me like that, I mentally pleaded, and pointedly turned away, focusing on the upcoming spectacle. Fun, you say? Aizawa's icy voice instantly cut off the chatter. The class fell silent. Mina stopped mid-sentence and visibly paled. You think you can spend 3 years here just having fun? Is that how you plan to become heroes? He paused, and a heavy silence settled over the field. Very well. From this moment on, whoever comes in last across all the tests will be judged hopeless by me, and expelled. Is that clear? A collective shriek of horror swept across the field. I allowed myself the faintest of smiles. And there it began, Shota Aizawa's classic double bluff. Author's note: apologies for the delay, circumstances conspired so that I couldn't write until yesterday, and when I finally started, my inspiration vanished. And the time I spent digging up more information on the quirk assessment tests, it's just unbelievable. Still, I finally found where fanfic authors get some of their ideas for this. For instance, the fact that Momo threw the ball 28 kilometers is mentioned in MHA Smash. Interesting tidbit, isn't it? I'll also tweak the test results a bit since some characters inexplicably didn't use their quirks at all, which is strange. See you tomorrow. Siguiente capítulo. Chaos Gacha in MHA, Chapter 16, Chapter 15, An Ordinary Day at Hero School. Chapter 11, The First Day at Hero School 2. Fun, you say? Aizawa's icy voice instantly cut off the chatter. The class fell silent. Mina stopped mid-sentence and visibly paled. You think you can spend 3 years here just having fun? Is that how you plan to become heroes? He paused, and a heavy silence settled over the field. Very well. From this moment on, whoever comes in last across all the tests will be judged hopeless by me, and expelled. Is that clear? A collective shriek of horror swept across the field. I allowed myself the faintest of smiles. And there it began, Shota Aizawa's classic double bluff. Aizawa held a theatrical pause. Slowly, as if savoring the moment, he brushed the tangled black hair from his face, and his lips stretched into an unpleasant smirk, not a cheerful one, but mocking, like he was staring at a herd of clueless lambs about to learn their shepherd was a wolf. Our freedom as teachers also means we can expel students at our discretion. Welcome to the hero course, he said in a voice dripping with sarcasm. The student with the lowest score will be expelled. Ida protested. His glasses flashed in the sun, and his hand shot up in a familiar gesture. That's not fair. This is our first test. Unfair? Aizawa repeated. Natural disasters, accidents, insane villains, reckless media, all of this can happen to a hero any day of the week. And we, as heroes, learn to confront that unfairness. That's our job. He scanned our faces to see if the meaning was sinking in. Those who don't understand that and can't handle it don't belong here. That's exactly why our motto is Plus Ultra. Our task is to overcome hardship and surpass it, becoming better. Only the best reach the top, and that's where the real challenges await. For several seconds, a ringing silence hung, broken only by the distant hum of the city beyond the academy walls. I felt the tension in the air and then felt it begin to shift into something else. Aizawa's words hit like a bomb. Some still stood in shock, but most lit up with a sudden, fierce resolve. Even Eureka, who had just been pale, clenched her fists resolutely and gritted her teeth. Midoriya, on the other hand, was trembling like a rabbit before a wolf, wringing his fingers nervously, but a small flame sparked in his eyes as well. Test 1, 50-meter dash. Ito was clearly one of the best, with a time of 3.04 seconds, but this was literally his test. Todoroki used his eyes to glide across the surface, achieving a time of 4.35 seconds. Bakugo had a time of 4.13 seconds, and Momo and I were one of the last pairs. Momo only had time to make roller skates, and she completed the race in 4.57 seconds. I created ice beneath my feet and pushed off from the start using my 4 tentacles, achieving a time of 3.51 seconds, which was the second best time. Mina also achieved good results, gliding across the acid and reaching a time of 4.41 seconds, almost matching Todoroki's time. After the sprint, I realized that Momo would be my partner for the challenge, which was a pleasant surprise. Test 2, Grip Strength. The dynamometer was a compact device meant to be squeezed with one hand. Shoji scored 540 kilograms by clamping down with several of his arm tentacles at once. His face strained, but the result was formidable. Momo created a literal vise and used it to reach about 1 ton. She carefully braced the device and turned the screw, trying not to break the dynamometer. When it was my turn, I just wrapped all 4 of my Rinkaku tentacles around the grip and squeezed lightly. The device let out a pitiful beep and promptly displayed an ER roar. The values exceeded the upper limit. Well over 10 tons. I suddenly understood that, if I wanted, I could tear an adult in half like a paper napkin. The thought was both horrifying and sobering. Ojiro stood out as well, 354 kilograms with his tail alone. Test 3, Standing Long Jump. Most handled this one predictably. But some turned it into a personal spectacle. Bakugo staged a fireworks display, blasting himself forward with a grenade-like explosion. Ojiro used his tail like a giant kangaroo spring. Aoyama performed a laser jump, sparkling like a stage star. Momo crafted a pogo stick, bulky but effective, whose spring launched her forward. I, on the other hand, conjured an ice wall behind me shaped like a giant slingshot, anchored my tentacles into icy notches, pulled them to the limit, and boom! Launched myself in an arc. I landed somewhere far beyond all the markers, absorbing the momentum with a light run. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw classmates whispering and staring at me with confusion. Most quirks were specialized. Here I was with Kagun, Ice, all-seeing vision, and a bunch of other stuff they hadn't even witnessed yet. From the outside, I probably looked like a broken character. Beside me, Momo muttered to herself, scolding herself for forgetting the simplest slingshot and overcomplicating things, though honestly, she could have shot herself out of an actual cannon and taken the top score. But as they say, the most brilliant plan is the simplest one. Test 4, Repeated Side Steps. The task was to jump sideways over a line as quickly as possible. Bakugo was once again in his element. He used directed explosions to change direction abruptly, securing one of the best results. Tokoyami propelled himself with Dark Shadow, the black entity bouncing him like a giant spring. Momo created spring-loaded platforms for her feet, but the setup was unstable. Several times she nearly lost her balance and pursed her lips in annoyance. Then came the turn of the tailed team, me and Ojiro. He used his muscular tail as a piston, pushing off the ground with mechanical rhythm. I, meanwhile, put all 4 Rinkaku tentacles to work. Kagun is essentially crystallized blood, no muscles, no fatigue. They acted like perfect pistons, fast, non-stop, without a hint of exhaustion. I jumped and jumped until the timer stopped, by which point the others were staring at me with poorly concealed amazement. Endurance won out. Test 5, Ball Throw. Momo asked to go first. I stepped aside without complaint. And what she did was truly splendid. She didn't mess around, she created an actual cannon. Loading the ball into the barrel, she fired. Boom! The roar echoed across the entire field, and the ball flew 2.8 kilometers. I whistled. She dusted off her hands and stepped aside with quiet pride, then promptly hesitated. When she approached me, she had the expression of someone desperate to ask a question but held back by ingrained politeness. I simply smirked. Go on, ask. Hey? What do you mean? She tried to feign confusion, but her cheeks flushed slightly. You look like you really want to ask something but you care too much about manners. Momo sighed and finally caved. Am I that obvious? Yes. I wanted to ask about your quirk. You've shown so many different things, and I can't find a common thread between them. I paused for a moment. Truthfully, I'd never intended to hide it from everyone. We're future heroes. If allies don't know each other's capabilities, there's no chance of cohesive teamwork. That's not anime cliché, that's basic logic. Honestly, I wasn't planning on hiding it, I said, meeting her gaze directly. Because that would be stupid. If we don't know each other's abilities in real combat, we can't rely on each other. That's a very realistic approach. She visibly relaxed and even smiled a little. A truly wise thought. Ahem, by the way, we haven't properly introduced ourselves. Momo Yaeorozu, quirk, creation. I can create any non-living object whose molecular structure I know. I use my body's lipid reserves for it. Daiki Kaneko. Just Daiki is fine. My quirk is called Game Machine. I sighed, gathering my thoughts. When I achieve certain results or goals, my quirk gives me these game tickets. I activate them and receive random rewards, skills, talents, traits, superpowers. But, like any game, there are limits. For example, I can only equip 3 abilities at a time, that number depends on the total I've collected. And the ticket's quality depends on the scale of the achievement. For first place on the entrance exam, I got these tentacles. For registering my quirk, I got basic medical knowledge. Momo listened attentively, her brow slightly furrowed as she processed the information, genuine curiosity burning in her eyes. Wow, that's a pretty powerful quirk. If you keep placing first everywhere, you'll become incredibly strong. But for that, I have to keep placing first, I stated sagely, with a grin. True, she smiled back, and her smile was warm and open. We stood in silence for a moment, digesting the exchange. I noticed that Momo, being quite tall, 173 centimeters, was looking down at me slightly, and now she seemed oddly shy. You can just call me Momo, she blurted, averting her gaze. Hey? Well, okay. I mean, you gave me permission, so. So that's it. Damn, I keep forgetting about this Japanese hang-up with first name basis. They never show it in anime and manga, but in reality, it's a whole thing. I nod, trying not to look like an idiot. Alright, thanks, Momo. She smiled bashfully and then suddenly hesitated again, as if remembering something. I actually wanted to ask one more thing. It wasn't human blood. It was animal blood, I cut in, already guessing. How did you know what you wanted to ask? I shrugged. We only met today, so the list of embarrassing questions isn't that long. Plus, I knew it would interest everyone. I paused, smirking. But if you were going to ask whether I have a girlfriend. Momo flushed crimson and waved her hands frantically. And no. It's just, it was rather creepy when you almost instantly drank a whole liter of blood. I was just wondering, why did you even need to do that? I sighed. A fair question, and dodging it would be stupid. See, these tails, the Kagun, as I call them, aren't the whole package. Along with them, I got a full-body physical boost, a second type of Kagun, and the ability to grow stronger by absorbing a certain resource. I paused, steeling myself. A bunch of stupid cartoon tropes flashed through my mind. You have to trust me, I'd never hurt you, you misunderstood. No, better to tell the truth now than have it explode at the worst possible moment. If I absorb human blood through the tails, I get a small but permanent boost. If I absorb animal blood, I get a stronger but temporary one. Pretty disgusting ability, right? I studied her face intently, searching for disgust or fear. But Momo looked back at me with a completely different expression, genuine curiosity and, was that sympathy? So that's what you did before your throw. You drank animal blood, yes? How interesting. Have you ever absorbed human blood, then, or not? A little, I admitted. I managed to buy a couple of liters and used them yesterday. The boost is small, but it's permanent. For a few seconds, we simply stood there looking at each other, then both averted our eyes at the same time, as if realizing this conversation had drifted into very strange territory. The silence was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I turned back toward the others, trying to hide my embarrassment. That was one of the most awkward conversations of my life, worse only than the time I'd snuck booze home as a teenager and my mom found the bottle. Pushing aside unnecessary memories, I refocused on the field. Only then did I notice that Bakugo had gotten into it with Aizawa, and the teacher was lecturing him in an icy tone. Apparently, I'd completely missed the canon Bakugo scene, exchanging it for a pleasant chat with a pretty girl. Worth it? Absolutely. Test 6, Endurance Run. Aizawa set us on a long lap around the field. Todoroki ran steady and measured, his face betraying no fatigue, years of training paying off. Bakugo alternated explosive bursts with jogging. Momo created an electric scooter and rolled along, coolly eyeing the rest of us. I simply ran, enjoying the lightness with which my body carried me forward. Enhanced endurance was showing its worth, my breathing stayed even, my legs felt fresh. I felt like I could run for hours. Midoriya surprised me, you could see he was in pain, his broken finger throbbing under a hasty wrap, but his willpower and stubbornness compensated for the physical drawback, and he kept up in the middle of the pack. Test 7, Seated Toe Touch, Flexibility. Mats were rolled out, and the quiet torture began for those at odds with flexibility. Azui showed an incredible result. Her frog quirk let her fold in half without the slightest strain. Mina also surprised, her dance lessons hadn't been wasted, she dropped into a full split and reached her toes with a radiant smile. Third place unexpectedly went to Toru Hagakure. Apparently, having no visible body helped the stretching. Momo, owing to her prominent, assets, managed an average score, sighing quietly, while I was firmly in the mid-ranks. Most of the guys failed spectacularly. Test 8, Sit UPS. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ojiro were undeniably among the leaders in this trial. The only ones ahead of them were Momo, who created an electrical exoskeleton and simply pushed it to its limits until her body gave out, and myself, operating at a level roughly on par with, or even surpassing, Captain America. For the other teenagers, those without purely enhancement-type quirks, there wasn't a single chance. At last, Aizawa clapped his hands, and the tests were over. Everyone, exhausted and sweaty, gathered around him. Time to announce the results, he droned, rubbing his reddened eyes. If I reviewed each score individually, I'd die of old age, so I'll show the full picture. Your final rank is the sum of all tests. The class tensed. Even the confident ones exchanged nervous glances. Todoroki maintained icy composure but occasionally glanced my way, as if calculating my stats. Bakugo was still seething from his earlier clash with the teacher and glowered at me from under his brow. But I wasn't worried, it was crystal clear that I had excellent results. And then Aizawa grinned nastily and said, "Oh, by the way, that whole speech about expulsion was a lie. It was a ruse. A rational deception to make you push yourselves to the max." Wayayayot. A chorus of indignant voices erupted. Momo beside me just shook her head and, turning to the others, remarked, "Come on, guys, use your brains." It was obviously a bluff. I smirked inwardly. She doesn't know that Aizawa absolutely would have followed through if we hadn't shown potential. In the original, he legitimately intended to expel the last place student. Well, no need to enlighten her. And, yes. Class dismissed. Your curriculum handouts are in the classroom, don't forget to read them. Aizawa turned to Izuku. And Midoriya, go see the healing girl and get patched up, otherwise, your eyes are definitely going to pop out of your head when you see tomorrow's schedule. With that, he handed us a sheet with the results and slowly trudged away, hunched over and enveloped in his oversized scarf. I scanned the list. Daiki Kaneko. Momo Yeiorozu. Shoto Todoroki. Katsuki Bakugo. Mashirao Ojiro. Mizo Shoji. Tinya Ida. Fumikage Tokoyami. Mina Ashido. Tsuyu Ajui. Okako Uraraka. Eijiro Kirishima. Koji Koda. Rikido Sato. Yuga Aoyama. Hanta Siro. Izuku Midoriya. Denki Kaminari. Kyokujiro. Toru Hagakure. I agreed with most placements. It had always baffled me how Midoriya, who had literally been hauling all might and piles of scrap just weeks ago, could end up last. Sure, he doesn't have a Swiss Army knife quirk like Momo, and he's not a superhuman like me, but his raw strength and endurance should have pulled him higher. Here, in this altered ranking, he's still low, but not last, which is far more reasonable. Right as I finished reading, the familiar blue panel unfolded before my eyes. Congratulations! You have placed first in the quirk assessment test. You receive a gold random gacha ticket. Go! Everyone started to leave for class. Momo approached me again. Deiji. You said you get game tickets for achievements? Well, yes. What kind of ticket did you get? A gold ticket. She looked at me in confusion, and I sighed, as I had forgotten to explain the ticket levels to her. I have bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, and mythical rarity tickets in my game machine. The higher the rarity, the better the prizes you get, so a gold ticket is somewhere in the middle, but you can still get something good. Can I see the prize, if it's not a secret? I would show you, but I can't, it's only visible to me, I've checked. That's a shame. Can you at least show me the result? I guess you can, it's not a very important ticket. Go. Clink. Light resistance, rare trait. You have a natural resistance to light and light-based attacks. You can stare directly at the sun, light-based grenades are much less effective, and you can withstand attacks such as light arrows, purification rituals, burning beams of light, etc. This resistance depends on your base stats. That's not bad. So what did you get? A talent that reduces the impact of all light on me. That's really not bad, so now Aoyama's beam won't affect you as much, although it's true that it's completely random, as you said. It's an interesting quirk. I agree. Author's note: if anyone's curious why he revealed his quirk to someone, I'll explain. Explaining your quirk in the middle of a battle is sheer stupidity. It's far better when your allies already know the general parameters of each other's abilities. Imagine if they were attacked by several strong villains and one possessed a light manipulation quirk. Who would you send to the front lines if you didn't know your comrades' powers? That's one of the reasons the quirk assessment test exists. And Momo has always proven herself to be a smart girl from a wealthy family. Having that kind of support at the right moment is simply invaluable. Chapter 12, The Student's First Battle Training 1. Leave reviews. Please. The first half of the second day at UA oozed. Finally, the lunch bell rang, and after a short break we headed to Foundational Hero Training. This was it canonically, where Class 1A would first cross blades with each other. An excited smirk tugged at my lips. I was hoping the draw would pit me against Bakugo or Todoroki. Even knowing the gacha was unlikely to drop a new ticket for a school spar, the chance to fight them in an honest brawl was worth it without any reward. Just to test myself against the best of the best. We barely settled into our seats when the classroom door slammed open, and there he stood All Might, in all his muscle-bound glory. I enter the classroom like a normal person. He boomed with such force that the windows faintly vibrated. I can't believe it. All Might is teaching us himself. Kirishima leaned forward, eyes sparkling. And he's wearing his Silver Age costume. Wow! The symbol of peace planted himself in front of the blackboard, squared his shoulders, and struck his signature pose, smile beaming like a searchlight. Foundational Hero Training. In this class, we'll lay the groundwork for becoming heroes through various exercises. And we'll start right away with the first one. Battle. Excited whispers rippled through the classroom, and Bakugo actually half stood up at the news, though the main thing was making sure nothing else stood up on him. All Might continued. And for our first battle, we have prepared your costumes tailored to your quirk specifications. Panels slid silently from the wall, revealing 20 cases nestled in individual compartments, our hero costumes. The class exploded with cheers. Our battle costumes. So cool. Get changed and let's get to it. Everyone, assemble at ground beta. Your attire is crucial, boys and girls. He struck an epic pose, pointing skyward. And don't forget, from this moment on, you are all officially heroes. Asterisk ground beta. When everyone spilled out onto the training ground, it looked like a costume parade from the pages of a comic book. The sun bathed the artificial city block in soft afternoon light, and the costumes shone, shimmered, and glittered with metal and fabric. My favorite designs were Ida's. His sleek full-body armor balanced excellent protection and mobility, and Bakugo's, who genuinely looked cool, a black form-fitting suit with orange arm accents, massive grenade-like gauntlets on his wrists, his entire presence screaming, "I'm here to cause an apocalypse." My own costume turned out different. I had deliberately chosen function over flash. Black military boots of a special material sturdy enough that unaimed bullets wouldn't even scratch them. Grey tactical pants with dark grey and white streaks, breathable, reinforced, unrestrictive. A white t-shirt and a long grey coat, with a belt strapped over it holding a scabbard. From the scabbard, after a brief flash in my personal inventory, protruded the hilt of Soritachi, which I'd retrieved specifically for this class. I hadn't bothered with a mask. Pointless. The sports festival would introduce me anyway, and I wasn't about to hold back there. Let them see my face. Momo approached me, her heels clicking against the pavement of her revealing costume, a red skin-tight bodysuit with a plunging neckline and a book belt for rapid lipid access. She circled me slowly, eyeing my attire with critical scrutiny. Your costume, functional? I offered. Yes, exactly. She exhaled in relief. Honestly, I thought you'd pick something brighter or more eye-catching like everyone else. You look more like a soldier than a hero. Easier to hide a tree in a forest, Momo. I smirked, adjusting my coat. Surrounded by outlandish people and flashy costumes, I'll stand out as the sole bastion of sanity in this crazy world. Ha ha ha. She laughed, genuine and unforced. After a moment, she wiped a fake tear from her eye. Ha, well, you're not wrong. Still, it wouldn't hurt to add a couple of bright details. Like, decorate your sword, and why do you even have a sword? You're not exactly a samurai. It's not just a sword. His name is Soritachi. I stroked the hilt, and the blade warmed slightly in response. And for your information, I know how to use him. Whatever you say, she shook her head, but curiosity still danced in her eyes. You all look great. All Might bellowed. So awesome. The others chorused, and everyone took their fill of admiring each other. Teacher. Ida raised a hand. Regarding the training ground, are we using the mock city from the entrance exam? You'll see. You're practically there already. The battle trial will take place indoors. All Might gestured toward the towering multi-story concrete labyrinth behind him. You mostly see heroes and villains clashing in open spaces, but statistically, most real engagements happen away from the public eye. Hostage situations, barricaded hideouts, underground black markets in the superhero community, any half-decent villain lurks in the shadows. For this test, you'll split into teams of villains and heroes and conduct 2-on-2 battles. What about the foundational basics? Croaked Ashui, tilting her head. This is IT. Only here, there won't be robots you can thrash without a second thought. How will the winner be decided? Is beating them half to death enough? There's no expulsion threat like in Mr. Aizawa's class, right? If we're splitting into teams, how are we picking them? I can't understand anything when you're all yapping at once. All Might theatrically raised his hands for silence, then, to everyone's surprise, pulled a crumpled cheat sheet from his pocket and began reading in the most monotone voice he could muster, stumbling and squinting at the text. Right, heroes, villains, okay. Ahem. For the exercise, the villains will be guarding a nuclear weapon. The hero's objective is to either neutralize it by touching it or defeat the villains. The villain's objective is to either defeat the heroes or stall until the time limit expires. Is everyone clear? And we'll draw the teams by lottery. What? We're really picking battle teams by such an unreliable method? Ida protested, his glasses glinting angrily. It makes sense, Midoriya murmured quietly, fidgeting with his belt. Heroes often can't choose their partners during emergencies, especially when on patrol. Whoever's available shows up. This exercise simulates those exact situations. Understood. That does make sense, thank you for the explanation. Ida immediately thawed. All Might pressed a button, and a holographic display lit up with names shuffling into teams. A. Izuku Midoriya, Okako Uraraka Heroes, vs B. B. Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida Villains, vs. A. C. Toru Hagakure, Hanta Siro Heroes, vs J. D. Momoye Iorozu, Tsuyu Ashui Heroes, vs. I. Hideki Kaneko, Kyokujiro Villains, vs G. F. Denki Kaminari, Koji Koda Heroes, vs H. G. Fumikage Tokoyami, Shoto Todoroki Heroes, vs E. H. Yuga Aoyama, Eijiro Kirishima Villains, vs F. Irikido Sato, Mizo Shoji Villains, vs D. J. Mashirao Ojiro, Mina Ashido Villains, vs C. I scanned the list and stopped at pairing G. Todoroki and Tokoyami against Jiro and me. Facing Endeavor's son and the wielder of Dark Shadow, this promised to be anything but easy. I glanced over at Jiro, who was nonchalantly poking at her earphone jack with an absent expression. Looked like we'd have very different approaches. Teams A and B go first. All Might announced. The villains get 5 minutes to prepare, then the heroes enter the building. This simulates villains preparing in advance while heroes have to storm their position. Meanwhile, the rest of the class will observe the battles. Behave yourselves and, of course, give it your all. Though if a fight spirals out of control, I will stop it immediately. Where were you when Bakugo uncontrollably blew up half the building, ignoring your orders? I mentally snorted but let it drop. Analyzing common sense in a battle shonen was like reading tea leaves in a hurricane. Bakugo and Ida disappeared into the depths of the concrete labyrinth, leaving Midoriya and Uraraka outside, exchanging nervous glances. 5 minutes later, they entered through a window. Everyone else gathered in the observation room, a spacious chamber with a massive central screen displaying feeds from dozens of cameras. It smelled of metal and cold, recycled air. I stood with my arms crossed, gaze fixed on the monitors, when Momo approached again. She stared at the screen where Midoriya and Uraraka were cautiously creeping through a dark hallway. Who do you think will win? She asked without turning her head. Honestly, I hope Midoriya does. He seems like a guy with zero self-esteem, maybe a win will boost it. I see. Interesting reason. But there's another one, isn't there? You don't strike me as someone who bets on a losing hand. You think so? I smirked. Yeah, there's another one. I just don't want Bakugo to win. That mad dog needs to taste defeat. Haha, mad dog. He really does resemble one. Always so furious. How did someone with that personality even get into UA? A cosmic mistake, I shrugged, and we both chuckled quietly. Laughter faded as we continued watching. On screen, a brilliant tactical battle was unfolding, but in reality, it looked far more brutal. When Midoriya, gritting his teeth, endured the colossal explosion sphere Bakugo launched, and then, charred and staggering, kept crawling forward, Momo flinched and pressed her fingers to her lips. From her eyes, I could see she was genuinely frightened for that reckless boy. The final clash, Midoriya aiming his fist at Bakugo, then at the last second redirecting the punch upward, shattering the floor so Uraraka, balancing on debris, could touch the bomb prop, looked both grandiose and horrifying. Izuku afterward resembled a walking ruin, covered in burns, broken fingers purple and swollen, his clothes still smoking. As many robots carried him on a stretcher to the infirmary, a grim silence fell over the room. All Might cleared his throat to break the tension. I'd say the MVP of this match was Ida. What? Why do I think that? Does anyone know the answer? He scanned the class. Yes, All Might Sensei, Momo spoke up, stepping forward. As in canon, she was ready to dissect the match. Because Ida best fulfilled his assigned role and adapted intelligently. Watching the battle, it was clear that Bakugo was driven by personal animosity. His actions were fundamentally wrong, no coordination with his partner, recklessly demolishing the building while knowing a nuclear bomb was directly above him. Not a point in his favor. Midoriya, while he crafted a smart plan that accounted for the opponent's quirks, caused massive destruction, and his actions were exceedingly reckless. That doesn't make him the best either. Uraraka gave herself away with a yell instead of sneaking up quietly, and launched attacks near the bomb that could have set it off. Ida, however, did everything right. He considered his opponents, stayed true to his objective, and defended the bomb with everything he had, even though his partner ran off to pursue his own agenda. His only mistake was slowing down too much at the very end, letting Uraraka get too close. That's an excellent analysis. All Might thrust his thumb forward, but his bulging eyes betrayed his shock. Momo had voiced everything he'd been thinking and then some. No kidding. Even I, with my vigilante experience, couldn't have broken down that battle so neatly. Excellent analysis, I noted mentally, glancing at her with newfound respect. Ahem, moving on. All Might clapped his hands. The next battle is Team C versus Team J. Second team, take your positions, the heroes enter later. The first round was over. This was going to be interesting. Team J had an excellent lineup, Mina with her acid perfect for mid to long range combat, and Ojiro, a tank and a melee fighter with good mobility. And they were playing villains, giving them a starting advantage. Team C couldn't boast such raw power, but they were arguably the best trap setters in the class, an invisible infiltrator in Toru, and Zero, whose sticky traps and mobility could nullify pure force. Author's note: honestly, I didn't want to retell this canonical battle again, we all remember it well. But a lot of the answers from the manga have been forgotten, since quite a few people deliberately skip all that and jump straight to the fights. Don't worry, though, for the rest of the battles I'll try to show things from the perspective of the competing teams. And if you didn't notice, the main character definitely didn't, all the pairs got reshuffled. The only ones that stayed the same were the Izuku and Okako pair and Bakugo and Ida. Who fights whom wasn't decided by me either, it was random. I only kept the main canonical battle and set Todoroki's team against the protagonist. Until the next chapter. Chapter 13 The Students' First Battle Training 2. Point of View. Battle of Team C and J. As Ojiro and Ashido stepped inside, the building welcomed them with stale coolness and the scent of old concrete dust. Somewhere deep in the labyrinth of corridors, ventilation shafts droned monotonously, while the light filtering through grimy windows painted long dusty stripes across the floor. The mock nuclear weapon, a massive cylinder wrapped in dummy wires, loomed in the corner of a fourth-floor room. Ojiro swept the room with a quick glance and knew at once, they would not make their stand here. Honestly, we're better off intercepting them. Fighting right next to the bomb won't work. Your acid will only cost us points, he said, his tail swaying slightly, betraying his inner tension. Agreed. Mina winked and stretched her shoulders like a cat. It would be epic and dramatic to fight right in front of the bomb, but we definitely don't need an accidental early detonation. Just remember, we need to look good in front of the teacher, not just win. Yeah, whatever you say. I didn't squeeze into this cute acid-proof costume for nothing. She playfully tugged at the bright turquoise fabric, making it shimmer under the lights. Her suit glowed like a neon sign, perfectly matching its owner. And by the way, I don't think the teacher is the only one you want to impress? A sly grin spread across her face, and Ojiro, who had already turned toward the door, tripped over absolutely nothing. I have no idea what you're talking about, he managed, feeling his ears flush. Oh, no idea? She leaned in closer, her voice dripping with mischief. Don't you want to make an impression on a certain tailed classmate? Maybe even get a little closer? Enough. Stop talking nonsense. He straightened up and coughed into his fist, trying to steer the conversation back on track. We don't have much time. Do we take them one-on-one, like Midoriya and Bakugo? Nope. Mina turned serious in an instant. Forget that. They've got Toru. If she ditches her clothes and earpiece, we won't see her coming. You go meet Zero, you can handle him. I'll spill some sticky acid in the corridors and cover us. If anyone makes a run for the bomb, they'll have to go through me. Good plan. I honestly forgot about Toru. She's that unnoticeable? She's literally invisible. Fair enough. With a shrug, they split up. Ojiro slipped down the stairs, his steps soft, almost soundless, his tail swaying in perfect rhythm, balancer and weapon in one. Mina, meanwhile, whistled a carefree tune as she squeezed thick, opalescent goo from her gloves. The acid splattered onto the concrete and congealed into gelatinous puddles, emitting a faint chemical tang. Outside, Hagakure and Zero waited in tense silence. Zero drummed his fingers against his thigh, Toru's invisible gloves clenched and unclenched. This might not be our best situation, Toru whispered. You think? Zero sighed. Mina is the hard counter to our team. My tape is useless against acid, and she has way too many AoE attacks for you to sneak in safely. The only worse matchups would be Bakugo, Todoroki, or that Kaneko guy. Those guys are just unbalanced and have no real counters in our class. Against anyone else, you'd be a great lurker and I'd be the bait. But these two will eat us alive. I see, Toru nodded, though from that entire tactical speech she had grasped the core point, they were in deep trouble. So what do we do? I'm not much of a planner. I'm more of a doer. The only way is to team Ojiro and take him down, then both of us collapse on Ashido. No other plan. If they form a full party and guard the spot, we might as well surrender. Why do you think they won't stick together? Couldn't they set a trap and leave? They don't have the powers for that. They're both fighter types. Ojiro will be their tank, Ashido their damage dealer. Even her acid can't hold you for long, and I can kite them forever if I want. Ashido can shoot acid, but she's not a ranged fighter, she's more like an assassin, fast, agile, with a nasty ability. Okay. So, simple version, we team Ojiro and take him down, then go after Ashido. Got it. If we can pull it off. Ojiro's tough. His close combat stats are off the charts, a genuine martial arts master, and that tail and his mobility won't let you flank him. This is even worse than I thought, she exhaled. Yet. Heroes, enter. That's our cue. Ciro bolted for the nearest entrance without even trying to hide, while Toru shucked off her clothes in seconds, leaving only gloves and boots that she kicked aside. Now, even the cameras showed nothing but empty air. They had barely made it a few meters down the dim corridor when Ojiro materialized before them. Feet shoulder-width apart, tail flowing from side to side, arms loose at his sides, the classic stance of a master, coiled and ready to explode at any instant. He said nothing, the message was clear. Toru immediately tried to circle around, but the narrow hallway trapped her. Ciro fired a tape shot aimed at Ojiro's shoulder. The fighter swayed aside, the tape whistled past and lunged forward, swinging his tail in a massive arc. Ciro dropped, the tail whooshing above him, and instantly countered. His left hand shot tape against the wall, yanking him sideways, while his right launched another strand further down to keep him out of reach. The corridor became a carousel of flashing tape, sharp snaps, and the hiss of air. Toru, spotting Ojiro's momentarily exposed back, rushed in, but he had already shifted, and her fingers closed on nothing. Without breaking stride, Ojiro wound the tape that Ciro had tried to snare him with directly around his own tail, then yanked hard. Ciro was hurled in an arc and slammed back first into the wall, a cloud of dust puffing from the ceiling. The impact hit him square in the chest, driving the air from his lungs. Toru grabbed a fallen tape and tried to bind him, since direct melee was clearly hopeless. But Ojiro, as if expecting this, spun and swatted her into a corner with his tail, then quickly wrapped several loops of tape around her invisible form. "Mina, I'm done," he said quietly into his earpiece. "Ah, no fair. I didn't even get to have any fun." Her pouty voice crackled back. "Villains win. Point of view. Battle of Teams D and I." In the observation room, Momo stood with her arms crossed, chewing her lip nervously. Her partner, Tsuyu Ashui, tilted her head in that characteristic way that made her resemble a thoughtful frog. "So, what's our plan, Momo-chan?" she croaked, her tone calm and slightly husky. "Honestly, nothing's coming to mind. Shoji is too versatile with his quirk, and Sato will just barrel through our defenses with raw strength. Ha, this is tough. Too bad. I'm not well suited for direct combat. Wait, an idea. Ashui, do you have all the abilities of a frog? Call me Tsu. And yes, long tongue, jumping, sticking to walls, everything a real frog can do. Then you can climb walls? Yes, and jump. Perfect. Then I have a plan." The familiar spark lit up in Momo's eyes. Inside the building, Rikido Sato and Mizo Shoji stood guard by the bomb. The air around them seemed to vibrate with restrained power. "The plan is simple," Shoji said, looking at his partner. "We stay here until prep time ends. Then I try to locate them, and you go. Understood?" "Understood. But what if they sneak past us to this room? That's why I stay. I'll be the last line of defense and keep you updated through the earpiece." "All right. No plan B?" "No, a plan B won't help here. Yaeorozu's quirk has too many applications, we can't predict them all. We'll adapt on the fly. Then maybe I should eat sugar right away and take one of them out?" "Excellent idea. If you take out Ashui, they lose their best fighter. If you take out Yaeorozu, they lose their versatility. 10 minutes max, and then my brain turns to mush." "Good. We wait. Heroes, enter." The moment the command sounded, Shoji morphed all his tentacles into ears and listened, utterly still. From the corridors came the rhythmic rattle of 2 skateboards rolling over concrete. Excellent choice. Easier to dismount than a scooter, faster than walking, less stamina than running, he thought. They're on the first floor, he announced. Got it. Satu took two 10-gram sugar packets from his hidden pocket and poured them into his mouth, and in that instant, his muscles swelled as if his body had been inflated from within. 5 times stronger for 10 minutes. His boots slammed against the floor as he charged. As Sato thundered down the stairs, Shoji kept feeding him directions. Left, right again, a little left, close. Right, and attack now. Sato barreled into the corridor, expecting both opponents. Instead, he found only Momo, balancing calmly on a skateboard. A rope was tied to her waist, leading to a second, empty board. Now, Su! Momo shouted the moment she spotted him. Sato's sugar-slowed brain barely registered the command. He skidded to a halt and yelled into his earpiece. It's a trap. Check the bomb. Shoji whipped around. His eyes went wide. Azui was dropping from the ceiling directly onto the mock nuclear device. Her long tongue shot forward, tapping the prop. Shoji lunged, stretching out his tentacles, but he was too late. Heroes win. Ha, so we lost, Shoji exhaled. Don't be upset. It was clever, you couldn't have known that only Momo was on the first floor. But how did you slip past my hearing? I was very careful and climbed the outside wall. Frogs are actually very quiet creatures as long as they're not croaking. She paused. And I was covered in soundproof material that Momo gave me. I see. I was foolish not to keep one eye on the entrance. Yes, that was foolish. I know. Author's note, this chapter turned out a bit short, but I still wanted to cover the other battles. Please don't be too harsh on the characters' mistakes, most of them are smart, but this is their first quirk versus quirk battle, Ojiro aside, and their errors are understandable. Until next time. Descarga la aplicación para una mayor interacción. Puedes chatear conmigo sobre mi experiencia de escritura aparte de la sección de comentarios. Tuxi_3495. Chapter 14 The Student's First Battle Training 3. Point of View. Observation Room. Next teams, E and G. Villains, enter. Heroes, wait. All Might's voice boomed through the observation room, instantly cutting off all chatter. The moment he said it, Kaneko and Jiro disappeared into the concrete labyrinth, heading for the mock bomb, while Todoroki and Tokoyami froze at the entrance like two thunderclouds awaiting the signal. The air in the room thickened with tension. Interest in this matchup ran so high that, without All Might's strict supervision, bets would already have been placed. Momo stood by the screen, arms crossed, her keen eyes darting from one monitor to another. Beside her, Mina fidgeted, still unsure how to make small talk with this high society girl. This will be a serious battle, Momo said quietly but with weight. Not the little strategy games we've seen so far. A clash of such powerful combat quirks, especially in the hands of competent users, will be extremely dangerous. Jiro was very unlucky to be paired with Daiki. With his power, she's unlikely to shine at all. Yeah, I agree with you, Mina replied awkwardly, tugging at her collar and trying to sound confident. Ugh, it's hard without Daiki here. No, don't give up, Momo. She mentally spurred herself. You promised to make real friends. Just try again. Mina, who do you think has the better chance? She tried again. I think Todoroki's team is stronger. Jiro is kinda weak, and even though Kaneko is strong, he'll have to fight too. So I'm rooting for the team with the scar. Mina energetically jabbed a finger at the screen. What do you think, Su? Momo turned to Azui, who had been silently watching the preparations. Kaneko will win, she stated with an unshakable calm that radiated absolute certainty. Hey, why do you think so? Mina gaped. I feel it. My quirk sharpens my instincts. Kaneko seems far more dangerous to me. Riiight, Mina drawled, but immediately swiveled back to Momo with the same sly grin she'd recently given Ojiro. Momo, what about you? Who wins? Knowing what I do about Daki's quirk, his chances are the highest. The fact that he scored first place on the entrance exam speaks volumes about his strength. Moreover, from my observations, Tokoyama's quirk weakens in the light. If he can be kept from entering the building, Todoroki's team's odds drop sharply. Mina stared at her in amazement, then processed the first part, and her grin stretched to Cheshire Cat proportions. So, Daki and know about his quirk, huh? Haha. Here we've all been guessing what his quirk is, and Momo's already got all the intel. What kind of method did you use, Momo flushed crimson, blood rushing to her cheeks as she waved her hands furiously. No. Ha ha ha, relax, I'm just teasing. You probably just asked him, and he told you. So, what is his quirk? By now, half the class had leaned in, ears pricked. Even Aoyama had stopped sparkling. Understanding there was no escape, Momo sighed and gave a basic explanation of the mechanic. Ha! He told me that for certain actions, for achievements simply put he receives tickets and uses them to spin a game machine, from which he can win a skill, an ability, or even a talent. Hearing such an explanation, the class froze. Even Bakugo stopped drilling holes into the wall with his glare. A quirk capable of granting so much seemed utterly transcendent. You'd probably need crazy good luck, Kirishima mumbled. Yes, he told me those strange tales he has were for his first place in the entrance exam. Momo added with unexpected pride. That's a powerful quirk, Azui summarized. If he continues to take first place, he'll grow stronger rapidly. Yes, Momo smiled, and just then All Might gave the signal to begin, making everyone snap back to the screens. Point of view. Battle of Teams G and E. Heroes, enter. As soon as All Might said that, Todoroki raised his hands and pressed them against the wall of the building. Ice began bursting out of him, moving so fast that it covered the entire floor in seconds. While he did that, Daki, standing on the floor with the bomb, drew his sword and spoke the release command. Dissect it, Soritachi. The sword transformed, but that wasn't the end. Around Daki's shoulder blades, a Kaukaku began to emerge looking like liquid metal of a blood-red color, and it didn't just start forming armor, no, it coated his sword with it. The sword, which had previously looked both elegant and dangerous, now resembled a blade-shaped appendage, yet it had become sharper, sturdier, while retaining its ability to create weaknesses. But Daki understood that wasn't all. That was when he decided to add ice, to do the same thing he had done during the exam, forging a true weapon of destruction out of Soritachi. Was it necessary? No. He could have won using only his Shikai and his enhanced body. Did he want to show off? Partly. Who wouldn't dream of proving to everyone in a real hero school that they were the strongest? Yet the main reason was the desire to truly grasp the full destructive power of his abilities, to learn his limit. So, his ice, blooming over his sword, was not blue but a deep crimson matching the hue of the Kaukaku. It seemed to pulse, yearning to be used. And Daki used it. He swung the blade in a crescent arc, shearing off a large portion of the roof and floor, which slid toward the direction where the heroes were meant to enter. Tokoyami and Todoroki, seeing a chunk of the concrete building floor rushing at them, panicked and used their quirks. Tokoyami ordered Dark Shadow to knock the debris away from them, while Prince Zuko created an ice ramp to shunt it aside. But just as the floor slab began sliding left past them, four tails flew at them, and if not for Todoroki's quick reaction in raising a wall, they would have already lost. Tokoyami, finally snapping to attention, commanded Dark Shadow to attack the approaching opponent, while Prince Zuko backed off at a run and began pelting Daki with ice projectiles. Daki closed in on them, forming an ice platform under his feet and gliding over it as if on skates. At the same time, his tails relentlessly attacked Dark Shadow, giving it not a moment's respite, while he used his sword to constantly generate ice crescents, ice severance, and fired them at Todoroki. Battling the tails, Tokoyami clearly understood he was losing. Those tails showed no signs of fatigue, but Dark Shadow did. Moreover, it was daytime, which made the shadow more controllable but also weakened it. A miserable situation. Partner. My power of darkness is running out, the heroes are losing, and we haven't gotten even a bit closer to our goal. What do we do? Todoroki gritted his teeth. They'd thought this would be a less difficult fight. The opposing team had Jiro, a weak combat element, while they themselves possessed some of the strongest quirks in the class, but they had underestimated him. In that second, as he racked his brain for a way to win, he decided to take a risk without using his fire. Tokoyami, get closer and bring me your shadow. I want to try something. If it works, we can break through, he finally said after roughly thinking through the plan. Got it, Tokoyami replied curtly, panting, worn out from maneuvering against the never-ending attack of tentacles that Dark Shadow could no longer fully handle. Seeing them deliberately closing in, Daki realized the heroes were up to something, but he let them do it. He wasn't a real villain, this was just a training battle, and he wanted to let them reveal their potential and show themselves in all their glory, though he himself was curious about what they would try in such a situation. When they finally managed to group together, as Dark Shadow fended off the tails and shielded them from Daki's attacks, Todoroki began creating ice armor over Dark Shadow's surface. The armor not only protected it from attacks but also weakened the effect of the sunlight, allowing it to grow stronger the more the armor built up. Eventually the ice stream halted. As Dark Shadow grew larger over time and required more and more ice, Todoroki started to struggle. His body was being overloaded, frostbite progressing faster and faster, until he collapsed. Dark Shadow reached the size of a two-story building and was calmly fending off the tails, and if not for Daki's help, it would have ripped them off effortlessly. Its power was simply incredible, so much so that even Tokoyami could barely control it. He could only tell it what to attack, and that was all he was capable of at that moment. But then Daki took a stance, raised his sword, channeled additional energy into the ice enveloping the blade and the Kaukaku, and swung. Cleave. The force of the strike cleaved straight through Dark Shadow along with its ice armor, and through several buildings behind it. Had it not been for its ability to regenerate in darkness, Tokoyami would have lost his quirk entirely, though our protagonist didn't even consider that. The bisected Dark Shadow retreated into Tokoyami's own shadow, the armor simply falling away where the cut had passed. Todoroki passed out from exhaustion, while the bird-headed boy stared in awe at destruction of such a scale that not even some of the top 10 ranked heroes could replicate it. Time's up. The villains win. Point of view. Observation room. The silence in the room was sepulchral. A battle of this scale should not have occurred in the very first combat class of the first year. At first, everyone froze when Todoroki nearly froze the entire building, then they gasped in horror when part of that building hurtled toward the heroes. And the ensuing dance of destruction, where one man pushed back two of the strongest students in the class, shattered all expectations. But Daki's final blow sent a chill even through the battle-hardened All Might. The way the blade sliced the armored shadow and several buildings behind it evoked not admiration but a primal cold creeping down the spine. The symbol of peace gazed upon the scale of the devastation, at the structures sheared off like cardboard, and fierce resolve crystallized in his heart. He would not let this boy step onto a dark path, even if he had to use every last ounce of his power. When the three students returned Todoroki on a stretcher borne by robots to the infirmary, a dejected Jiro who hadn't managed to fire a single shot, and an outwardly unruffled Daki All Might cleared his throat. So, who was the best in this battle? Ida's hand shot up instantly. Yes, Tinya. Here. Kaneko, despite his duty to guard the bomb, voluntarily went to engage the heroes and severely demolished the building. Tokoyami, while doing everything correctly, was passive. Todoroki, from the start, attempted to carefully trap the villains and devised a good way to defeat the opponent, but he did not account for the destruction his partner's enraged quirk could cause, and acted insufficiently cautiously. I think Todoroki was the best. That is all. Correct. Young Shoto crafted an excellent plan, both for swift containment of the villains and for his neutralization. Their only mistake was underestimating the opponent and expending too much energy at the start. Noticing the still downcast Jiro, All Might sheepishly scratched his cheek and unfurled the list of the next matchups. Next battle. Teams F and H. Villains, enter. What they witnessed next barely qualified as a battle. Kota and Kaminari entered and immediately stumbled into Kirishima. Ground Beta lacked sufficient animals for Kota's quirk, and Kaminari's lightning, which he never dared unleash at full power, merely tickled the hardened skin of their opponent. The humiliating rout took only minutes, the villains celebrated, and Kirishima was named MVP. Point of view. Daiki. No sooner had the echo of that final skirmish died than a golden panel unfurled before Daiki's inner eye. Congratulations! You have defeated Team Todoroki in battle. You receive a random gold ticket. Gold? How is it? I thought it would be silver. The system, as always, answered his query with only a curt vertical bar. Never a straight answer from you. Fine. While All Might delivered his closing remarks, Daiki mentally activated the ticket. Clink. Alchemy, a rare item. A tome containing guides on how to make a lot of minor yet useful potions such as healing, energy recovery, etc. from mundane or ordinary ingredients. Those who haven't read Alchemy physically cannot craft the potions it gives knowledge about. This was incredibly useful. If he could brew energy restoration potions, his reserves in combat would multiply. Combined with his enhanced stamina and ghoul physiology, he'd become an even more unstoppable war machine. Another lucky pull that let him conveniently forget the heap of junk he'd never touch. While he was mulling over the item, All Might had already finished his passionate speech, unleashed a final plus ultra, and vanished through the door. The students began trickling toward the locker rooms. Name, Daiki. Abilities, Deception, Stone Skin, Cockroach Physique, Sharpshooter, Chidori, Shrink, Rust Inducement, Project Image, Ice Creation, Spectral Claw. Traits, Hyuga, Water Resistance, Hacker, Enhanced Stamina, Hybrid Ghoul Physiology, Light Resistance. Skills, Novice Medicine. Familiars, Lion. Items, Witch's Rejuvenation Potion, Asachi, Dojo Key, Clergy Robes, Thalazon, Alchemia. Curses, Lil, 1/2. Author's note. Hey everyone! First off, I want to apologize for being absent for 2 days. I was just taking a break, not from writing chapters, and wasn't able to get any chapters written. First, thank you so much for 100,000 views. I'm incredibly grateful for this. I thought I'd hit that number only after another week, so I'm glad it happened sooner. Second, please leave reviews and comments with feedback. I've already read a couple of them and I'm really happy you're writing them. Even if you don't like something, just keep it reasoned, don't just sling mud at the author or the book. Third, I read a couple of comments about quotation marks and dashes in dialogue, and honestly there's some sense in that. I'll say right away that it makes no difference to me which one to use, one or the other. But if it matters to you, then please vote via comments and likes on them, choose below. Double quotes. Long dash. That's about it. Until the next chapter. After battle training, hot and sweaty, we all made our way to the locker room. I had just reached for the fastenings of my grey coat when heavy, enthusiastic footsteps sounded from behind. I turned. Kirishima, not even having pulled on his shirt yet, stood before me, battle lust gleaming in his eyes and a broad smile on his face. His trained muscles shone under the lights, and his fists were half clenched with overflowing emotion. Kaneko, that was insanely manly, he burst out, almost breathless with admiration. The way you stood up to both Todoroki and Tokoyami at once was so cool, especially how you sliced through that damn building. Dude, you're just unbelievable. Ha ha ha, thanks, I smiled, feeling his sincerity working its way even into my solitude-accustomed nature. I just wanted to test my full strength. And if you don't mind, call me Daki. He nodded cheerfully, and I, hesitating only a moment, decided to voice what had been on my mind. By the way, do you have time after class? Well, I can spare an hour. What's up? He frowned slightly, but his eyes already sparkled with curiosity. See, I once got an ability that boosts my defense and mass. It's called Stone Skin. And since you also have a quirk that enhances your physical form and defense, I want to spar with you. Just body to body. With every word I spoke, his eyes lit up more and more, and when I finished, he struck his chest with a dull thud and answered in a tone of absolute, unfeigned sincerity. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I figured right away you're my bro. For a manly thing like that, time can definitely be made. Fist. He held out his fist, inviting me to seal the deal. Without hesitation, I bumped my fist against his, the sound echoing through the locker room. He was a great guy, the kind of friend who'd bury a body with you without asking questions and fly to another country at a moment's notice. With someone like him, you could go anywhere. In the training gym after class. In the training gym after class. Most of the other guys were looking at us like we were idiots, but they just didn't get it. They didn't understand that feeling in your chest when your blood is boiling and you rain down blow after blow, wanting only one thing, to win. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Bakugo glancing at me with something strange, almost like respect, before he quickly averted his gaze and went back to changing. What was that about? Could it be? Point of view. After class. Having sat through a sentence of 2 final lessons seriously, who schedules more classes after combat training? Kirishima and I bolted straight to the locker room, neatly sidestepping the scene of Midoriya's return. Todoroki, by the way, showed up for the last lesson. His injuries hadn't been serious. After changing into gym clothes, we entered the training gym reserved for first-year hero students. The air smelled of fresh rubber and the metal of exercise machines, bright light reflected off the glossy floor. As we were warming up, the door slid open with a rush of air, and Bakugo flew in also in gym clothes, with his usual snarl. We both stared at him, and he bristled instantly. What are you looking at, idiots? Honestly, we didn't expect to see anyone else here, I replied calmly, while Kirishima nodded vigorously, confirming my words. Why did you come, anyway? You think I'd skip a good fight? Bakugo snarled. If I'm gonna be the #1 hero, I need to fight other people, and at least you two aren't just extras like some in our class. I paused for a second, trying to figure out whether he had just complimented us or not. Given what I knew about him, it was probably a yes. Then you go right after us. Which one of us do you want to fight? TCH, dumb question. The winner, obviously. All right. Shall we begin? Obviously. Waiting through 2 lessons was a damn pain. I activated my stone skin, Kirishima activated his hardening, and we threw ourselves at each other. He had some grasp of how to fight, but you could tell he didn't have much experience and relied more on his quirk, which slowed him down a little. I, on the other hand, weaved past his strikes and punched through his hardening, careful not to target any vital spots. After a minute of such one-sided sparring, he realized it was pointless and started deliberately leaving himself open in order to counter. But I let him. Sure, his hits chipped away at my stone skin, but the pain was fleeting, and my regeneration wiped away every trace of damage. It was also good practice for learning to ignore pain in battle, and for Kirishima, it was a chance to learn how to use his quirk in a real fight. I decided to make it a bit harder for him and switched from demonstrating technique to an in-fighter style, making full use of my defense, heavy strikes, and regeneration. I started taking more hits and harder ones, but Kirishima immediately began losing ground. Even with my short stature, I used it to the fullest. The old Daki had learned to be a nimble bee, hard to hit, and while he may not have packed the same power as an average boxer, he'd learned to strike critical points well. Solar plexus, chin, constant blows to the same spot would take people out fast. Except if he was a bee, I was a damn giant Asian hornet. My strikes were extremely painful, I wasn't afraid to take hits and was rapidly learning how to absorb them, and my greater experience meant Kirishima lost. After just 5 minutes of this kind of fighting, I shoved him back, deciding not to take it all the way to a knockout. Sure, we had a medical ward with a professional healer, but bruises were one thing, a guy out cold was another. Ha, ha, ha. I think, ha. I lost, ha. Don't sweat it, that's how it was supposed to go. I've been boxing for about 7 years now, got a lot of experience. I'm no genius, but I'm talented enough. Would have been weird if you'd won. If you want, I can give you my coach's number, he'll help you find a suitable martial art. What do you say? Ha, thanks, Daki, you're a real brother. I won't ever forget this. A little embarrassed by that response, I turned to Bakugo and with a nod invited him onto the improvised ring. Finally. Was getting sick of waiting for you two to finish waltzing around. Bakugo walked up to me and stood across from me. Meanwhile, Kirishima dragged himself over to the bench and then began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. The moment the last number rang out, Bakugo immediately lunged at me, threw a feint, and fired his quirk into my side. I took the attack with my stone skin and tried to hit back with a hook, but he used his quirk to instantly pull away. Watching his fighting style, you could tell right away he was self-taught. While Kirishima had learned a bit from someone, Bakugo fought on sheer battle instinct, with no real technique. Honestly, that suited him. It was a lot like a street fighting style, fight with whatever you've got, and any formal technique would only slow him down. Every strike he threw was driven by the will to win, and I either parried or took them, unwilling to dodge. Throughout the entire fight, I shifted to counterattacks. Without using any of my other abilities, I was at a disadvantage because whatever anyone might say about Bakugo, with his quirk, a trained body, and innate battle instincts, he was a genuine fighter. But precisely because he lacked technique and experience fighting against an opponent on equal footing, some of his strikes were careless. And on one of those, I grabbed his arm, hurled him to the ground with all my strength, and while he was disoriented for a couple of moments, I pinned him down with my foot, channeling more energy into my stone skin so he couldn't slip free. Kirishima called the knockdown. I lifted my leg, and Bakugo sprang up furiously, but instead of attacking, he hesitated and forced out through gritted teeth. "Kaneko, give me that trainer's number 2. I watched him squeeze out a more or less polite request and shook my head. "A trainer won't help you. You've already developed your own fighting style. If you want to improve, come here right after class and we'll keep training like this. And let's set up a group chat, if someone can't make it, they have to message. How's that sound?" Kirishima, still on the bench, gave a thumbs up and continued recovering. Bakugo stared at me for a moment, then finally gave a curt nod. About 5 minutes later, we fought again with another win in my favor. Afterward, we tried out the high-tech equipment, and as we were heading home, I dropped the trainer's number in our new chat. So now I had 2 training partners. The evening promised to be pleasant. Point of view. The next day. The following morning, I walked to UA, breathing in the cool spring air and squinting against the bright sun. At the gates, however, chaos reigned. Hordes of journalists armed with cameras and microphones were mobbing students like a flock of hungry seagulls. I smirked, slotted deception and strode confidently into the thick of them. Immediately, one of those vultures dashed up and shoved a microphone right into my face. "Hello. How is All Might as a teacher? I'm from General Studies." "Oh, my apologies." The journalist instantly lost interest and rushed off to another victim, while the rest, seeing the scene, scattered. "Truly vultures," I chuckled to myself and unhurriedly headed to class. The classroom was already buzzing with irritation. Arriving students were rubbing their shoulders and sides as if they'd just escaped a mob of football fans. Settling into my seat, I noticed Kirishima approaching. "Yo, hey bro. Did those reporters catch you too?" he asked with a wide grin. "Hey to you too." "Nat, as soon as I said I'm from General Studies, they left me alone," I replied. Hearing such a simple method to shake them off, Kirishima smacked his own face with a loud groan and muttered something under his breath. Just as we greeted each other, the door opened again, and Aizawa slipped in silently. Conversations died instantly. He placed a stack of papers on the desk and began speaking in a tired voice about our battle training results. "I hope you've all recovered from yesterday's battle trial. I took the liberty of reviewing your performance. Bakugo, stop acting like a 7-year-old with anger issues. You're wasting your talent." "I know," Bakugo grumbled, not lifting his eyes. "Midoriya, are you going to keep breaking your arm? If you continue doing nothing about it, you'll be out of UA quickly. As I said before, if you can overcome this, you'll be capable of far more. If you need help, talk to your classmates." "Understood." "Yes. Kaneko. If you keep showing such disregard for your surroundings, your hero career will be short." "Understood. And now, on to class business. I hate to tell you this, but..." He paused. "You need to choose a class representative." Finally, something like a normal school, several voices cheered. "Ooh! I want to be rep. Pick me. I want it too. It's a leader's position." "Me? Oh, this post exists purely for me." Silence. Everyone turned. It was, of course, Ida who had shouted. "This responsibility is not granted merely by right of strength. Just because you want the position doesn't mean you deserve it. To choose a leader, we must follow the democratic selection. Therefore, this matter can only be settled by voting. Ida, you would have looked so much cooler if your own hand wasn't raised at that moment. But everyone will just vote for themselves." "What kind of voting is that?" "That's the point. Whoever can garner multiple votes is suited for leadership." "What do you think of that idea, sensei?" "I don't care, as long as you're done by the end of class," Aizawa replied, already sliding into his sleeping bag. After the count, everything played out exactly as in canon. Midoriya got 3 votes, Yaoyorozu 2. Only this time, Ida had 1 vote. I'd purposely asked Kirishima not to vote for me, and I cast my vote for Ida. He was a good example of a quality class rep, especially if he became a bit less rigid. At lunch, I sat next to Kirishima, and soon Bakugo plopped down beside us without an invitation. We were discussing how Kirishima had already scheduled a meeting with the trainer for the following week when a deafening siren tore through the entire complex. "Security level 3 has been breached. Students are requested to evacuate promptly." After the announcement, panic erupted. Students leaped from their seats, chairs clattered, frightened cries rang out. Kirishima immediately tensed and turned to us. "Guys, shouldn't we be evacuating? Let them come. Whoever it is, I'll blow them up." Bakugo snarled but stayed put. I didn't even answer, I simply continued eating calmly. Honestly, it was the best decision I made that day, I assure you. Lunch Rush's cooking abilities are somewhere at the rare level. What I was eating only seemed like simple rice with sauce and meat. In reality, the meat was cooked perfectly, seared inside just enough that nothing raw remained, yet so tender it seemed as if it had been braised for days, falling apart along its fibers. The rice was flawless, removed at the exact second it finished cooking. And the sauce. I couldn't even imagine what he'd put in it. It was somewhat reminiscent of a rib glaze, but with at least one more bouquet of herbs added. And the spicy version that ideal 4 to 5 heat level. This dish was worth every yen I paid. Yes, I had to shell out quite a lot, about $75 equivalent, but it was truly worth it. Of course, there were far cheaper lunches for poorer students and even for those on scholarships, but the point of money was to spend it. While I was blissfully enjoying my meal, Ida demonstrated his courage and quick thinking, calming everyone down. And when we'd finished eating and headed to the next class, Midoriya solemnly transferred the representative title to him. With that, the day's upheavals came to an end. Author's notes. So, a question to you, readers: should I change all the previous chapters to double quotation marks? Won't it reset the comments if I do? Let me know. If anyone's wondering when USJ happens, according to the manga it's definitely at least the next day, because during the press interview Aizawa mentions that All Might is absent from work today. Plus, they wouldn't have been able to gather all those villains in just a few hours, or even less. Next chapter. Chaos Gacha in MHA, Chapter 22, Chapter 20, The Rise of Juggernaut 2. Chapter 16, The Battle at the USJ. That morning, I walked to UA feeling as though everything inside me was coiling into a tight knot. The spring sun blazed brightly, birds screeched in the treetops, the city smelled of fresh leaves and exhausted fumes, an ordinary, carefree day. Except that a grim premonition sat in my gut like a stone. I knew for certain, today was the day. Today, Class 1A would clash with real villains for the very first time, and I would be there. Was I ready? Barely. I had no real way to beat the Nomu, and that thing would be the main obstacle in this event. This was the battle that canonically showed just how weakened All Might had become. Yet, he won, but the injuries he took were catastrophic. Using Kurogiri's portals, the Nomu had nearly torn the symbol of peace in half. And I was no All Might. I had only one option: use my superior endurance, encase the Nomu in ice, and slowly, methodically drain its blood through my Kagun, growing stronger in the process. Maybe I could try freezing the wounds from my sword, but with its physique, that would be useless. The ice simply wouldn't hold against its regeneration. Slicing it apart was pointless too, it would instantly regenerate any cutting damage. On top of all that, I'd have to move heaven and earth to avoid using cockroach physique. If I activated it, it would be a direct ticket to prison for vigilantism. Sure, I could break out their quirk, suppressing cuffs wouldn't work on me, but even so, without Class 1A, I'd be cut off from the plot, earn fewer tickets, and my dream of becoming a hero would sink like a stone. I definitely wouldn't become a supervillain. Yeah, that would probably net me a ton of tickets, but no. Under no circumstances. Shades of grey as a vigilante were one thing, true evil was another entirely. I entered the classroom, greeted Kirishima and Momo with a nod, and settled into my seat. The morning lessons closed in around me like a cage, and time oozed. Point of view. Foundational hero training. Having finished our morning classes and gone for lunch, the moment arrived for the lesson everyone in the class had been looking forward to most. I, however, was the only one who was genuinely apprehensive about it, for I understood exactly what kind of adversaries we would have to face, and the thought weighed heavily on me. After all, it would take just one well-placed warp portal and a touch from Shigaraki on my neck to give him a high probability of killing me, not a 100% certainty, mind you, since my ghoul regeneration might offer some slight defense against his decay quirk, but that damned Nomu, with his strength, durability, and speed rivaling a sports car, would turn me into goddamn mush. That is, in my cockroach form my speed tops out at nearly 400 km per hour, but without it I only barely managed to hit 60 km per hour today, and that was only after consuming a massive amount of blood from ordinary quirk users that I'd acquired through special channels. This is going to be a tough day. Aizawa walked in and made straight for the teacher's desk without wasting a second. For today's fundamental hero training, it's been decided that you'll be supervised by a team of 3, myself, All Might, and one other, he announced in that utterly monotone voice of his. Sensei, what are we even doing? Kirishima called out. Heroes deal with everything, whether it's floods, earthquakes, or any other disaster. This is called a rescue trial. Is that clear? A rescue trial? Sounds like it'll be insanely hard. For real. Idiots. That's the most heroic work there is. Of course they're going to train us for it. A flood is right up my alley, Kuro. Ashui added happily. Don't celebrate too soon, Aizawa deadpanned, instantly lowering the room's enthusiasm by 1 full level. This time, you may choose whether or not to wear your hero costumes, since some of them aren't yet suited for these kinds of tasks. The training area is quite a distance away, so we'll be taking a bus. That is all. Begin your preparations. We changed and, under Ida's direction, the whole class piled onto the bus. I decided to conserve my strength. After asking Momo and Kirishima to leave me be for now, I settled into a seat and pulled out my wireless earbuds. I hit play, closed my eyes. Morphink, deeper bass. I tried to relax just a little before the coming storm. The ride didn't last long. 15 minutes later, we spilled out of the bus, gathered in front of the enormous dome, and filed inside. Honestly, an incredible facility. Zones with floods, fires, forests, cliffs, landslides. My God, it was cooler than any amusement park. If not for the lesson and the villains, I would have happily changed and gone exploring. Damned villains! Amazing, voices echoed under the dome. Is this the U.S.J? A figure in a spacesuit approached 13. Water disasters, landslides, fires, and the like. ID to simulate a vast array of dangers, and its name is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Her voice came from beneath the helmet. It's the space hero, number 13. Ah, that's my favorite hero. A true rescue hero who provides phenomenal aid in disaster relief. 13 walked up to Aizawa, and they began murmuring quietly about something. While they talked, I suddenly recalled how, just the other day, I'd learned that 13 was a woman. Damn it. The anime never showed it, and I'd honestly assumed she was a guy. Before we begin, I'll say just one thing, or two, or three, or four. 13 turned to face us. I'm sure you're already aware, but my quirk is called Black Hole. No matter what it absorbs, everything turns to dust. That quirk is absolutely perfect for removing debris and rescuing people from disasters, Midoriya remarked with innocent enthusiasm. Hearing such a naive assumption, I simply shook my head. If that quirk had fallen into more dangerous hands, we'd have a terrifying supervillain who could easily breach any prison wall, and most emitter-type quirks would be nearly useless against him. Yes. 13 agreed. However, this power can also be used to kill, and in that regard, it's no different from the quirks of other heroes. In our society, quirk use is strictly regulated, and so it is across the world. Each of you possesses an ability that can be used to harm. In Aizawa's class, you learned the true potential of your quirks. In All Might's class, you saw just how dangerous such power can be. My lesson is a direct continuation. Here you will learn to use your quirks to save people. Your quirks do not exist to inflict pain on others. Please, leave this class with the understanding that your abilities must serve to help people. That is all. Thank you for listening so attentively. Bravo! Bravo! Applause broke out. All right, to begin with. Aizawa started. And in that very instant, the light over the central plaza dimmed. The air in the middle of the hall rippled, and out of nowhere, a dark, swirling portal tore open. From it, one after another, villains began to emerge. The League of Villains had arrived. Everyone stay together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa barked. What's that? Is this another test? Eureka asked, bewildered. Stay where you are. Those are villains. Kurogiri stepped forward from the portal, a formless shadow with glowing yellow eyes. 13 an Eraserhead? But according to the schedule, All Might is supposed to be here as well, he remarked, a note of disappointment in his voice. Just as I thought. Yesterday's break-in was your doing, bastards, Aizawa hissed, his eyes flashing dangerously. Where is he? A voice that sent a cold shiver racing down my spine rang out. Shigaraki Tamura. We've been through so much, gathered so many. Don't tell me the symbol of peace isn't here. Well, no matter. Perhaps he'll show up if we kill all the children. Fuck. My vigilante days had definitely not prepared me for this. On the streets, it was mostly thugs and punks, and even gangs killed for profit. But people like Shigaraki were simply insane. The sheer madness dripping from his voice. If Midoriya even for a second thought someone like that could be rehabilitated like a typical shonen protagonist, he deserved to be thrown into a psych ward himself. Villains. What are they doing here? This is impossible. How did they even get into UA? Sensei. What about the security sensors? Momo yelled, and 13 replied. Of course we have them, but... I wonder, did they invade only this place, or somewhere else as well? Todoroki interrupted, his voice eerily calm. In any case, if the sensors didn't trigger, it means one of them has a quirk that allowed them to bypass security. That's the most viable explanation. An isolated location, far from the main building, at a time when a class is scheduled here, this all reeks of an ambush. Number 13, begin evacuation procedures. And contact the academy. These villains know how to bypass the sensors. There's a chance one of them has an electromagnetic quirk that can jam communications. Sensei. Are you planning to fight them alone? Even if you erase their quirks, there are still far too many of them. Eraserhead's fighting style relies on erasing quirks and neutralizing opponents. In this kind of fight, you have very few advantages. Midoriya protested. Kid, a pro hero isn't a one-trick pony. I'll manage. 13, I'm counting on you, Aizawa said, and immediately leaped straight into the mob of villains. His reinforced capture scarf whipped out, coiling around enemies, hurling them like bowling pins. No matter what anyone said about him, Aizawa was a damn cool hero. 13 began herding students toward the exit, while I held back, refusing to rush headlong into battle. If I tried anything now, before they'd scattered us, we'd just be pinned down, and I had no way to get past Kurogiri. Better to lie low and act carefully for now. And just as I thought about him, Kurogiri manifested right in front of us. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to evacuate. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for disturbing you, but we have invaded this academy solely to meet the symbol of peace, and kill him. Hey! But why isn't he here? Perhaps something went wrong? Well, no matter. In that same instant, Bakugo and Kirishima lunged at him, trying to neutralize the threat immediately, but their attacks were simply swallowed by his portals. Kurogiri was the worst possible opponent for me. Not only did he have no blood, but my cuts were unlikely to affect him at all, since they only worked on armor and flesh. Even ice he could probably ignore. To be honest, he was more dangerous than the straightforward Nomu. My. That was rather dangerous. As expected, though you're still students, you are the future of the hero world. It's useless. Both of you, get back. 13 shouted. I'm afraid I can't allow that. My task is to scatter you. I hope you'll enjoy our preparations, Kurogiri intoned, and his body began to expand into a massive shadow. In the next heartbeat, a black wave swallowed me along with everyone else. The space around me crumpled, twisted, and suddenly I felt ice-cold water closing over my head. My ears clogged. a desperate urge to inhale flared in my chest. I opened my eyes, activating the Byakugan, and the underwater world tinted a greenish-gray. I was deep, very deep, and all around me, cutting through the water with terrifying speed, villains were closing in. There were too many of them. Way too many. Without hesitation, I focused my Kaukaku around my arms and legs, morphing the blood-red armor into white flippers. Those with aquatic quirks were gaining on me with every second. I almost felt their fingers closing around my ankle when yank. Something long, flexible, and immensely strong wrapped around my body and ripped me out of the water like a cork from a bottle. A moment later, I crashed onto the deck of a ship, coughing and gasping for air. "Thanks, Ashui," I choked out, still spitting water. It was a bit tough in there. Couldn't use my ice, and. "Who are you?" a shocked voice cut in. I froze. Turned. Midoriya stood there, red to the very tips of his hair like a ripe tomato, staring at me as if he'd seen a ghost. Ashui tilted her head in silent bewilderment. "What do you mean?" I started. And stopped dead. My voice had changed. It was higher, more melodic, brighter. Alien. Female. Something inside me plummeted. I scrambled to the ship's railing, leaned over, and stared at my reflection in the dark, eerily calm water. A girl stared back at me. Genuinely beautiful, like she'd stepped out of an anime. Deep, silky black hair framed a delicate, refined face. Gold and white eyes the same as before, but now they looked utterly different set in that face. I had turned into a beauteous anime girl. The one-half curse. Cold water. Fug. Chapter 17 The Battle at the USJ-2. Something inside me plummeted. I scrambled to the ship's railing, leaned over, and stared at my reflection in the dark, eerily calm water. A girl stared back at me. Genuinely beautiful, like she'd stepped out of an anime. Deep, silky black hair framed a delicate, refined face. Gold and white eyes the same as before, but now they looked utterly different set in that face. I had turned into a beauteous anime girl. The one-half curse. Cold water. Fug. Hearing my ringing, almost melodic cry, Midoriya flushed even harder, if that was even possible, his face rivaling an overripe tomato, while Ashui tilted her head, beginning to piece things together. Turning to them, I sighed, still feeling the foreignness of my own voice, and decided to explain this complicated situation. "Ashui, Midoriya, it's me, Kaneko," I said, and the sound of my own name in a female pitch made my skin crawl. "What?" Midoriya gasped, nearly dropping his notebook. "I already figured it out. It's a side effect of your quirk, isn't it, Kuro?" Ashui replied calmly, her large eyes studying me with genuine curiosity. "Yet, my quirk can have some drawbacks, curses, to put it simply. One of them, when I get hit with cold water, I switch genders. To change back, I need warm or hot water." "Kuro. What an interesting quirk. But we need to figure out what to do next." Ashui shifted her gaze from me to the water, where the villain's shadows still stirred in the depths. "Don't worry about that," I said, straightening up and feeling cold resolve seep back into me. They turned to me. "Because I am here." With those words, I leaped onto the water, and in that very instant my palms touched the surface. Under my feet, a massive sheet of ice began to form with a deafening crack. It spread in all directions at incredible speed, white, matte, webbed with micro-fractures as I poured more and more energy into the ability. The ice reached the edges of the pool, froze into the concrete walls, and then began to thicken, plunging 5 meters deep until it had turned the water into a monolithic frozen cube, trapping the helpless villains inside. Ashui and Midoriya jumped down onto the ice platform and stared at the spectacle with something like awe. "I always dreamed of saying that," I smirked, and my mocking smile made Midoriya awkwardly avert his gaze. "Ah, right, I was still in a girl's body. That's simply incredible, Kuro." But what about the villains? We can't leave them in the ice, Kuro. Azui pointed a finger at the vague shadows frozen in the depths. Right away, I activated my Byakugan, and the world blossomed with three-dimensional vision. Each villain, frozen in the ice trap, was visible through and through heat signatures, body outlines. Fortunately, they were all frozen motionless. Extending my Rinkaku, I began to pull them out of the icy prison one by one, like claws, and then I encased their legs and arms in ice, welding them to the floor. Kanekeo, do we have a plan? Midoriya asked timidly, still avoiding looking me straight in the eye. No. We get there and act according to the situation. That's wrong. What about the other students? We were all scattered across the zones. His voice suddenly gained firmness. I stopped. Midoriya was right. Even if I took out the Nomu and Shigaraki, if any of the students got hurt, we'd already have lost. This might be a goddamn anime and manga, but I couldn't ignore that risk. This was no time to play the lone hero. Midoriya, you're the best strategist among us. What do you think we should do? I asked, turning to him. He hesitated, fidgeted with the edge of his costume, and then spoke quickly but clearly, as if dictating a plan to himself. Well, considering you're the strongest in your class and have great versatility, someone with your quirk should go straight into battle and help against the strongest villains, while Azui and I will go to other zones. And considering her quirk, which allowed her to climb walls and surfaces, the only other option besides the zone where we were dropped off over water is the mountain zone, where her usefulness would be greatest, and I don't have any advantages in this situation. So, I need to find a zone that won't hinder my use of force, so the fire zone would be my best option in this situation. How did he say all that in one breath? But that wasn't what bothered me. Midoriya, call me Tsuyu, Azui corrected. I am sorry, I just... Wait, I interrupted, looking at Midoriya intently. You said they dropped you off above the water. Yes, and that's why, you were dropped under the water. That's why you took so long to surface and ended up so deep. But what's the difference? Why were we in different spots in the same zone? I don't know, I didn't even... I began, but stopped short. Of course. Ice. Being so deep underwater, you couldn't use your ice creation. But... Midoriya faltered and continued, but then why was Tsuyu put here? If they deliberately exploited your weakness, why didn't they do the same for the others? I can confirm, if I had ended up in the fire zone, I'd already be a French-style frog, Azui added matter-of-factly. We both turned to her with shocked expressions. What? Good humor helps in a bad situation. And I'm still right, Kuro. I get it, Midoriya looked at me with interest, and I, recalling the situation from canon, quickly understood how it had played out. They only knew about my swordsmanship and ice creation. Wait, that's surprisingly logical. But why only? That's all I used in the entrance exam. I didn't need anything more back then. I think they somehow got a recording of that exam. But it still doesn't explain why Tsuyu ended up here. Maybe they only knew about the top scorers? Tsuyu wasn't in the top 10, so they probably didn't even know about her, Midoriya suggested. I agree, that's the most plausible option. Then we need to prepare for the villains having countermeasures against Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Kirishima, Tsuyu concluded. Worse and worse by the minute, I muttered, feeling the cold knot inside me tighten. As we ran toward the central plaza, I pulled a thermos flask from my coat's inner pocket on the go and, without a second thought, poured the warm water over my head. The liquid streamed through my hair, down my face, over my shoulders. Immediately, a hot wave passed through my body, bones seemed to creak, muscles rearranged, my height increased slightly, shoulders broadened. The curse retreated. Tsuyu and Midoriya stared at me with surprise as I shook my wet hair while running. What? I do know my quirk's side effects. I was just surprised back there. Point of view. Central Plaza. Aizawa. There are so many of them. No fewer than 50. With every blow, every throw, my chances of victory only shrink. I keep knocking out villains, hurling them into each other, entangling them with my scarf, breaking limbs, but their numbers don't dwindle. It's like fighting a hydra. For every one I take down, 2 more seem to appear. It's not just the numbers. Around the middle of the plaza stands that leader, scrawny, pale, covered in dry, peeling skin, merely observing, scratching his neck nervously. But my greatest concern isn't him, it's the 2 dark hulks beside him. One is built like All Might, a mountain of muscle, a beak, bulging eyes, while the other, though wiry, looks more like an athlete, long limbs, black skin, a blank expression on a face like a smeared mask. Both stand motionless, like puppets without strings. Even from the thick of battle, it's clear they are the most dangerous here. Damn! A fist, not quite human, a scaly limb with claws, whistled past my head. If not for my reaction speed, honed by years of night patrols, I would already have lost. While the arm was still beside my face, I executed a quick capture and hurled this half-crocodile onto the floor. He roared, scales cracking. Arg! How I hate professional heroes. None of these mobs stand a chance against them. Everyone, fall back! Shigaraki rasped. The surrounding villains retreated about 20 meters, forming a wide circle, and I stood in the center, gasping for breath. It was tough. Whatever I told Midoriya, this many opponents were too much for me. Where was All Might? If he were here, they'd be blown away by his mere presence. As I desperately caught my breath, that leader appeared silently beside me and placed his palm on my elbow. In that instant, pain shot through me as if a swarm of fire ants were burrowing into my arm. The skin sizzled and began to slough off. Fighting through the pain, I glared at him, erasing his quirk, and the pain nearly stopped. He immediately leaped back, dodging my retaliatory scarf strike that only sliced through air. Not taking my eyes off the enemy, I lifted my elbow and looked at the damage. The skin was gone, muscle exposed, and the contact hadn't even lasted a second. Dangerous. Yeah, what a disgusting quirk you have, Eraserhead, he drawled, scratching his neck again, peeling dry skin. But no matter, you're just dragging out the fun. You know yourself you can't handle all of us, Hat. Look who's talking. You're the one who wrecked the gates yesterday, aren't you? He, you figured it out. No way. Of course it was me. And it's just one of the first steps to tear down your bright little hero world. Hide in your burrows, but even there you won't be safe. You. His tirade was cut off by the appearance of black mist, which nearly instantly condensed into a figure with bright yellow eyes, the teleporter. Tomura Shigaraki. Ah, Kurogiri. How did it go with 13? I managed to neutralize the teacher, but the students proved far more capable than I anticipated, and one of them escaped. Shigaraki spun to face Kurogiri and suddenly placed both hands on his own neck, scratching it furiously, leaving red streaks. Hum. Kurogiri, if it weren't for your usefulness, I'd have an overwhelming urge to simply destroy you. The whole plan is going to shit, the other teachers will arrive soon, and we haven't even seen a shadow of our target. Do we retreat? Yes. The quest has failed, the boss isn't here, staying any longer is pointless. But... He turned to me as if remembering something. Ah, yes, we should show off our little trump card. Nomo number 1, the leader's lips under his hand mask stretched into the most revolting grin I'd ever seen, beat that idiot senseless. And then I saw a fist flying straight at my face, huge, black, moving at the speed of a truck. As I watched it, only one thought flickered through my head. I'm not paid enough for this. Bam. Point of view. Central Plaza. Daiki. I sprinted toward the plaza with all my might, every step pounding in my temples. Izuku and Tsuyu had already split off, heading to other zones, and I was racing to help our homeroom teacher. My heart hammered somewhere in my throat, my lungs burned from the rapid dash, the wind howled in my ears. And then a body flew at me out of nowhere. I caught it, skidding to a halt with the dull screech of the ice spikes I had instinctively shot from my solace. I looked down and saw an unconscious Aizawa, his face bloodied, his scarf dragging limply, his right arm mangled. This is bad. And then I saw the Nomua charging at me, the same wiry dark figure I'd spotted on my approach. Without thinking, I raised a hand and created a glacier, sealing it in a block of ice. That would hold it just long enough for me to drag Aizawa to safety. I grabbed his body and tried to flee. Not so fast. I instantly saw something incredibly fast, not much slower than myself, in cockroach form, and reflexively raised my arms to block the blow. But I couldn't. The monstrous strike swept me away along with Aizawa, blasting the air from my lungs. We flew several meters before I stopped myself by driving ice claws into the concrete. Whoosh! Sliding across the floor, I quickly checked my arms for serious damage, only a huge, spreading bruise on my forearms. The bone was intact. Fast, but not that heavy on the power, I whispered, rising. I quickly dragged Aizawa farther from where the fight was about to unfold, propping him against a chunk of concrete wall, then stood up and began studying my opponent. He didn't have the striking features of the first Nomu, even his face was just a bland mishmash of flesh, no emotions, empty eye sockets. But he was much taller than me, at least 2 meters, black, sinewy, with long, powerful legs. Everything about him screamed speed and agility. The second Nomu. Well then, let's see just how. He lunged at me with incredible speed, the air shrieked. I quickly sent a stream of ice at him, a spiked wall of frost, but he didn't even notice, a single punch shattered it into icy dust. Strong you are. I need to shut up and think. He's just too damn fast. His speed alone completely nullifies my Rinkaku, the tails can't even touch him. If I used my cockroach form, I'd be faster, but that would be a Pyrrhic victory. The moment I step out of here, I'll be arrested for vigilantism. I need to draw a Sachi. Even as I frantically thought, my hands automatically kept creating more ice walls and glaciers, cooling the air, coating the floor in white crust, erecting obstacles to try and slow this monster down. But he couldn't care less about ice. He smashed through it like cardboard boxes and closed in like an unstoppable war machine. I quickly created several walls in front of me, buying a second, and took a stance without drawing the sword from its scabbard. Dissect it, Soritachi! The blade and scabbard transformed instantly, the coal-black edge lengthened, the guard flared gold. And just as the Nomo raised its fist over the last wall, I poured a tremendous amount of energy into the sword and the ice. I. At first there was only a crack sharp as a gunshot, and then the Nomo's body was simply cleaved in two, both halves coated in ice. But that didn't stop it. Of course not. It simply fused back together, muscles and flesh sealing with a wet, squelching sound, and the ice vanished almost instantly. Regeneration. And some kind of resistance to temperature, I assume. The perfect counter to me, I hissed. Ice doesn't affect it. Without energy reinforcement, my sword only leaves superficial wounds that instantly close. My fastest attack can't kill it, and everything else is slower and unlikely to land. I'm in deep shit. This thing was definitely sent against me and Bakugo. I have no doubt it resists not just ice but extreme temperatures, to be extra sure. I shouldn't have cursed the ghoul physiology. If it weren't for that, which turned me into a hybrid and heavily boosted my physical abilities, plus the enhanced endurance trait, I wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against this brute. Was this how All Might felt facing the Nomu in the anime? As I mused, a leg flew at my face with a sharp whistle. Bam! I barely managed to jerk my head aside. The shockwave burned my cheek. My left arm, which I'd tried to block with, took serious damage. The forearm went numb, bruises crackled across the skin. Thankfully, it was already starting to heal. Ghoul regeneration was simply superb. I swung my sword again, creating an ice slash, and exactly what I predicted happened, a superficial wound that didn't even slow its assault. Once more, I began erecting ice walls to try and buy time for a plan. Of course, a plan. I already had one. But I'd save the suicidal attack for last. When the Nomu smashed through the final wall, I didn't make another. It was just a pointless drain on my energy. Instead, I parried the attack, slipped aside, and, leaping back, coated the sword and the ice on it with Kaukaku. Then I severed its right arm. The crimson blade passed through flesh like butter. Grih! The Nomu roared, the first sound it had made. Now that's more like it. Should have done this from the start. Why did I coat the blade only with ice during the IAI? Simple, ice I can create almost instantly upon contact with an object, but Kaukaku takes time, which doesn't suit such a fast attack. Of course, even with Kaukaku, my attack was fairly useless. I had no way to slow its regeneration, and ice had no effect. If I sliced off its arms 20 more times, it would simply regenerate them, just like now. But the key is, while it regenerates such massive body parts, there's a delay in its attacks. That allows me to use Rinkaku and absorb blood from its severed limbs. Genius, isn't it? Even now, when it lunges at me with its tremendous speed, the Byakugan lets me compensate for the vast difference, dodging with ice platforms, blocking, deflecting. And the power gained from its blood not only made me 20% stronger since the start of the battle, but also partially restores my spent energy. This is what a true vampire build is, being a tireless, constantly regenerating cockroach. There's just one problem, I can't win. The Nomu isn't human, it's a bioweapon, tireless and merciless. In just a couple more minutes, even if All Might arrives, I'll simply tire, make a mistake, and lose instantly. It's faster and stronger, its regeneration is better, and it has rudimentary combat instincts that let it fight decently. A direct hit on a weak spot without Kaukaku would mean death. I quickly threw up another ice wall, continuing to stall, but it finally realized it could just go around. Instantly, I erected a semicircle of ice in its path, blocking its approach, and it smashed through with a roar only to lose both arms to my attack. Rinkaku immediately shot toward the severed limbs, absorbing blood. But that was my mistake. The monster closed the distance in an instant and rammed me with its head. A monstrous blow slammed me into the floor, and I skidded across the plaza at high speed, grinding concrete. The moment my slide halted, it was already on me. Its arms had regenerated and it tried to strike, but I rolled away. I used ice creation as both propulsion and obstacle, pushing off from rising ice platforms, sliding, evading, zigzagging. Right now, I'm just wasting time. With every second of this fight, my classmates are clashing with villains, and since Canon has gone to hell due to the second Nomu's presence, their chances of irreversible injury or death are rising. The only reasonable option left is Plan A. What's Plan A? As I said before, a suicidal attack. I instantly moved to close in, raising both hands, and the moment I was near it I dodged to the right of its attack and began sealing both of us in ice. It's simple, really. This Nomu had a weakness, temperature itself didn't affect it, but it still had to break through the ice, and that gave me a few moments. I seized its arms, holding them in place with Kaukaku, and constantly channeled energy into creating ice, not letting it break free, while at the same time driving Rinkaku into its body and draining its blood. I was bleeding it dry. So why is this a suicidal attack? Arg! My scream drowned in the cracking ice. Because it's literally tearing me apart. Even using everything I have, I'm far weaker than it is. If it weren't for its constant depletion, it has to spend resources on regeneration and trying to break the ice, and if it weren't for my own regeneration, I would have already been ripped in half, and no ghoul physiology would save me. But I clenched my teeth, dug my feet into the ground, ceaselessly creating ice and refusing to budge. I didn't know how long this struggle lasted. Seconds stretched into eternity until finally its body went still, and after what felt like forever, words appeared before my eyes. Congratulations! You have killed Nomo number 2. You receive a random platinum ticket. Congratulations! You have absorbed enough especially strong blood of a single type. You gain the common rank trait temperature resistance. After reading the first message, I could no longer hold on to consciousness. Fatigue crashed over me like a concrete slab, and the world sank into darkness. Chapter 18: The Battle at USJ-3 and Aftermath. Point of View: Central Plaza. Tomura Shigaraki. The screech of ice, the crash of blows, the distorted roar of the Nomu, it all blended into a cacophony that made Tomura's temples throb. He stood there, fidgeting from foot to foot, watching his perfect weapon fail to handle some teenager. His pale fingers kept reaching for his neck, leaving red, inflamed streaks on the dry skin. Kurogiri, what the fuck is this? Why can't our strongest weapon beat some kid? What the hell is going on here? Who even is he? His voice cracked, trembling with impotent rage, echoing across the plaza. Tomura, this Nomo was specifically meant to counter him and the other boy, Bakugo, Kurogiri replied evenly, almost impassively, his yellow eyes gleaming from within the black mist. Tomura turned slowly, very menacingly, toward their only means of transport from here. A huge desire to simply destroy it boiled within him, to tear this fog to pieces, to disperse it across the entire area. No, I can't. This is my only way out. Even if it infuriates me. He forced himself to breathe slowly, deeply, the way he'd been taught online, and the rage subsided slightly, leaving behind a sticky, nauseating residue. So, you're telling me that we had to bring a monster on par with the symbol of peace just to handle a couple of brats, he hissed through clenched teeth. Against one, more accurately. But yes. Do you even realize how absurd that sounds? Tomura exploded, spit flying. Calm yourself, Tomura. Master specifically ordered me to bring another one. It was not my personal decision. Kurogiri remained as calm as ever. Sensei. Fine. But why? He's strong, sure, but not strong enough to derail our plans. If he and All Might joined forces, not a single Nomu could handle them. Moreover, his eyes can easily affect me, which prevents me from joining the fight. I see. Tomura resumed, scratching his neck, but slower, trying to keep his eyes on the battle of the super-fast Nomu. Super-fast. Sonic. Yeah, I'll call him Sonic from now on. He watched the, honestly, pathetic attempts of Sonic to get at the teenager and how well the boy used his ice against the opponent. But the oddity was how little the ice actually affected Sonic. Could it be that Nomo has cold resistance and regeneration, right? Not quite. It has resistance to both high and low temperatures. Perfect. And at that very moment, the air above the plaza exploded with a booming, thunderous voice. Do not fear, for I am here. Tomura slowly, almost carnivorously, smiled, turning toward the sound. And here comes the final boss. Finally. I was getting tired of waiting, and I was just starting to feel like killing a few brats. Point of View: Medical Office. Daiki Kaneko. 4 hours later. You know, waking up in a medical office wasn't on my wish list when I crossed over. I'm not Harry Potter, and I don't want to end up on a cot after every major battle, staring at a white ceiling. A film still covered my eyes, and a nasty metallic taste lingered in my mouth, the aftermath of overexertion. My body felt like cotton, every movement was a struggle. Still, I'd handled that Nomu pretty well. I wonder how. Fuck. What about the others? I jerked, trying to sit up. Lie down. Now. You should be worrying about yourself first. You've strained your body beyond belief, adrenaline was the only thing keeping you on your feet. The stern female voice lashed out like a slap. I turned to the source of that voice and saw an old woman with grey hair standing before me, short in stature but with predatory eyes that watched me intensely, clutching her cane shaped like a massive syringe. Recovery girl. A living legend of UA. What about the rest of my class? Most only suffered superficial injuries. I was about to exhale in relief, but I realized she hadn't finished. But there are a couple of very serious injuries. Not just physical, but psychological as well. And those I cannot heal. Who? The lightning boy, Denki Kaminari, lost his left arm. Another, Yuga Aoyama, suffered a severe back injury and will need nearly a week to recover. And a girl, Kyokujiro, sustained psychological trauma. I looked at her with concern, imagining what villains could do to a pretty girl. She was almost raped. And if not for the arrival of the other teachers, the irreparable would have happened. But how? How could this happen? Words stuck in my throat, a single question tore through my mind, this wasn't in canon. Everything went fine. Only the teachers got seriously hurt, and even Aizawa was up and teaching a couple of days later. I deliberately didn't interfere so nothing would change. The healer lowered her head and sighed wearily. Villains. She stepped a little closer and sat on a chair. There were too many villains. Many. Those with strong combat quirks did well and barely got scratched. But those who were weaker suffered badly. Recovery girl gazed out the window, as if trying not to relieve such a tragedy. If there had been just a few less villains, she muttered to herself, but I heard every word clearly, and they buried themselves in my soul. I could have changed this. I'm not just some transmigrator shoved helplessly into the plot, no. I had resources and power, but my fear of changing canon led to terrible consequences. I'm pathetic. I turned my head and looked out the same window as the healer. We spent a good minute like that in silence, she, lost in her thoughts, and I, trying to digest my own guilt. Finally, she sighed. You can go, boy. You're all healed, no wounds, no exhaustion. You've been given Friday off. But why did I keep you here? I nodded. I don't know. Maybe I wanted to talk. They say it helps after unpleasant events. I may have been a healer for many years, but I've never seen an attack like this on a hero school. I can't imagine what those children felt during the assault. I stood up, as if in a trance, and walked to the locker room to take off my hero costume. Point of view. Boys' locker room. Entering, I walked to my locker and simply sat down beside it, leaning my back against the cold metal. My head was empty and yet overflowing with thoughts, and they thundered like a train in a tunnel. I tried to pull myself together. It can't go on like this. I've already changed canon. Now I have to intervene actively. Yes. That's what I'll do. But first. And at that moment, system messages unfurled before my eyes, suspended in the air. The very same ones I should have seen on the battlefield, but consciousness had left me too soon. Congratulations. You have killed Nomo number 2. You receive a random platinum ticket. Congratulations. You have absorbed enough especially strong blood of a single type. You gain the common rank trait temperature resistance. Congratulations. You have survived the villain attack at the USJ. You receive a gold ticket. I got a free trait? Well, considering that an opponent of that level is stronger than many pros and in speed, among the top 10 heroes, probably only Mirko and Hawks would be on his level. It feels like a pretty weak reward, I muttered, still feeling a tinge of bitterness. Temperature resistance. Common trait. Allows you to better withstand high and low temperatures. I sighed and moved on to the gold ticket. I mentally activated it. Clink. Death Angels. Uncommon familiar. A quiet place not as grandiose as the name might suggest, these aliens, dubbed Death Angels, are heavily armored quadrupedal extraterrestrial creatures possessing incredible strength and agility, as well as supernatural hearing despite their blindness. A Death Angel is impervious to conventional firearms, can lift cars, and can run at speeds over 100 km per hour, but its senses are rather weak, and it requires active guidance to operate effectively. You start with 4, and gain more as your maximum energy reserves increase. Are they really only uncommon rank? One of these Death Angels equals a hero in at least the top 50. What kind of cheating is this? How is this even possible? I shook my head in disbelief. But I was actually glad they'd dropped. This would only speed up the plan that was already forming in my head. And now the main reward. I mentally reached for the platinum ticket and activated it. Clink. Ex nihilo. Epic trait. Now, creating and maintaining all abilities that allow you to create constructs or new matter requires significantly less energy. The trait gently seeped into me, and I immediately felt my energy flow more smoothly, more efficiently, as if someone had tuned my internal engine to perfection. Son of a bitch, what are these super broken mage traits? I'm supposed to be melee, and my last name isn't Todoroki. Why the hell do I already have 3 epic traits? Can I get a strong ability, please? I pounded my fist against the locker but forced myself to exhale. Name, Daiki. Abilities, Deception, Stone Skin, Cockroach Physique, Sharpshooter, Chidori, Shrink, Rust Inducement, Project Image, Ice Creation, Spectral Claw. Traits, Hyaga, Water Resistance, Hacker, Enhanced Stamina, Hybrid Ghoul Physiology, Light Resistance, Ex Nihilo, Temperature Resistance. Skills, Novice Medicine. Familiars, Lion, Death Angels. Items, Witch's Rejuvenation Potion, Asachi, Dojo Key, Clergy Robes, Thalazon, Alchemilia. Whatever, forget it. I sighed and calmed down, quickly changing into my school uniform and, trying not to run into anyone from my class, began to leave. After exiting UA and walking briskly for about a couple of kilometers, I ducked into the first alleyway I found. From my rather plain backpack with an image of Endeavor on it, I pulled out light sportswear and changed. Placing my school uniform into the backpack and finding the nearest doorway, I opened a portal to the dojo and tossed my things inside, keeping only a simple burner phone. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the only number saved. Yo, boss is listening, a familiar hoarse voice crackled from the speaker. Boss, hey. I couldn't resist the sarcasm. Ahem, my apologies. Do you need something? Yet. Ha, this is hard, but. I agree. No way. What made you change your mind so fast? Just yesterday you said you wouldn't do it and that you'd only pass goods to trusted buyers. Something happened, didn't it? Yes. Everything's shit. Yes. I'm heading back to base. I'll be waiting. The call ended. I pocketed the phone and decided to do something very stupid. To run to Yamanashi Prefecture and see just how fast I was in cockroach form. Transforming quickly, chitin rustling over my body, limbs elongating, I ran. My speed was insanely fast, somewhere around 500 km per hour when I wasn't holding back. The wind roared, buildings blurred into streaks. It was sheer madness. I'd make it there in about 15 minutes, even accounting for the terrain. But right now, I wanted to think about the phone call I'd just made. Honestly, I'm not a stupid person. I understood that selling a youth-granting drug to criminals was a foolish move. Unless you controlled those criminals. Yes, even with my strength and certain abilities, I needed connections and influence. And when I first got the pills, and then the deception ability, it was like a puzzle clicked together in my head. From the outside, it seems like the deception ability just lets me lie to people. But they're deeply mistaken. When applied correctly, it's better to call it hypnosis. With it, I can deceive others that I'm their old friend, that I already paid for the groceries, or that I'm a guy to some random girl. Especially when the power difference is colossal. So, in my cockroach form, even back when I was a vigilante, my strength already easily reached the level of a top 10 pro hero. That's how my plan formed: sell the pills to some mid-level crime group, then take it over, gaining connections, influence, access to the black market, and reducing crime. How did I pull it off? Well, it wasn't that hard, actually. Despite its fearsome name, the Black Skull, yes, that was the group's name, was a paper tiger. They had plenty of foot soldiers, but all were well below average in strength, and their quirks were utterly unremarkable. The strongest among them were the boss's right and left hands and the boss himself. The left hand could create a rather weak water shield, and the right hand had a quirk to enlarge his fingers. The boss could create nails for attacks. Yet, very unimpressive. So, this group needed a strong fighter to act as a shield to protect their interests. Enter me, using my ability on the boss and his hands so they'd recognize me as their leader. That's how I acquired my own personal criminal organization, which I used to sell the witches' rejuvenation pills, and now they've also started making basic potions from the Book of Alchemilia. But I was against participating in their territory grabs and gang wars, because I still believed that what I was already doing was illegal, and further aid would lead me down a crooked path. I was wrong. If I had helped the group build influence and pressure ordinary criminals, I might have kept Kaminari from losing his arm. If I'd given these criminals a more profitable mission, I might have kept Aoyama from injuring his back. If I'd cleaned up at least some of those gangs, there would have been far fewer of them, and Jiro wouldn't have been hurt. I made a mistake, but I won't make those mistakes again. I will become an even better hero. Point of view. A spacious office, steeped in semi-darkness, was lit only by the cold glow of countless monitors. A man whose face was entirely concealed by a mask sat in a deep armchair, drumming his fingers on the armrest. Across from him stood a slouching doctor in a white coat, nervously fidgeting with a tablet. Incredible. How long, you say, has he had this quirk, doctor? According to the Commission's records, only a month. Oh my god, he's matched a genuine Nomu in strength in a single month. It's utter madness. Could he be All Might's successor, master? I can only imagine such power in the successor of One for All. The doctor's voice trembled with excitement, spittle flying onto the screen. I do not know. No matter how long I've lived, I still don't fully understand the true power of that quirk. One for All has eluded me for too long. Even I cannot fathom the extent of its influence on the quirk of a person with whom it has merged. But he is currently the most likely candidate, though it could all be a cunning plan of that rat, he said with contempt in his voice, his shoulders visibly tensing in the dim light. You think he might be a mere decoy? That the true successor is hiding and training? Yes. You have no idea how much influence that little rat has in every government organization, and the amount of his personal investments surpasses even mine. It's no accident that he possesses the most powerful intelligence-enhancing quirk. Then, we must draw the Commission's attention to his quirk. What's written there is complete bullshit. Let my lawyers assist in suing UA. Hand over the footage from our hidden drone to loyal journalists. Let that rat put out one fire after another. Even he won't have time for everything. The man in the mask covering his entire face chuckled a low, guttural sound that sent a chill down the doctor's spine. And let the game begin. Ha ha ha. Arc 1 complete. Author's note. I'll say right away that the reason I disappeared is deeply personal, and I definitely won't disclose it here. Chapters. Author's note. I'll say right away that the reason for my disappearance is deeply personal, and I definitely won't be sharing it here. First, a lot of people have told me that the pills could maybe heal All Might or All for One. No, they can't. All injuries, wounds, and illnesses remain. Second, no, the main character will not become a villain. At most, he'll be a morally grey hero. Third, regarding the pairing, I already have two options that I'm completely happy with. In this case, there are only three possibilities, 1 choosing one of them. 2 both of them. 3 adding one more, but that's the maximum. Fourth, the first arc, the beginning, is finished. From here on there will be more noticeable changes to the story and a whole load of battles, training, and gacha. Fifth, if you didn't like the USJ arc, you're not alone. I didn't enjoy writing it either. I nearly gave up on the whole thing, it completely drained me. Guys, there are readers who might not understand some of the protagonist's actions, and essentially the creation of his own criminal group, but that is an important milestone in the story and one of the main ways for the hero to gain the ability to influence the world on a global scale. That's exactly why I'll give a few spoilers for those who want to know whether they'll find the future plot interesting. For those who already like everything, I suggest closing this chapter. Spoilers. The main character establishes his own official company that manufactures medical equipment and health support items for heroes. There they produce injection potions from the alchemy book, and his deception ability allows him to quickly obtain permission to sell them. Later on, he acquires a rejuvenation procedure for former professional heroes that he can perform once a week. He kills Stain and receives a diamond ticket. Finally reaching the Black Skull base, I paused for a moment to catch my breath. Before me stood an utterly unremarkable factory building, grey concrete, rows of identical windows, fire escapes crawling up the sides. There were hundreds like it scattered across the country, and in that lay an almost ironic beauty. On paper, it produced medical equipment and components, with several subsidiary companies registered under the same umbrella. Everything clean, everything legal. The perfect front. Winding through a few alleys, habitually checking for any tail, I entered through the back door and made my way up to the office where the boss Jin Sato usually resided. A name wholly unsuited for a man running the affairs of even a paper-thin criminal syndicate. Walking in, I saw a tall, solidly built man with a plain, almost forgettable face and short black hair. His height hovered somewhere between 170 and 180 centimeters, and on his wrist gleamed the same designer watch I'd noticed during our first deal. He sat fully immersed in documents and didn't notice me at once. A computer hummed quietly nearby. The room itself looked as if someone had moved in only yesterday, bare walls, minimal furniture, a couple of boxes in the corner. The only things that stood out were the desk and the chair. They looked obscenely expensive, made of dark, almost black wood, with delicate carvings along the edges. Against the backdrop of the empty office, it looked almost comical. Ahem, I coughed, drawing his attention. Jin finally turned, and I got a clear look at his face, deep shadows of exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes, fingers trembling ever so slightly. In this state, not a drop of his boss aura remained. Right now, he looked like an office worker in the middle of a brutal pre-deadline crunch. I could imagine what had driven him to work this hard. As it turned out, swiftly setting up a company to produce life-saving medical supplies for heroes in and out of combat was both extraordinarily difficult and ruinously expensive. Who could have guessed? So you're here. Did you run here at full speed or something? He took in my chitin helmet, which naturally showed no emotion whatsoever. That was enough. No way, seriously? You do realize how many people could have seen you? You're completely reckless, and not in a good way. I was in a hurry. And, as I told you, I agree to the proposal. Give me information on the people we need to bring into our cause, and on those we need to intimidate. He blinked. Then again. Then let out a very tired sigh, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and reached for the desk drawer. Right. Though I'll tell you about the most important one straight away. He opened the drawer, pulled out a thick folder, and extracted several sheets from it. Nakagawa Satoru, Assistant Commissioner of the Yamanashi Prefecture. If we bring him into our fold, most of our problems will vanish at the snap of a finger. We won't just be able to start testing our products, we'll be, ready to sell them within a week. And his connections in the government structure will let us secure contracts far easier. Essentially, he's our best bet. I lowered my gaze to the photograph in the makeshift dossier. A middle-aged man with neat chestnut hair and bright yellow eyes stared back at me, eyes that held a keen, penetrating intelligence. 41 years old, quirk, eagle vision. Lives in the wealthiest district of the prefecture, a mansion worth a couple $100 million. Wife, 1 child. Straight home after work. No detours, no shady spots. A model family man. Excellent. Time to play my role. Got it. He'll be on our side by tonight. When I get back, give me the list of the other important figures. I'll handle them the day after tomorrow. Why not? Tomorrow I have a more important objective. Fine, understood. Whatever you say. By the way, want an update on the products? And? Well, he pulled another folder from the same drawer, his voice taking on a note of pride. The health potions are ready, trial versions have been produced as injectors. Even the assembly lines are set up and prepared. The stamina restoring potions are being finalized, and for the rest, we're still doing the final ingredient selection based on the alchemy book, but it won't be long, a few days at most. Also, where did you even get that book? It's strange. Even if you give the full recipe to someone who hasn't read the book, they'll just produce some sludge. Really weird item. The witch's pills. Those pills were made using that book. It's just that the owner of the quirk that produced this book can create a lot more. A lot more. Damn. Best money-making quirk ever. Only thing cooler would be turning shit into gold or precognition for gambling. Though stuff like that's probably heavily regulated. Jin leaned back in his chair, drifting into daydreams for a couple of seconds, then shook his head and shifted his gaze back to me. Anything else you need? Yet. Find me a couple of people. He looked at me with interest, trying to gauge if I was joking, then, realizing I was dead serious, pulled out a notepad and pen. I sighed, summoning the faces from memory. Dabi and Himiko Toga. Get me all available intel on both of them. I'll review it later. If they fit, schedule a meeting. In truth, my goal was far simpler. I intended to hand these two over and collect the tickets. Knowing they were fairly important characters in the plot, eliminating them from the game early would net me a solid reward. Pragmatic? Yes. Cynical? Perhaps. But after the USJ, I no longer had the luxury of squeamishness. Okay, give it a couple of days. I'll reach out to a few info brokers in the meantime and get everything there is on them. Perfect. I'm off. Taking a copy of the dossier from the desk, I exited the building, checked the map app, and headed for my destination. Point of view. Daiki Kaneko. The wealthy district of Yamanashi. Arriving at the location, I slipped into the crown of the nearest tree. A sprawling maple offered plenty of cover and began surveying the house. Before me sprawled a genuine mansion, 10 rooms, a private pool with azure water shimmering in the sunset light, a spacious study on the second floor. White walls, a red-tiled roof, elegant molding along the cornices. This was wealth in its purest form. I'd probably forgotten that I could comfortably afford a house like this myself. But I was on a mission now. Focus. Scanning the house with my Byakugan, I confirmed that a person occupied the study on the second floor, my target. Swiftly and silently closing the distance, I leaped onto the window ledge, and before Nakagawa could react to the silhouette behind the glass, I initiated the dialogue. Please open the window. You have been expecting me, I spoke in a clear, confident voice, activating deception. Yes. You are right. I have been expecting you, the assistant commissioner said. First, panic flickered in his eyes, but within a second his gaze calmed. Honestly, it really did work like hypnosis. He calmly walked to the window, threw it wide open, and let me inside. I found myself in a study furnished with obvious taste and considerable expense, mahogany bookshelves, awards and medals in glass-fronted frames, several family photographs in silver settings. It smelled of leather, old books, and a faint lemon polish. I lowered myself into the guest chair directly opposite the host. Assistant Commissioner, I've come regarding the establishment of a medical company. A medical company? He frowned. Yes. I understand you may think I've come to the wrong person. But I am aware of your connections, and they are, I should note, very extensive. A single word from you would be enough to allow us to reduce the risk of death for heroes by several times over. After these words, he focused on me with intense attention, a spark of interest igniting in his yellow eyes. Deception was working at full capacity, saturating my every word with invisible persuasiveness. You can promise to reduce the risk of death for heroes? Forgive me if I find that hard to believe, but it sounds unrealistic. The finest scientists and engineers cannot make such a promise, not to me, not to heroes. But you can. He had fully calmed down by now, settling into the posture of an authoritative official accustomed to weighing every word. Yes, I can. And if you don't believe me, though thanks to my ability, it was already clear he was beginning to trust me, I produced a folder from beneath my armor. You may examine the laboratory test results. This folder contained fabricated data from simulated lab tests. Why not real ones? Who would believe that company heads personally tested injections on themselves? No one. Moreover, such experiments were illegal without prior authorization, even on volunteers. Although I, the boss, and his two hands already knew the results thanks to the alchemy book, the rest of the world had yet to learn. That was the purpose of these fake tests. And the power of deception, into which I was now pouring a tremendous amount of energy, was meant to convince Nakagawa of their authenticity. This is incredible. He ran his eyes over the lines, and his face lit up. An injection that grants a low-grade version of regeneration with no side effects to the recipient. Good Lord! How many lives such a thing could save? I'm honestly just in shock. This is nothing short of a revolution in life-saving pharmaceuticals. If all of this is genuine and this injector can be mass-produced, Japan will become the world's most advanced nation in emergency life preservation. Countless people caught in terrible accidents could be saved. Dangerous surgeries could be performed without fear of the patient dying. A hero struck by a villain's attack could survive until reaching the hospital. Oh, my God! Precisely, Assistant Commissioner. Whoever releases such a revolutionary drug will save countless lives and be rewarded with unimaginable fame and fortune. But that's not all I have. There are several other products, for civilians an injector to restore the body's energy levels or an antidote. And for heroes, there could be an injector that temporarily reduces sensitivity to fire, or temporarily increases muscle mass, or even strengthens the body's natural durability for a couple of minutes. Much of this will be finalized shortly. All I need is your assistance in promoting my products. You, unbelievable. This is truly a revolution. But, how did you achieve this? It sounds like fantasy, and if it turns out to be all lies, then... I rose to my full height and looked him squarely in the eye. My tone took on a dangerous, menacing edge. Lies? You're suggesting that I'm lying about these drugs? Do you even realize what you stand to lose? With every single day that the sale of these injectors is delayed, you lose people. Every day, at least one person in Japan alone dies in an accident. And how many others where the rescuers made it in time, but the person simply didn't pull through? How many? How many heroes sustain injuries that could be treated on the spot, preserving the career of a person who saves lives? And police officers? Rescue workers? Firefighters? And the countless others who need immediate aid. What will you tell their relatives? My doubts cost your son his life, forgive me, is that what you'll say? Or are you unaware of the tragedy at the USJ? What if every student and teacher there had possessed an injector like this? Hey! With each word I spoke, the assistant commissioner grew paler and paler, until by the end he had turned into a ghost of a man. Even without deception, he understood that I wasn't lying. If such an injector truly existed, the number of lives saved with its help would be incalculable. At the end of my tirade, I produced a small iron case from a gap in my armor. Opening it, I revealed a green injector with a red cross, resembling a syringe from the game Rust, only completely new and sterile. I handed the case to Nakagawa and crossed my arms over my chest, staring him straight in the face. Test it, I uttered just one word. What? His voice wavered. His gaze flicked between the contents of the case and me. You can cut yourself and test the drug's effectiveness yourself. That should dispel all your doubts. B. But, he stared at my face, hidden beneath the armor, and his entire body felt the invisible pressure emanating from me. He glanced at me once more, then at the injector. Then sighed. Very well. I'll do it, he said in a faint, almost broken voice. He pulled a tactical knife from the desk drawer. His hand trembled. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, he rolled up his sleeve and slashed the blade across the bicep of his left arm. Blood flowed at once, thick, dark crimson rivulets. Wasting not a second, he flicked off the cap from the plunger button with his thumb, pressed the injector against the wound, removed the needle's protective cap, drove it into his arm, and pressed the button. He withdrew it 2 seconds later. First, he felt his skin itch as if an entire colony of ants were racing beneath it. But then, before his very eyes, genuine magic began to unfold. The edges of the wound started drawing together on their own, the bleeding diminished by the second. No trace remained of the needle punctures. The new skin at the site of the cut was red at first, then lightened, and finally took on the shade of healthy skin, just a touch paler. The entire process took no more than 15 seconds. By the end, the assistant commissioner's eyes were so wide open they resembled those of a cartoon character. That was how stunned he was. According to tests, this effect persists for about a minute, then fades. The only side effect is that you can't use too many of these injectors in a short period, otherwise, the regeneration becomes weaker and shorter-lived. It also cannot restore lost limbs. So, Assistant Commissioner? Have I proven myself? Are you ready to help save as many lives as possible? I extended my hand toward him. Nakagawa stared at his healed wound for a few more seconds, unable to tear his gaze away, then lifted his eyes to meet mine. His gaze burned with resolve, bright, nearly fanatical. He firmly, without hesitation, shook my hand. Absolutely. Let us save as many lives as we can. Author's note. Readers, yes, I know that the original Alchemilia from Fear and Hunger gives slightly different potions, but the description of the Chaos Gacha itself includes an energy restoration potion that doesn't exist in the original game, and I couldn't find it anywhere on the wiki either. So let's just consider that this book provides basic potion recipes from a few other worlds. Nothing powerful, but plentiful and versatile. Chapter 20: The Rise of Juggernaut 2. Point of View. Daiki Kaneko. Hosu. Saturday. Today, the hero killer will die. This isn't arrogance or hypocrisy. This man must die so that people like Ingenium don't suffer at his hands. So that others aren't inspired by him. So that the League of Villains doesn't gain new recruits. That's exactly why he must die. Honestly, to me, the hero killer looked like a complete hypocrite even back when I was watching the anime. Instead of exposing the crimes of fake heroes, tearing off their masks, and showing ordinary people that heroes aren't idols but just people, he simply killed everyone he didn't like. He was the same kind of villain that All Might and other heroes defeated constantly, just with his own ideology, one that pushed others into darkness. That's why I need him dead, not just arrested. As long as he's alive, his ideology will still exist, his death will change canon for good. Am I afraid of that? Not really. I barely know anything beyond the final exams which, for some reason, are held in summer even though school starts in spring, and why it's called a final exam still baffles me and a little about the summer camp. So I'm not too worried about any timeline changes. I won't gain anything from that knowledge anyway. Right now, I'm standing in the shadow of a drainpipe on the roof of an old residential building, watching Ingenium's patrol from about a kilometer away, trying to locate Stein. His patrol, by the way, will end earlier today. How do I know Stein is watching the hero right now? It's obvious. He's like a predator stalking his prey, trying to understand its habits, weaknesses, patrol routes. He's trying to get inside its head. And for a strong and fast hero like Ingenium, that takes a fair amount of time if you're doing it without support. That's exactly why I'm here. As I scan the streets for this bastard, it's worth talking a bit about the Hyuga bloodline and my Byakugan, which I've barely touched on for some reason, even though it's a truly powerful trait. The dark alleys below me are being scanned through and through every nook, every rooftop, all laid bare. First off, even a 3-tomo Sharingan is weaker than the Byakugan. That's a bold claim, but there's a reason for it. The Sharingan, while it makes its user a more effective fighter and is very well suited for combat, is less versatile. Its only advantage over the Byakugan is the ability to copy an opponent's fighting style and jutsu, along with seriously enhanced perception. But to some degree, the Byakugan can do that too. It allows you to read chakra flow and muscle movements. And their perception is comparable. Though the Byakugan's vision could reach up to 20 kilometers, for example, Hinata's mine currently stretches just over 2 kilometers and lets me see through obstacles. That's how I found the assistant commissioner yesterday. But why were the Uchiha used more as fighters, while the Hyuga were scouts? Because the Uchiha possessed a far larger arsenal of jutsu, making their firepower exponentially higher than the Hyuga, who were mainly taijutsu users and didn't possess the 8 gates. Plus, for the village, losing a scout capable of directly viewing the battlefield from several kilometers away is far more painful than losing just a strong ninja. That, along with the leadership's general dislike of the Uchiha, is what pushed them more toward frontline combat. Though, of course, the Mangekyo Sharingan is vastly stronger than the Byakugan. And finally, I've found my target. Not far from where Ingenium recently passed, I saw him, the hero killer, Stein. That mask, the hunched posture, the imposing musculature, the plain triangular face, and the abundance of bladed weapons clearly confirmed his identity. He was clinging to a wall like an insect, preparing to scale the rooftop that would give him an excellent vantage point to track Ingenium's movements. I won't let him. I closed the distance in 9 seconds, accelerating to my limit, and knocked him back down into the alley with a single blow, driving the air from his lungs. Gah! Came the sound through the scrape of concrete under his body. But he was experienced. In just 2 seconds, he'd already jumped to his feet, trying to regain his breath, even though his ribs were already broken. His chest heaved heavily, his face beneath the mask contorted in a grimace of pain. Who are you? He asked with a wheeze. You're the hero killer, aren't you? He narrowed his eyes, his breathing already steadied. An experienced fighter, he knows how to recover after a heavy blow. His fingers slowly crept toward his belt, where throwing knives hung. Who's asking? Your death. You can call me, I replied in a low, dangerous voice, then dropped it even lower, making it vibrate in the air. Juggernaut. Juggernaut? You're not a hero? Are you? A hero would never say such words. Never. You're just another fake. His voice cracked, mixing fury and fanaticism. Fake? No. I'm just taking out the trash so other heroes don't have to. Simple as that. I began to raise my hands, but he was faster. A smoke grenade was already flying from his fingers. Almost. Bam. Just one blow. That's all it took for his head to burst like an overripe watermelon. My strength might not be on the level of giants like All for One or All Might, but my speed was simply monstrous, nearly reaching their level. And strength multiplied by speed equals power. That was enough for someone like him. Congratulations! You have killed the hero killer, Stein. You receive a diamond ticket. The diamond ticket fell into my inventory with a weightless chime, glowing with a cold white light. Did I feel anything after his death? Yet. Emptiness. I felt not a drop of remorse for his death. I didn't really care, in the end. And even receiving my first diamond ticket didn't bring me joy. I stared at the headless body sprawled in the dirty alley, and everything inside was quiet. Clink. Clone. Epic ability. Allows you to clone yourself and control your bodies as a hive mind. You can use your abilities while controlling any clone, but creating and maintaining clones requires energy, which increases exponentially with each clone. Each time a clone dies, a portion of the damage it received is reflected back to you. P.S. Guys, this is insane. I didn't even rig anything. This ability dropped for me right as I was writing this moment in the chapter. Just insane. Jackpot on the very first try. Fuck. Fuck. This is Shadow Clone Jutsu. Oh my god. Forget everything I said before, I'm happy. My smile threatened to split my face. I was impossibly, trembling with joy happy. The ability activated straight, and energy surged through my body in a hot wave. Ha 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 ha. 5 of me split off from my body and immediately bolted in different directions across the city to recruit the people I needed. What madness! And I can feel this isn't my maximum. Even now, the strain on me is relatively light, which, honestly, is strange. The description says the burden upon creation. Wait. Ex nihilo. Epic trait. Now, creating and maintaining all abilities that allow you to create constructs or new matter requires significantly less energy. P.S. Yes, I just realized how compatible this trait is with clone. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to this trait, my clones cost almost nothing. I am Naruto. Ha ha ha, oh my god, what a broken combo. I don't need to split myself or try to juggle my life as a hero and a vigilante anymore. I can be everywhere. I suddenly realized I was still standing over the hero killer's corpse and quickly dashed back to my hotel room. Just a couple 100 kilometers. No big deal. Point of view. Daiki Kaneko. The dojo dimension. Just over an hour later, my clones had finally finished their work. Everyone I needed was now on my side. Connections, influence, agreements all secured, and now nothing can stop me from beginning production within a week. I dispelled the clones that had been in the dark alleys, praised the hive mind, and immediately summoned 2 more on the training grounds of the dojo, bringing the total number of Daikis to 3. All of us stood across from one another without juggernaut mode, light athletic wear, bare feet on the cool wooden floor. Around us weapon racks, training dummies, the quietly rustling garden beyond the window. Shall we train? Asked Clone 1, cracking his neck. Yeah, but blades only, I replied. We didn't need to say that out loud. We communicate telepathically, Clone 2 said irritably, turning and clicking his tongue, but still grabbed an iron sword from the rack. Clone 1 and I followed suit. We need to block the telepathic link, otherwise there won't be any real training, I answered, and in that instant, silence reigned in our heads. I pulled out a 100 yen coin and tossed it into the air. As it spun, each of us scrutinized the others for weaknesses using the Byakugan. Muscles, stances, weight distribution, everything was plainly visible. Ting. 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 Clink. We moved instantly. My speed and therefore theirs had seriously increased after absorbing the Nomu's blood, reaching 110 km per hour. That surpassed even Ida, who at 3rd gear maxed out around 60. Which meant our battle would be very, very fast. Both clones rushed me without prior agreement, one aimed at my throat, the other at my right arm. Their blades whistled through the air. Clink! Clink! I blocked both strikes with a single movement, catching them on my blade. My arm shuddered from the double impact. Stomping, I spun and delivered a circular slash backward, but they anticipated it, pushing off the floor. Both retreated and immediately after dodging fired a cross-shaped blade of ice from their swords. I did the same and evaded, feeling cold shards graze my cheek. But they were already pursuing me at the new position. I had to stomp and create an ice pillar, launching myself backward even faster. Knowing what they would do, I immediately flooded my blade with ice and struck. Clink! My blade slid along Clone 2's sword, parrying his strike and redirecting it aside. My edge came to rest directly on his throat. But there was one but, Clone 1's blade was, at that very moment, resting against my body. That meant death. A draw, hey? Clone 1 asked with a mocking grin, his eyes burning with competitive fire. Yeah, looks like it, I replied, and my lips stretched into a wide smile. The clones dispersed, their swords clattering to the floor. My smile was as wide as when I first got this ability. Author's note. Honestly, I'm just in shock. Did all my real-life luck go to Daki? How else do I explain this? Can I get that kind of luck to get reborn, start an awesome new life, and even pull top-tier drops from the gacha? I want that too. Let's have more stones. Muhahaha. Next chapter. Chaos Gacha in MHA, Chapter 23 Chapter 21 The Rise of Juggernaut 3. Point of View. Daki Kaneko. Monday. Before I got clones, I thought I adapted to new abilities quickly. And why wouldn't I? In less than a week, I had created an entire arsenal of ice-related techniques and was genuinely proud of myself. But now I understand just how much I overestimated myself and how crude my techniques really were. I essentially threw out half of my ice techniques, leaving only Ice Severance and IAI untouched. I merely polished those a bit, refining their application. But Ice Blades I scrapped entirely. No matter how cool that ability looked from the outside, and flinging ice swords at enemies is genuinely spectacular, it was catastrophically ineffective. Its penetrative power was non-existent. Those blades got stuck even in the entrance exam robots, which were only marginally tougher than plywood. Instead, I learned to create ice shuriken, senbon needles, and even kunao. But if it were that simple, I might as well just start hurling chunks of ice at enemies, right? No. It's not that simple. Every throwing weapon I create is additionally reinforced by compressing the ice along all its sharp edges and tips. The tip of a needle, being monstrously compressed ice, takes on a dark blue, almost sapphire hue, and it's capable of piercing low to medium quality steel. It's the perfect way to catch enemies off guard. The only downside to this technique is that I have to throw the weapons myself, no homing capability. Shame. I named this technique Shurikenjutsu. Cool, right? Well, creating this technique was not cool. Very not cool. Even now, to produce a large quantity of throwing weapons, more than 3, to be precise, I have to use a special technique that was originally created just for this purpose, but later migrated into all my other ice-related abilities. Its name is Mental Construction. Sounds fancy, doesn't it? Well, the effect is just as good. If ex nihilo, forgive me for not liking you at first, you're incredibly powerful, significantly reduces the energy cost of creating and maintaining any ability that produces constructs or new matter. This technique drastically reduces the time needed to construct anything. How? Clones. Hive mind. I use the hive mind of my own clones, delegating different tasks to them when constructing anything with ice, and then essentially copy their results and paste them into myself. The more clones I have, the faster the construction speed, reaching absolutely absurd levels. For example, to test the limits of this technique, I grabbed several energy-restoring potions. Thankfully, the lab had managed to produce a couple of prototypes and flew to an uninhabited island. There, I created 20 clones and with their help built Elsa's castle from frozen in 5 minutes. Well, after that, I spent about an hour lying in a near comatose state from sheer energy depletion. But that's me being an idiot. My thinking and reaction speeds have massively accelerated from all the enhancements, but my intelligence hasn't increased. What kind of idiot builds an ice castle larger than a 9-story building on a tropical island? A genuine idiot. On the bright side, I managed to create a primitive wing structure from compressed ice, calling them Icarus wings. When designing them, I based the structure on a falcon's wings to maximize speed. Even though it takes a little under a minute to create them, their beauty and practicality yielded top-tier results. In the wing, every feather is made of ice through mental construction. Each tiny feather was finished by me and my clones, creating perfect plumage. To make flight possible, the bones, tendons, and muscles are simulated by Kaukaku, essentially attaching to each feather. And so that I don't have to manually command each wing, I created a dedicated clone that monitors their movements and relays the correct signals to me, which lets me worry less about flying. Yeah, I can fly now. Guess I'm not such an idiot after all. Oh, right, I forgot to mention how I modified Cleave. Well. Aizawa entered the classroom with the bell. He looked far better than in canon, not even a trace of the attack remained, no bandages, no cast. Well, a small spoonful of honey in a barrel of tar. Greetings to you all today. He began, surveying the deathly silent classroom. The silence was so profound you could hear a fly beating against the window in the far corner. From the moment the first student had walked in, no one had made a sound. It was awful. Especially compared to canon, where the class buzzed and chattered like a disturbed beehive. Damn! I have an important announcement. He paused briefly, scanning the classroom, his attention lingering on 3 students in particular. Kaminari was awkwardly smiling at the teacher, trying to hide his new high-tech prosthetic replacing his left arm under the desk. The metal fingers trembled slightly. Jiro had been staring down at her Dake the entire time, so that not even her eyes were visible beneath her bangs, only deathly pale cheeks and fingers locked tightly together. Aoyama looked better than the other 2, but he wore a special medical corset preventing him from moving his back incorrectly, and even his perpetual sparkle had seriously dimmed, reduced to a faint glimmer. Aizawa sighed and then suddenly bowed deeply, so that his perpetually disheveled hair nearly touched the floor. I and the entire UA faculty apologize for what happened. We understand that our apologies may seem hollow to you, but we sincerely ask your forgiveness. For all the inconvenience, the entire class will receive special privileges. He straightened up, and now one could see the expression on his face. Usually, Aizawa looks either irritated or exhausted, but now guilt was clearly written on his features. Genuine, deep guilt. This man truly regretted what had happened. First, the sports festival, which normally would have started in a week, has been postponed by 1 more week. Second, you will gain access to the best training facilities available at UA. And finally, third, after the festival and before your internships, you will be able to completely upgrade your costumes at the school's expense. He sighed again. I sincerely hope that all of you will remain in our course. He took a long pause. I understand that I sound awful, as if I'm minimizing the significance of your tragedy. But that is by no means the case. What happened there is terrible. But this is exactly what heroes face, not just simple pickpockets, but genuine groups of villains who will do everything to ensure you perish. They will try to break you not just physically, but mentally. A hero's task in such a situation is to rise from their knees, shout plus ultra, and keep moving forward. But not alone with your comrades, with those people who found themselves in the same dire situation. Look at them. They are the ones who will support you in difficult times, because no matter what kind of hero you are, you can't always manage alone. I hope each of you becomes a wonderful hero in the future. I'm honestly in shock. The last person I'd expect to give a speech about camaraderie and heroism is Aizawa. But it was genuinely a good speech. And the class even stirred a little, as if the oppressive atmosphere had slightly faded. Some faces even flickered with a spark. Well, Canon is officially dead. And if that's the case, it's time to kick the corpse. Point of view. Daiki Kaneko. After class. Today, we were given a bit more time for emotional rest in the form of a shortened day. Which means it's time to get stronger, and not just me. I approached Momo as she was packing her things. Momo, I'm sorry I haven't been in touch lately. It's just been a rough time, and I needed some distraction through training, and, I'm sorry. She looked at me with a soft gaze, full of understanding. She knew that things really had been hard for everyone, even for someone as strong as me. I wasn't angry at you. I didn't reach out to you either, right? She smiled a kind, encouraging smile. And, you know, it made my heart feel a little lighter. Thanks, Momo. I'm glad. I hesitated. Momo, I want to ask you something. Having said this, I carefully glanced around to make sure no one was listening. Take Izuku and come to this address. It's very important. Really? She frowned, her eyes scanning the address, my hotel room number. Then she lifted her gaze back to me, peering intently into my face. Why? That single word was spoken coldly enough to make even me flinch. But I didn't back down. Please, Momo. It's very important. Very. I'll come. But you'd better explain everything properly, she replied, and after placing the address in her pocket, she went to find Izuku. I didn't think such a simple conversation would be so difficult. Sometimes I even forget that Momo was raised in an elite family with one of the largest fortunes in Japan. Sometimes it's just hard to believe, especially given her usual shyness. And why did I even get excited by that look? Alright, stop thinking about nonsense. I've got an unrolled gacha here, right? Forget it. Congratulations. You have completely resolved the sponsor issue for your company. You receive a silver ticket. Now that's stinginess. I convinced the Assistant Commissioner, the head of the Pharmacological Research Review Commission, the editors of major medical journals, a prominent politician, and God knows who else, and all I get is a silver ticket. What nonsense! Clink. Stone skin. Common ability. Allows you to cover your skin in a stone-like texture, enhancing your durability and increasing your mass. How can two identical abilities even drop? Hey! Congratulations! You have discovered a hidden mechanic. Card fusion allows you to merge two identical abilities/traits/skills to obtain a card 1 rank higher. Do you wish to merge the two stone skin cards? Yes. Clink. Iron skin. Uncommon ability. You are capable of hardening your skin and body to the point where they resemble metal rather than flesh, increasing your mass and granting yourself superhuman endurance. Even as an ordinary person, you could shatter a baseball bat upon impact, and small caliber bullets would prove ineffective against you. Even a car crash, though painful, would leave you with only minor injuries. However, maintaining iron skin may slow your movements. P.S. This is for those curious about what happens if you draw two identical cards if such a coincidence occurs. Whoa, that's awesome! I've gotten even stronger in close combat now. After marveling at my new ability for a bit longer, I gathered my things and headed for the subway. After all, someone has to greet the guests. Point of view. Daiki Kaneko, clone. Same time. Yamanashi Prefecture. Gacha. I've finally found you, villain. A ringing, excitement-filled voice pierced the air, and a woman in a form-fitting combat suit flew at me from an alleyway. Maybe we should talk first before resorting to violence? Or didn't your parents teach you basic politeness? Hearing my remark, she froze for a moment about 50 meters from me. I noticed a vein bulge on her forehead, and her grin twisted into a furious snarl. The rabbit ears within her long white hair stood straight up. Was she even really a hero? Bastard! I don't intend to talk to villains. As they say, beat first, interrogate later. It's always worked. Saying this, she instantly used her legs like genuine springs, pushing off the asphalt so hard that a web of cracks remained behind her, and lunged at me with all possible speed. So this is her, the number 7 pro hero, the rabbit hero, Mirko. I reinforced my body with Kaukaku and easily caught her knee strike with my hand, not even injured. The impact was such that a muffled shockwave rolled through the alley. She immediately twisted and, balancing on her hands, attempted a break-dancing style combo. Luna ring. I didn't let her finish. I grabbed her leg and slammed her into the asphalt, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. But she tumbled instantly, leaping away and landing gracefully on 3 points. Good endurance. Far better than the hero killers, I complimented her. Eh? So you're the one who killed that idiot? She squinted predatorily. I blinked in confusion. I thought that's why you were here. She started lightly stretching, rotating her ankles, trying to recover from my blow. Clever. Distracting the enemy with conversation while catching your breath. Well, no matter, I hope you give me a decent fight. Nah, I'm here because some asshole beat up most of the gangs in this area. But it looks like I hit the jackpot. Saying this, she broke into a truly insane grin, and an almost tangible battle aura began radiating from her body. I see. Then I'll test a few of my new techniques on you. I stood, spreading my legs, and my feet in their insectoid armor simply embedded themselves into the asphalt, leaving small craters. Mirko watched with admiration, her eyes blazing. I immediately swapped the abilities in my slots to Cockroach Physique, Iron Skin, and Clone, which is mandatory for me as a clone. You know, I now call this configuration Juggernaut form. And do you know what every Juggernaut should have? Juggernaut Drive. Beneath my armor, Kaukaku spread across my entire body, crimson and viscous, like molten ruby, and then I polished it all with Iron Skin, giving the armor a metallic sheen, making it look like a living alloy of chitin and steel. This is it, my strongest physical form. Shall we dance, little rabbit? Her grin widened even further. Gladly. If anyone could see my face through the helmet, they'd see the exact same grin on it. Point of view. The Battle of Juggernaut and Mirko. Mirko lunged into the attack, spinning like a wheel and whirling at incredible speed. The air whistled. Crescent. Daki, without a moment's hesitation, charged to meet her. Crushing. Despite Mirko's incredible spinning speed, the powerful jab, supercharged with Kaukaku, struck her directly in the stomach. The shockwave rippled outward, kicking up trash. She gritted her teeth and, despite the excruciating pain, began raining a hail of kicks onto her opponent, spinning even harder. The Juggernaut tried to parry each block, resonating with a dull metallic clang, but some strikes still found their mark, though they simply couldn't pierce the armor. New plan, flashed through Mirko's mind. Realizing simple strikes wouldn't work, she spun up a little more, launched herself into the air, and brought an axe kick crashing down on her opponent. Luna Arc. A boom of tremendous force resounded, and Rumi, to prevent her opponent from slamming her into the concrete a second time, leaped back almost instantly, knowing this wasn't over. But as soon as she landed, pain shot through her leg. Damn, my legs are already shaking. I shouldn't have used Crescent and Arc together. I should have slowly chipped away at his defense. At this rate, I'll be useless soon. But the moment such thoughts flickered through her mind, she smirked and cast them aside. But then, would that even be fun? As the dust cleared, the Juggernaut stood at the site of the impact, still in a blocking stance. Faint steam rose from his armor. He turned to face her, and the cracks on his pauldrons, which she had noticed, began to knit together right before her eyes. Well, that's not a good sign, Rumi thought, but her smile didn't falter in the slightest. That was good, rabbit. But I believe it's my turn. Chaos Gacha in MHA, Chapter 24 Chapter 22 The Rise of Juggernaut 4. As the dust cleared, the Juggernaut stood at the site of the impact, still in a blocking stance. Faint steam rose from his armor. He turned to face her, and the cracks on his pauldrons, which she had noticed, began to knit together right before her eyes. Well, that's not a good sign, Rumi thought, but her smile didn't falter in the slightest. That was good, rabbit. But I believe it's my turn. She didn't even have time to blink. A fist simply materialized before her eyes, enormous, chitinous, aimed precisely at the same spot where the previous blow had landed. Her body reacted faster than her mind, her knee shot upward, blocking the attack. But the force was too immense, and the rotational momentum that had softened the first strike was absent this time. She was hurled backward like a ragdoll, and Rumi crashed straight through the wall of the nearest building. The old, abandoned structure groaned, coughing out a cloud of brick dust and debris. A gaping, jagged hole appeared in the wall. Shards of brick sprayed across the entire street, clattering against the asphalt. If it hadn't been working hours, even in such an unpopular district, there could have been casualties. Crawling out from under the rubble, Rumi shook her head, scattering brick dust from her hair, and tried to figure out her next move. Her body ached, her vision was swimming, and a ringing filled her ears. I can't keep this up. My legs are going to give out, and he isn't even phased. Grr, this pisses me off. Her fists clenched until her knuckles went white. But then she felt something hot, almost euphoric, rising from within, overriding the pain and the fury. But damn it, this is so much fun. Her entire smile radiated pure madness, the thrill of battle, and an insatiable desire to win. But before the thought could fully form, the wind whistled and a fist hurtled straight toward her stomach. Her eyes widened, her body tried to react, but her muscles, pushed to their absolute limit, refused to obey. A deafening crack split the air. Bam! Rumi went flying through the building entirely. Walls flashed past her vision, brick and timber splintering in all directions. She punched through them like a cannonball and burst out the other side, crashing onto the asphalt. Her eyes began to close. Staying conscious was becoming harder and harder. Darkness crept in, soft and insistent, promising rest. No, I can't. She bit her tongue until she tasted blood, and the sharp flash of pain drove the darkness back. If she lost consciousness, she wouldn't just lose, she would die. This monster clearly didn't care about formalities. What's the matter, little bunny? Can't beat me? I'm too fast for you, am I? The taunting voice echoed from everywhere, resonating off the ruined walls. And if his goal had been to enrage her, he had succeeded with flying colors. Mirko's eyes literally reddened. The blood vessels had burst from the strain. The desire to win, to drive her fist through this bastard's skull, became simply unbearable, drowning out everything else. Her wounds seemed to recede. The world blurred, slowed, its colors dimming. Only her opponent remained. And she moved. Whoosh! The speed was simply incredible. Her legs were performing at 150%, her muscles howling, singing at their absolute limit, and her body began to creak under such monstrous pressure. She launched a strike with both legs simultaneously, pouring her entire mass and momentum into it, aiming for his torso. The blow met an almost perfect block. The dull clang of metal and chitin echoed down the street. Roaring with fury, Rumi pushed off back toward the ground, intending to land on her hands and launch Luna Rush, but annihilation. Strikes rained down on her like an overwhelming avalanche. Two fists worked like pistons methodically, mercilessly, without a single pause. Her body was constantly shoved, battered, hurled backward. He kept closing in, giving her no chance to regroup, no opportunity to catch a breath. Every limb was struck again and again. Pain spread everywhere, dull, hot, all-consuming. The rabbit hero's body was squeezing out its last reserves, trying to do something, block, slip aside, counterattack. But her opponent was faster, tougher. Her years of combat experience, hundreds of battles, dozens of defeated villains meant nothing when a goddamn unstoppable asphalt roller was bearing down on you. Crushing. And to finish her off completely, the final blow of the combo drove her straight into the ground. The asphalt buckled, forming a small crater. Her body couldn't move. Not a single limb would function. Even breathing was difficult. Every expansion of her ribcage sent a fresh wave of agony. I lost. 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 No. I can't lose. I pushed myself every single day until I sweated blood only to lose like this. To lose to some villain. People are counting on me. On me. My parents are counting on me. Point of view. Daki, clone. This looks like it's over. No matter how tough she is, she's not recovering from hits like that. I stared at the heroine's motionless body, sprawled in a shallow crater, and waited. But damn, she's a fucking monster. Crushing doesn't just hit the body, it hits the organs too, sending shockwaves inside. And she took how many of those? 3? 4? Crazy rabbit. Congratulations. You have defeated the rabbit hero, Mirko. You receive a gold ticket. TCH, how stingy. I beat one of the top 10 heroes. Why is it only gold? Ha, just spin it already. Clink. A new card dropped into the inventory, glowing with a cold silvery light. Phase shift. Elite ability. Unordinary allows you to switch between defensive and offensive forms. In offensive form, you gain enhanced speed and strength. In defensive form, you gain enhanced durability and resistance. I see. Iron Skin goes in the trash now. Well, at least I can use it with impunity when I'm just Daki, and no one will say a thing. I updated the slots. Slot 1, Cockroach Physique. Slot 2, Phase Shift, Cooldown. Cannot change ability for 5 minutes. Slot 3, Clone, Mandatory. Well, that's that. Time to get back to business. But what a good day today, even got a gold ticket, and the elite ability is just the cherry on top. First, though, I need to drop this rabbit off at the nearest police station. Who knows what could happen to her on the street in this condition? I turned toward where Mirko's unconscious body should have been. And saw her rising, her entire body creaking. Her teeth were clenched so hard that I could hear the grinding from here. Her legs trembled, her arms hung like limp noodles, but she was getting up slowly, inexorably, as if death itself had just stepped on her chest and she had shoved it aside. What the fuck? How did this lunatic even get up? Is she a shonen manga protagonist? What kind of pain tolerance does she even have? Barely standing on trembling, buckling legs, she lifted her gaze to my face. And laughed. Laughed. Hoarse, rasping, but genuine. You won't get rid of me that easily. Her voice cracked, but there was steel in it. What is she even spouting? She barely had the strength to stand. She's going to collapse any second. As soon as I thought that, she began to settle into a fighting stance. It took her about 5 seconds. Her limbs barely moved, her arms trembled like a paralytic's, every movement was agony. But her gaze, that gaze spoke louder than words, she would not surrender until she was dead. Well, looks like I'll have to knock her out. Luna Drive. The moment those words left her lips, my instincts screamed like a siren. I saw it in slow motion, as if time had turned into thick syrup, a concentrated, blinding mass of silver energy hurtling toward me, and Mirko, leg extended, flying right behind it. I dodged a split second before the strike passed within centimeters of my helmet and slammed into the building behind me. Bam! Or, more accurately, it demolished half the building. The three-story structure folded like a house of cards, kicking up a towering cloud of dust and rubble. Debris erupted into the air. Now that is power. She really is like a shonen heroine. Can I get power UPS like that mid-battle too? Or is this something I just can't comprehend? Am I not a resident of this insane world? Even as the thought was still forming in my head, I was already sprinting toward the mountains, toward where there would be almost no people. My legs thrummed, my chitin creaked, the wind howled in my ears. Or, I hope, no people at all. Because that hit looked like the 100% Izuku unleashed during our class. Meaning it's roughly on par with a weakened All Might. How insane! And I wasn't just saying that. Right now, she was chasing me like a battering ram in a straight line, ignoring everything, shrouded in some kind of silver aura that resembled both a magical girl and a super scion. Her rabbit ears streamed behind her, her long white hair flowed like a banner, and her eyes blazed. She was only slightly slower than me, which was fucking insane. In the Juggernaut Drive enhancement, my speed was roughly 550 to 560 km per hour, which meant she had become roughly 2 goddamn times faster. And measuring the power behind that kick was pointless. What worried me was how she had even recovered from those injuries. It should have taken a regeneration quirk or a week of bed rest. And here she was, a couple of seconds later, getting up to beat my face in. I definitely didn't have that kind of intel. Terrifying. A mountain appeared ahead. I switched to an offensive stance, squeezing out even more speed, trying to minimize the damage from this insane heroine as fast as possible. And as soon as I spotted a more or less decent clearing wide, treeless, without a single human in range of my Byakugan, I stopped immediately. She arrived a couple of seconds later and immediately launched an axe kick at me from mid-air. But she hadn't yet understood one thing. I dodged instantly. Her leg passed within a centimeter, slicing the air and smashed a crushing into her torso. A step left, a second strike to the chest. A step right, a third to the ribs. And finally, she went flying across the entire clearing, tumbling through the undergrowth. I'd just been playing back then, trying to figure out how to properly adapt my techniques against someone who wasn't me. If I had actually wanted to. Mirko came at me again, thinking of nothing else, and began spinning, unleashing a massively amplified crescent. The air whistled, turning into a deadly vortex. I instantly switched to my defensive stance and channeled more energy into the Kaukaku on my arms, settling into a solid block. The pressure that crashed down on me was simply insane. It felt like holding up an entire mountain. My body creaked, as if saying it wasn't designed to withstand power of this magnitude. But it was lying, and I, fucking, could. No matter how powerful and relentless this technique was, there's always a gap while she's spinning. And it's right there. Bam! The force of this crushing folded her in half immediately. Without waiting for her to recover, I slammed another into her side. Mirko simply flew into the nearest tree and collapsed, doubled over. Damn! 5 crushing a genuine monster. I feel like the Black Flash merchant he kept count to. If I had wanted to, I could have won almost instantly. My perception is better than all for one's, and my reaction speed surpasses any hero. And that's not even counting the Byakugan. Congratulations! You have defeated Mirko in a quirk evolution state. You receive a gold ticket. My disbelief was probably visible from a couple of kilometers away. Why is it gold? She was a goddamn miniature All Might. How is this possible? Where is my platinum? Since the opponent was seriously injured and had not adapted to the evolution mode, she was assigned gold status. Fuck. Just open your gacha already. Clink. A rare rank card dropped into my inventory. Iron Mind. Rare trait. Your mind is made of iron, and your body will obey. Even if you are exhausted and starving, the effect these conditions have on your performance is minimal. Regardless of your suffering, your performance will remain optimal. Does not extend to physical limitations or wounds. Also increases resistance against all negative mental ailments. And it's hard to even be mad, this trait is actually pretty good. Fuck. I sighed, turned toward the unconscious Mirko, slung her over my shoulder, and headed for the police. Today was definitely a strange day. Author's note. Readers, I'd love for the main character to get a platinum ticket too, but that bastard is just lucky as fuck. The first time I spun, I rolled immunity to decay, to overhaul, and to all for one. Like, it would have instantly shut down all the powers of every major villain, so I'd have had absolutely nothing to write. And the second time an upgraded version of Rappa's quirk from the 8 bullets, the one that lets you combo the shit out of opponents. So All Might wouldn't just stand there like a dumbass either, cause why should he? After looking at all this madness, I decided, to hell with him getting a platinum ticket. Let him choke on gold ones, that bastard. Drained every last drop of luck right out of me. Give us your feedback and write some gems.